Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Anish Giri. Very gracious of you to join us. Very emotional last two games, both in the women's section and the Open. What are your emotions after fighting for 77 moves?
Yeah, I was obviously very annoyed because I think I was winning at various points. Yeah, I didn't I didn't quite see a forced win. Well, to be fair, like I thought various points what I did as a forced win, so that was the issue. But I did not see I felt that there is a win at multiple points, and looking back, I'm quite sure, especially in the end H5. Although I think already by that point, he had also made mistakes before. I think he was probably back at some point as well. But yeah, it was not so easy. I was trying to calculate first win. I saw quite a lot of things, but probably just not enough.
Will you review the game tonight, or will you try to just get out of your mind for your head-to-head with Sindarov in 2 days?
Yeah, it's very easy these days to review games. You don't have to be a genius. I can just click through. I don't need the AI coach, right, that everybody is building. I can see it for myself. But yeah, it's reviewing will not be the problem. Other things are a problem.
Do you still rate yourself as having some chances to win the tournament?
Not really, to be fair. But okay, I want to finish very well. I think my previous candidates, I was on +3 and I've lost last 2 rounds, which is very unfortunate. So I'll try to do well this time.
And finally, I heard you say it's a given you have to beat Javakher. We know that, but you already have predicted what's going to happen in Javakhir's final game in round 14 against Wei Yi. So how will that game go?
You want me to tell you the moves?
Please.
It's a little awkward.
It is. How about we save it?
Yeah, I can write it on a piece of paper, seal it, give it to you, and as the game will unfold, you can open the piece of paper and see it happen.
We're going to get some adjourned move envelopes, and anybody under the age of 45 has no idea what I'm talking about. It was very gracious of you to join us after an emotional game. Thank you, Anish.
Thank you.
Back to you guys. Thanks, guys. Well, we're back with our daily briefing with Grandmaster Javokhir Sindarov. Only 35 minutes today. Are you too tired for interview?
No, today I'm fine, so I have tomorrow rest day, so I'm very happy with fast draw.
Did you have to be convinced by your coaches to kill the game today, or was it always okay with you to just play a nothing game?
I mean, if he play solid lines, I'm really check in everywhere forced draw, but if he goes some strange lines, let's say King's Indian, I'm ready to fight, but I expect he will play solid. And I mean, I have rest days for next 2 important games. I think I need to prepare very well, and hopefully everything will be good.
A King's Indian would have been fun. Now, I was only allowed in the room for the first 10 minutes, but even in those 10 minutes, I saw you smiling and laughing at Hikaru. What was that about?
I mean, probably everyone was waiting for me some interesting fight, but I don't see any reason in this situation to play against world number 2 player such a crazy game. But if he tried to beat me, I was always ready to fight. But yeah, I mean, I expect he will play some solid lanes, and I'm ready before a game for fast draw, really.
Now you've got a lot of time to sit around and wait.
One dynasty ends, then a new one begins.
Every chess player has one goal in mind when it comes to classical chess: the FIDE World Championship. But before you can take a shot at the king, worthiness must be proven. 8 for the open section and 8 for the women are in Cyprus to do just that. First chances for some.
What a moment!
Last chances for others.
Whether or not he gets another shot at the world title, his career will be defined by resilience.
But all with just one goal in mind.
He will be the youngest world champion.
World champions Gukesh and Zhu Wenjun await their challenges, and we wait with them. It's time to let the games begin.
कैंडिडेट्स इस मोड पे आ चुका है जहां पे द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप फाइट इज इन साइट फॉर ऑल आवर प्लेयर्स, बट 2 बहुत ही अलग टेम्परेचर्स हैं ओपन एंड वुमेन में. ओपन में जावकीर सिंडरॉफ 2 राउंड्स रिमेनिंग, 2 पॉइंट लीड, एंड इन द वुमेन पूरा volcano ही फट चुका है, and in the middle of the fire is our very own Vaishali, and with me my very own two good friends, Sasta Sindarov, Grandmaster Sahaj Grover, and Sasta Anish Giri. NM Sahil Tikku. कैसा लग रहा है आज आपको?
भाई आज तो हम दोनों का ही मैच है लग रहा है. आज तो हम दोनों का ही मैच है. क्रेजी भाई. नेवर थॉट आईड बी इंट्रोड्यूस्ड एज सस्ता सिंदर ऑफ चैट. इफ यू आर कंफ्यूज्ड व्हाई, देन एक बार तानिया की स्टोरी एक बार जाके देखिए एंड मे बी यू विल गेट सम कॉन्टेक्स्ट देयर. टिक्कू भाई, व्हाट आर योर थॉट्स अबाउट टुडेज मैचेस?
ओह मैन, टुडेज मैचेस, आई थिंक 2 ही मैचेस पे हमारी नजर होने वाली है. 1 in the open section, 1 in the women's section, and let's keep in mind we could have at least one, very likely one world championship challenger today. आज ही के दिन तानिया पता लग सकता है कि क्या सिंदारोव का ड्रीम रन उनके हिसाब से खत्म होगा, unless there's one guy who can cause a twist in the tail, and that is Anish Giri.
भाई अभी तक तो nobody has been able to twist the tail around for Sindarov. It almost looks like he's not leading. He is the big shadow. छाया छा चुकी है उनकी on all the rest of the players with the kind of performance. It's not control. It's a one-man show so far. Can Anish Giri change that narrative? Today, I think we're also in the last 2 days of our 26% off on chess.com premium chat. So Javakher, kar lo, upgrade your game, upgrade your analysis, go premium with a 26% off. And now to set the stage of the Cyprus chess candidates, here's Mike Klein.
Here we are, moments before round 13, back on the western coast of Cyprus, and we've chosen for this location a shipwreck. If you're thinking this is some sort of elaborate metaphor for Sindarov's opponents, actually, yes, they have all had their chances run aground. That's exactly why we chose this location. Today, of course, we've got a big matchup because the only person that could possibly catch him is Anish Giri, and Anish has white against Sindarov. He absolutely must win. No other result will do. And then, of course, he'll also need some help in round 14. It is a very simple mathematical equation. Over in the women's, though, it is a free-for-all because Zhu Jiner and Vaishali both are tied atop the field. Zhu Jiner gets her final white today. Vaishali takes the black pieces. But there's 2 more women only half point back that could still catch them. And it just so happens that they face each other today. Bibisara Assaubayeva, white against Anna Muzychuk. Both are half point behind. And a draw really won't do either of them any good. Both of them are looking for the full point. And oh, by the way, remember after round 12, Anish Giri was already predicting the future. He said if he could beat Javokhir Sindarov, then in the final round, he already has a prediction for that Wei Yi game. Let's listen to what he told me. And finally, I heard you say it's a given you have to beat Javakher. We know that, but you already have predicted what's going to happen in Javakhir's final game in round 14 against Wei Yi. So how will that game go?
You want me to tell you the moves?
Please.
It's a little awkward.
It is. How about we save it?
Yeah, I can write it on a piece of paper, seal it, give it to you, and as the game will unfold, you can open the piece of paper and see it happen.
And as you can see, he's got his prediction written down. He's actually given me the sealed move envelope, and I'm just going to take a peek in case Anish wins today about what he thinks is going to... Oh my... Really? That's amazing. If that ends up happening, well, we'll reveal this envelope in round 14. Anish, you got to win today so we can reveal this to the audience. Round 13 coming up.
And the defining clash of the candidates 2026, it's the top board right there. Anish Giri on 7 points. वो खेलेंगे Sindarov के साथ, and there's only one result that matter. To me, Sahil, this feels like कि Anish Giri के पास 2 balls रह गई हैं, दोनों में sixer मारना है just to take it to the super over.
Wow, by second analogy by Tanya, I have to get my diary ready because this is absolutely crazy, and I couldn't agree with that statement more because, of course, not only has Anish has to win the next 2 games, but Sindarov also has to lose the next 2 games. Of course, पहला match Anish के control में है because they're playing against each other, but the second round there is still that outlier luck factor for Anish, but we'll see how that plays out. अभी के लिए, of course, Anish versus Sindarov is as Tanya like to say, our marquee matchup. Tikku bhai, what are your thoughts?
भाई मैं कह रहा हूँ, you make your own luck. So if Anish were to win today against Sindarov, तो वे के जाके मिल के आओ, उनको थोड़ा सा पार्टी में लेके जाओ. भाई थोड़ा जल्दी मत तकरीर करना ड्रॉ, भाई थोड़ा सा फाइट कर लेना, थोड़ा मौका देना मुझे. If something is heating up, maybe just play a normal game. Just don't agree to a Berlin draw. But of course, jokes apart, I think there's a lot of luck involved. But Sindarov जिस हिसाब से चल रहे हैं, I think आज ही matter khatam ho sakta hai, chat. So you never know. So do not go anywhere. Do like the stream, because we could have Gukesh's challenger today itself confirmed, Tanya.
All he needs, Sahil, is to draw. Javokhir Sindarov will book his spot, will punch his ticket to the World Championship match. और बाकी हम बता दें कि the rest of the players, जो बाकी 6 candidates हैं, उनका अब chance बिल्कुल भी नहीं है to catch up Sindarov. So they are playing for pride, for glory, for prize money, for rating points to try to have a good finish. ये हमारी standings है, और मैंने तो ये कभी नहीं देखा है that going into round 13, a player with a 2-point margin, no losses,
Wow.
6 wins, 6 draws. What a power-packed performance, Sahil, by Javokhir.
Indeed. I mean, and he's been flawless. This is the final column we come to every single stream. Yeah, 0 losses, 6 wins, 6 draws. Nobody's even come close. Just look at the number of wins, by the way. The first column, 6 wins, and the closest you come is 3. That is some insane chess by Sindarov, and he's inspired everybody across the world कि भाई candidates इस तरीके से भी खेल सकते हैं सहज भाई, एक और तरीका.
Correct, bhai. And also, out of those 6 wins, 5 wins 6 round के अंदर ही आ गई थी. You know, for Sindarov. So that's even the crazier part. In fact, in the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rounds, he's won only 1 game, but it doesn't look like that because he completely ran away with it in the first half. But now we look at the women's standings. Sorry, the women's pairings, and we have Tan versus Vaishali, and then we have Zhu Jiner versus Goryachkina. Both very interesting clashes. Would love to get your thoughts here, Tanya. Of course, Zhu Jiner defeating Vaishali with the black pieces yesterday. It was a bit of a shocker for Vaishali, but what's going on in her mind? You've been her teammate before. What do you think happens in a situation like this for Vaishali?
यार मुझे एक चीज की बहुत खुशी है that after that heartbreaking loss to Zhu Jiner, Vaishali got arrested. Very important to kind of slow down, understand कि now what is required, because ये पूरा ही it's a big storm. The women's candidates में कोई भी जीत सकता है apart from Divya Deshmukh and Tan Zhongyi. इन 2 players का mathematically कोई chance नहीं है. I think for Vaishali, she's playing against Tan Zhongyi today, a player who has struggled. जिसकी first win आई थी against Divya. She hasn't won any other game apart from that. So I think knowing Vaishali, the fighter she is, she will stick to her style. Sehaj, she won't try to play solid against a former women world champion. She will want to capitalize on Tan Zhongyi's lack of form so far. This candidates, I also want to highlight Zhu Jiner, who has had only 4 draws. This candidate's full roller coaster ride Zhu Jiner ka tournament, but she's showing class at the end. At the finish line, she is there with 7 points, lots of wins, a couple of losses. Fantastic, classy performance by Jiner as well.
And Tiko bhai, I think if we consider the fact that Zhu Jiner has defeated Vaishali twice already, makes her a big, at least it makes her a big threat when it comes to the race between Vaishali and Zhu Jiner. Your thoughts on that?
Agreed. Literally the same thoughts in my mind. Also, if there's a tiebreak, for example, between those two, already Zhu might have the edge there psychologically. So these rounds, especially today, becomes very important. Let's keep in mind, अगर आज उनमें से कोई हार गया, I think उनके chances almost go down to 0, right? Because अब rounds ही नहीं बचे. Tomorrow you are trailing by 1 point, and in the same scenario as Sindarov, for example. So I think even if Sindarov loses today, so I think बहुत जरूरी है आज points on the table डालना. That is essential for Vaishali. And to be honest, even for Divya, not to finish in last place, Tanya, sometimes like that can be like painful. Yeah, if you're in last, you want to finish somewhere in the middle at least, even for Prag.
And for Divya, the second half has been extremely hurting because unki 3 losses hui hain 4 rounds mein, you know, after having a solid first half of the tournament. But for Divya, I think many more candidates lie ahead. She will also look at least finishing jitna wo acha kar sakti hai. But I think for India, it's all eyes on Vaishali co-leading with Zhu Jiner. Another reminder, 2011 ke baad we've not had an Indian girl play in the World Championship. So it will be huge for Indian women chess if Vaishali goes the distance. I really think with the black pieces today, she will try to get Sahil her kind of position, draw Tan Zhongyi out into those complicated battles. Or maza aane wala hai, because like you said, that there is no margin now left to play safe.
Exactly. And also Tan Zhongyi won her first game against Divya, yes, the day before the rest day, basically. So I think from Tan Zhongyi's perspective, maybe she is feeling a bit more confident, and she also might not go into something solid either, which is good for Vaishali. कि यहाँ पे आपको ambitious players के against जितना आप खेलोगे उतना better है. अगर white से कोई draw के लिए बैठ गया, which is a very big possibility, that would not be ideal for Vaishali in this situation.
And that's a
साहिल, मुझे
great
तो
point.
लगता है there's a huge chance that we go into tie breaks हमारे women's section में and we have the final action being decided on the 16th.
Oh, you know what? At least Zhu Jiner से match होगा. That will be very tough because 2-0 हम trail कर रहे हैं. And also I want to add one point कि आज वैशाली करे तो करे क्या? Like what's her mindset? Because she will have the black pieces. But on the other hand, she's playing the player she's defeated once in the tournament and also is the last ranked player. So kahin na kahin pe you are in two minds. Okay, should I go for the kill because I'm playing somebody who's not in great form? Or should I kind of play it safe, play a safe opening and go for the draw and at least get some points on the board? तो ये एक डायलेमा भी रह सकता है इन दैट क्रूशियल मोमेंट जहां पे शी हैज टू चूज ओके डू आई चूज द सेफ ऑप्शन डू आई गो फॉर द एम्बिशियस लाइन व्हाट डू यू थिंक अबाउट दिस तानिया एंड सहज
Very, very good question. Also, I want to point out that Tan Zhongyi Toronto की winner रह चुकी हैं. She played a match against Zhu Wenjin for the World Championship title. So, yes, she's out of form, this candidates, but how much chance, Sahaj, can you take against a player like that, with that kind of experience? क्योंकि अगर कुछ बहुत खराब चला गया, let's say Vaishali goes all out and ends up in a bad situation, her chances might just be gone just like that.
Exactly, and in just 2 rounds, you go from having a point lead to not even being top three. That's a very big possibility if Vaishali overpresses. And I think इसी reason की वजह से because आपके black हैं, you will maybe say ठीक है, I'll try to be solid today, and no matter what happens, मेरा opponent in the worst case scenario will be half a point ahead of me, and okay, I can live with that. And yeah, you look forward to the tie breaks. Maybe that's the right approach, but it's very hard to make decisions. Yeah, there's no generic advice you can give to a player.
Well, I can say one thing that all these players have, उनकी जो team है, उनके जो coaches हैं, they are the right people telling them what approach to have. पर मैं एक चीज बोलूंगी कि वैशाली को मैं जितना जानती हूँ, she's the kind of player who sticks to her style, who sticks to her strengths. और उनकी strengths क्या है? To play aggressive, to play attacking, to play active chess. मौका मिला, it's chance पे dance, pawn sacrifice करो, try to create as much counterplay initiative as you can. And मैंने ये देखा है, even with championship rounds on the line, with norms on the line, she sticks to what she does best.
Yep, I think just sticking to what has worked is the best. Is that okay? You put out a video, thumbnail hai, title hai, and it's working. Do not change anything. So for Vaishali, everything is going on pretty well. That last game was the only outlier. So kind of sticking to what has worked might give her the best results. Sehaj bhai, I'm considering कि आप trigonometric equation solve कर रहे हैं वहाँ पे कुछ कागज पे, I'm guessing, yeah.
Oh yeah, bhai. Just yeah. Maths is just so good. Like it's so cool. Maths is always cool.
मुझे लग रहा है कि ये जो सहज की जो ब्लैक नोटबुक है ना, वो एक दिन ऐसे विंटेज पीस बन के लाखों करोड़ों रुपए के लिए बेची जाएगी, बिकॉज सारे साहिल की एनालॉजीज विल बी ऑन इट. सहज, हैंग ऑन टू दैट पीस that you have in front of you. It could be your retirement plan.
Exactly, that's what it is. Because also I'm really sad I didn't start earlier, because imagine how much golden moments were missed, but no more. That's one of my 2026 के New Year resolution कि भाई golden moments कभी miss नहीं करने हैं life में.
Yeah, and also now I think Tanya and Rakesh के भी nuggets उसमें हैं, so it's very very valuable now, and maybe at some point ऐसे एक वो library बना लेंगे सहज भाई, उस पे फिर हर किसी commentators का ऐसे columns होंगे, उसमें फिर dialogues होंगे, सहज भाई building up some insane library there. बड़ा मजा आएगा सहज भाई, इसको digitize भी कर देना आगे जाके, like we should have e-books also, maybe like something like this.
Of course. Archive बनेगा भाई .org, tikufiles.org.
So Tanya, I think
release the files जरूर कर लेना in that case. But अभी बात आ जाती है, Tan Zhongyi board पे है. Let's move over to our open section. जैसे हम इंतजार कर रहे हैं for Vaishali to arrive into the arena for her big clash against Tan. And let's just talk a little bit about कि भाई अनीश को क्या लग रहा है, उन पे कितना प्रेशर है, and in this pressure situation उनकी opening move की choice क्या होने वाली है to create chances.
Some very good question. I think pressure to बहुत ज़्यादा. I think to me it also feels like Anish has his reputation, right? I mean, we see it in the chat. People say it a lot कि उसको draw करना बहुत पसंद है, and all of this. And I feel like आज का game is very important to settle that image as well. अगर वो must win situation में सिंडारोव को हराता है, I feel like some argument has to be made there that he is going that he can deliver wins or he can play aggressive chess when it's needed. Because in the last like 4 or 5 rounds that when Anish has kind of woken up, I feel he has played flawless chess. Like he has been pushing against every single player that I've seen him play. So so I'm really rooting for Anish to kind of make it a bit closer. And also, bhai, wo must win situation में जीतने का मजा in candidates, it just is something else.
Agreed. And also like Anish is trying to downplay the pressure a bit. उनसे जो भी इंटरव्यू पूछो, नहीं नहीं मेरे कहाँ chances, अरे मेरे तो नहीं, अरे बगल वाले के होंगे. Like he's downplaying it, trying to not put so much pressure on his shoulders. But at the end, he knows the real deal. Ki, bhai, this is it. And there we see him taking his seat at the candidates. This could be the last crucial game of the open section. Tanya Sahaj, I mean, first move preference. I think we still have to debate on that. What does Anish do?
ह्यूज क्वेश्चन. पर मैं एक चीज बोलना चाहूंगी कि प्रॉब्लम ये है अनीश गिरी के लिए कि अगल बगल में कोई है ही नहीं टू टेक डाउन सिंडरॉफ, तो पूरा इन्हीं पे मैटर करता है फॉर अनीश. वी बीन टॉकिंग अबाउट 2 sixers नीडेड इन दीज 2 लास्ट रिमेनिंग बॉल्स ऑफ द कैंडिडेट्स. सहज, अनीश for getting that must win. I will make a prediction कि वो किंग्स पॉन ओपनिंग नहीं खेलेंगे and we are going to see 1 d4 by Anish today.
I will second that opinion. I think d4, he has been playing d4 quite often, and I think when it's a must-win situation, वो generally QGD या Catalan की type की मतलब positions में जाता है. So I think he's going to go for d4 as well. If he goes for e4, it would be a surprise for me, and I think it would be a surprise for Sindarov as well.
तो सरप्राइज करते हैं ना भाई, लेट्स गो सब, बिकॉज जो नॉर्मल ट्रेंड्स जब तक काम नहीं करे. एंड Sindarov's opening preparation has been phenomenal in this entire event. Nobody, can we agree to that? Like, कोई भी उसको clearly confuse नहीं कर पाया opening में अब तक. So I'm really thinking if Anish will be the first guy, because the step 1 to beating him is kind of getting him out of his prep and making sure कि 1 घंटे का time match नहीं है उसके पास in the game.
Completely agrees. Javokhir Sindarov's opening preparation has been one of the many things that have been flawless in this candidates. But I want to also give a big shout out to just Anish's path here. He lost the first game. पहला game वो प्रज्ञानंदा से हारे थे, which is so easy to feel कि बस अब तो हो गया, मैं कैंडिडेट्स में पहला ही गेम हार गया, मेरा क्या ही चांस रहेगा इसमें. And then he went on. पहले उन्होंने अपने आप को स्टेडी किया 2 ड्रॉज के साथ, फिर वो 1 गेम जीते, फिर 3 ड्रॉज के साथ, फिर 2 गेम्स बैक टू बैक जीतना और लास्ट 3 राउंड्स ड्रॉ वेई के साथ. बिग मिस्ड अपॉर्चुनिटी. और मेरे को ऐसा लगता है सहज, for Anish that one hurts the most. Not only because वो draw हो गया था, but because that was such a massive chance to get a win, completely winning position, एक बार नहीं 10 बार.
Yeah, true. Against Wei Yi, that definitely has to hurt. Of course, it was not easy. We can debate all of that, but the fact is कि वो chance था. They will see the handshake, by the way, between Sindarov and Anish. And आज का last day हो सकता है, by the way, when Sindarov is crowned as the candidates winner. And of course, there's a very good chance he is going to challenge Gukesh in the World Championship. But yeah, just coming back to the point, I feel still एक वो outside chance अभी भी है, Anish के पास. And if you have a theoretical chance, you will just keep thinking about it and you will press no matter the situation.
Sindarov needs only a draw, Sahil, and he will make it to the World Championship. एक game नहीं हारे और आज with the black pieces, 1 draw seals the deal.
But for Anish, I like the point कि he has to push. So ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि आज Sindarov ही जीत जाए and he just goes to 10 points with 1 round to go and gets a quick draw tomorrow, 10.5, breaking all records. So chat, all bets are off. The ceremonial move about to be played. बहुत मजा आने वाला है भाई. Hold on to your seatbelt, stat.
और कितने भाई ऑलरेडी कितने सारे हो गए तो रिकॉर्ड्स ब्रेक. अब तो आई फील लाइक अब तो ड्रॉ का माहौल चल रहा है.
एंड सेरेमोनियल मूव्स चली गए हैं यहाँ पे. अनीश के बोर्ड में E4 से शुरू किया है. अनीश विल नाउ पुट इट बैक. आई एम स्टिकिंग टू माय प्रेडिक्शन ऑफ 1 d4 बाय अनीश इन दिस वन. उन्होंने बोला था कि मुझे लास्ट राउंड का तो पता है कि वेई और सिंडरॉफ के बीच में क्या होने वाला है. एंड दिस इज राउंड 13. वी आर ऑफ. कैन अनीश स्टॉप द अनस्टॉपेबल Javokhir Sindarov? क्वींस पॉन ओपनिंग खेला गया है.
Not a surprise. He goes d4, d5. So now Sindarov can surprise in many ways here because one time he played Semislav, one time he played QGD. He goes for QGD for now, but it can still transpose into Semislav. Let's see what Sindarov goes for, but surely not. Okay, he goes for Bishop e7. We have QGD on the board.
I think we've seen this once, right? Before in the tournament by Sindarov, like Bishop e7 move order. So Anish would be well prepared. And Tanya, Anish so far playing very, very quickly. My question to you, do you think कि आज surprise होंगे Sindarov, or do you think we're going to see the same thing happening again and again and Anish suddenly, under pressure?
Well, अभी तक तो सारी काफी theoretical battle चल रही है. Lots of games have been played in this. Anish पहले अपना bishop निकालते हैं before opening up the other bishop to keep the activity on. Sindarov also very well prepared. ये one of the most played lines of the Queen's Gambit decline. White के पास दो options होते हैं to decide whether bishop g5 पे रखना है कि f4 पे रखना है. I think Sahaj, Sahil, this game will heat up depending on where Anish decides to castle. क्योंकि ट्रेडिशनली वाइट ऑलवेज कैसल्ड ऑन द किंग साइड, बट कुछ लाइंस होती हैं जिसमें आप क्वीन c2, बिशप d3, नाइट f3 निकाल कर फ्लेक्सिबल रख के इवेंचुअली क्वीन साइड कैसल कर सकते हैं, एंड देन इट बिकम्स अ लॉट ऑफ फन. सहज, एनी चांसेस ऑफ अ क्वीन साइड कैसल बाय गिरी?
Well, that would be incredible. And actually, there is a line like this where you put the bishop on g5 originally, and then उसके बाद the bishop f4 पे रखते हो, and then आप long castle करते हो. So by that logic, he would have actually gained a tempo. But I feel because Sindarov ने c5 खेला है, and he has sort of, he's trying to break open on the queen side. Maybe queenside castles is unlikely now, but that knight is on e2 though, so that is some imbalance in the position, which could be a bit of a problem for Sindarov for now. But जैसे मैं बोल रहा हूँ वो रुक ही नहीं रहा है भाई, एक मिनट भी खत्म नहीं हुआ उसका अभी तक.
कितना तेज खेल रहा है यार, like he is prepared every opening. Literally there's a gambit called mosquito gambit. I think वो भी खेलोगे ना, उसके भी 200 मूव देख के आएगा वो भाई. Takes on c5, bishop takes c5, but is this pawn enough, Tanya, I think, to create counterplay? Because usually white को chances तो मिलते हैं when you put pressure on this isolated pawn.
Great question. स्ट्रक्चरली इम्बैलेंस हो चुका है. लॉन्ग टर्म d5 वीकनेस रहेगी पहल. एंड जैसे ही हमने बोला, सिंडरोव की प्रेपरेशन देखो. ही सेइंग मुझे ये वीकनेस चाहिए ही नहीं. नाउ व्हाइट कैन पुश दैट ई पॉन इफ यू वांट टू फाइट फॉर एन इनिशिएटिव हियर. वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. शायद आप पहले बिशप c5 को भी अटैक कर सकते हैं विद रुक c1, बट द पॉइंट रिमेन्स, इफ यू ट्रेड ऑन d4 either before or after rook c1, that is essentially a draw offer.
Oh wait, he plays
Wow,
e4.
he goes e4 now.
Let's go, Anish.
Let's go. So some preparation there from Anish. By the way, उसने रुक को थोड़ा adjust किया था, Anish. I don't know if you guys caught that, but I thought rook c1 खेलने वाला है, which was actually one of the best moves in the position. But then he goes for e4. Interesting.
And Sindarov pauses. That's even more interesting, Sahil, because ऐसा लग रहा है शायद यही है पहली पोजीशन जहां पे Sindarov की प्रेपरेशन इस गेम में खत्म होती है. एंड वेरी की मोमेंट, अगर व्हाइट को e5 मिल गया, then there are tactics on the board, और वो दिखा देते हैं, just to show how tricky this position can be. Let's make a non-move like a6 with the idea of b5 to expand the center. I believe, Sahaj, now e5, you hit that black knight, and once the knight moves away, let's say to d5 or to h5, there are ideas like bishop takes pawn, check, queen c2, or you can start with queen c2, hitting the bishop and the pawn on h7.
Yeah.
That's very, very nice, I think, e5 in, because that's a clear plan for white, and it's a सीधा pawn मर रहा है. By the way, he's still playing very fast. Yeah, he played rook e8.
He stops e5, very important. He stops
So
e5.
लग रहा है भाई opening battle ही है.
Exactly.
Like I feel like it's all about the opening battle. Like whoever wins the opening battle like has the upper hand in the game. This is so psychological right now, I feel.
Agreed. You stole my words, Sahaj. By literally, ऐसा लग रहा है कि both players, Anish 2 बार उठ चुका है, by the way. Even on those 1 minute gaps, he's gotten up twice. Feels like कि pressure डालने की कोशिश पूरी कर रहे हैं Sindarov के ऊपर. As if I am better prepared than you, so start thinking, brother.
और मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि इस मोमेंट में ब्रदर विल स्टार्ट थिंकिंग, बिकॉज मेरे डेटाबेस में एक भी गेम नहीं है ऑफ दिस पोजीशन. नाइट g3 लास्ट मूव, इट डिफेंड्स दैट e4 pawn. It's also eyeing knight jumps, right? Imagine knight f5, queen f3, queen g3 ideas, and suddenly position starts to look quite scary on the king side.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I think the novelty happened on the last move where he played knight g3, or I think when black played rook e8. उससे पहले एक अजरबैजान की एक प्लेयर गुने मामेदजादा ने ये गेम e4 खेला था पहले, Not sure. I don't think that's related in any way, but she's a very strong player as well. So it has been tried out before, but knight g3 is a completely new position, like you pointed out, Tanya. By
And
वो
I
knight
like
की
it.
तरफ उसकी नजर. What?
Ooh,
Played.
he comes back. भाई इसे कहते हैं वापस आना आगे जाने के लिए because it's all about that e5 square. Sehaj, he wants to plant that knight on a key central spot. Also notice that Javokhir Sindarov has opened up the path of his own queen to come into the game via f6 or h4 at the right time.
Yeah, correct. And also keeping an eye on the e5 square as well. Yeah, Tiku bhai.
I feel like white का queen का भी रास्ता खुल चुका है तो knight d7 के बाद. So it could be a double-edged sword. Although I can't play queen g4 just yet because again knight e5 is a big problem. And the question is, has Anish seen this? Because
Yes.
already video देख के लग रहा है कि maybe Anish की prep पहले खत्म हो गई सिंदारोव से.
मैं इस पोजीशन में 4 मिनट भी नहीं 3 मिनट देने वाली हूँ अनीश की मूव को आने को और अगर मेरे को ऐसा लगता है अगर वो हुआ अनीश इज स्टिल इन प्रेप इफ अंडर 3 मिनट्स ही मेक्स अ मूव एंड आई थिंक ही विल if he starts thinking let's say 5 to 6 to 7 minutes then we can start speculating now the players are out of preparation it's all over the board here.
You know, speaking of, just take 2 second nazar on Wei Yi versus Esipenko because chess is so random भाई. यहाँ पे हम 14 moves के बाद हम डिबेट कर रहे हैं कि उनकी वो प्रिपरेशन है कि नहीं. वो नाइट f6 के बाद दूसरी चाल के बाद सोच रहा है उस पोजीशन में.
Well, let's
Literally.
go to our bird's eye view then and see what Sahaj is talking about before we jump into that. Sahaj, let's do a full tour of the openings. And you pointed out that top left corner, the fourth board on the top, Esipenko versus Wei Yi. Standings के लिए इतना important नहीं है. But D6 खेला गया है, so now I think we are back into normal waters, into traditional Petrov stuff.
Yeah, but it's still strange that, you know, in one board you have 14 moves of theory. We're debating who is better prepared. One game, no games played in this and all of that. And वो second move knight f6 के बाद Wei is thinking for such a long time. That's so random, yeah.
It stakes, Sahaj,
in
it
this sense,
stakes, yeah. Imagine going to lunch with your bro, you know, your best friend. It's chill, you can speak anything. Now imagine going to lunch with a date. Like suddenly you're feeling nervous and बहुत pressure feel होता है. Even though the food is the same, the location is the same. So stakes do matter, and I think pressure सारा का सारा अभी Anish के ऊपर है to prove that he has something. But yeah, Sindarov playing very quickly.
Meanwhile, Fabi Praggnanandhaa के बोर्ड में भी काफी ज्यादा एक्शन है. Praggnanandhaa has gone for a very dynamic opening जहाँ पे h6 g5 पुश कर दिया गया है. Knight c3 पे पिन है, प्रेशर में है, but this is very theoretical so far. Hikaru Nakamura, Bluebaum in the balance, एक Carlsbad structure कहते हैं जो Bluebaum के पास है. भाई great Bluebaum streak को कोई नहीं रोक सकता है. Goryachkina, Zhu Jiner, one of the leaders. Very interesting in this one. She did go for the b4 idea, forcing Goryachkina's bishop back in front of the king. Vaishali versus Tan Zhongyi, जैसा हमने सोचा था वैसा ही हुआ है. इस गेम में कोई क्विक ड्रॉज नहीं होने वाले हैं, कोई सॉलिड पोजीशन नहीं आने वाली है. It's already a huge imbalance on Vaishali's board. Bibisara Assaubayeva and Anna Muzychuk, two players who are also fighting and are in contention. Queens आने वाली हैं off the board, endgame होने वाली है. I think draw a very likely outcome in this one. Kateryna Lagno versus Divya Deshmukh. Divya unconventional pawn structure लेके pieces बाहर नहीं आए हैं. I think this one can go either way right now. We'll see what happens in this. Sehaj, I leave the ball to you to decide where do we go next.
Nice breakdown there. Of course, out of all of the games you've mentioned, I would love to check out what's happening between Tang and Vaishali because that knight on e7 is looking a bit strange to me because I felt the knight is better suited on f6 in that position, but I'm not sure if this is theory or not. But judging by Vaishali's time, it feels like this is preparation. Okay, pawn takes c4. That's strange, no, Tanya here? On move 3. That must be some prep from Vaishali.
100%. On the third move, you grab that pawn. Basically, Vaishali कह रही है मैं pawn खाने वाली हूँ, तुमको मैं center दूंगी. I will give you the initiative, but you will have to prove that you know what you're doing, and you will have to show some great ideas in that side. Let's move forward. In this position, after the bishop came out to d6, वो pawn खाया गया है. But now, if we look at this, knight e7, e file block करते हुए, d5 पे pressure डालते हुए, और वो knight g6 के via center पे भी आने वाला है to that e5 square. Sahil, I love this opening in a situation where one player is desperate to get her second win, that is Tan Zhongyi, and the other player in contention for championship because this opening is for all three results.
Also, I think if Tan is low on confidence right now, I know she got her first win, but tournament has not gone her way. So maybe finding out these slightly risky openings can actually deliver the good desired result. And also very important, chess.com पे इस position से सिर्फ 4 games खेली गई हैं. And चारों में से white कोई नहीं जीता. So maybe there's some practical element to this opening as well. Knight e7 रखने के बाद. And already we can see the time difference. 7 minutes time difference already है. So if time build करना है difference Vaishali को, she's already achieving kind of her objective here. Of course, कैसे वो आगे खेलेंगी? I'm pretty sure knight f3, castles will be seen on the board very quickly. And where do you imagine putting these pieces, Sahaj? By bishop कहाँ? Oh, knight e2 already a slight change, yeah?
Yeah, so in that position, by the way, after knight f3, there is just one game, by the way, which white won, and I just want to mention who that player is, because that player is the great Bluebaum himself, who won after knight f3 in that position. Because transposition se aata, I'm guessing when you play it, then the game shows up. But knight e2, I think a slight, okay, not the best approach, but to me it looks very good, because the idea is to go just short castle and put the bishop on f4. And then, okay, you trade the bishop off, and then वो pawn जो d5 का है आपका, you want to push that as much as possible. So to me, it looks like a pretty nice move, but Vaishali is still in prep with short castle.
और वैशाली की क्या ही स्टोरी है कैंडिडेट्स की. मेक्स हर डेब्यू इन टोरंटो, लूजेस 4 games in a row, finish the tournament finishing with 5 back-to-back wins and tied for second. The only reason she stopped winning in Toronto was क्योंकि games ही नहीं रही थी by the end of it. 5 wins with that, and she comes into this year's candidates and is in the lead with only 2 games remaining. Castle खेल दिया गया है. I think for black, the ideas have to be revolving around development as well. Sahaj, you pointed out bishop f4. I think black को भी वो knight निकालना होगा, either to d7 then jump to e5. The other knight heading via g6 or f5 towards the center of the board. d6 spot. I want chat to keep a big eye on that. It will be huge for black to make sure that वो सहज ने जो idea बोला है white का d pawn कभी advance ना हो. There is a massive blockade on that black needs to have for the rest of the game.
Very important actually. ये bishop अभी blocked है. If you let it go, then the bishop opens up. Pass pawn control करना बहुत मुश्किल हो जाएगा. By the way, Rakesh bhai pointing out a stat कि we are following a game between Aditya Mittal and Yagis Khan, and Yagis Khan with black won that game.
Oh wow, that's and knight e2 was played there as well.
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Wow. And after short castle, you go short castle, yeah, basically.
Very likely, yes. By the way, Tanya, camera disappear ho gaya, and that can only mean one thing, Sahaj bhai.
Oh,
that we have an amazing guest with us, and that is Vishy sir. Welcome, sir, to the stream.
Thank
Hi,
you.
sir.
How are you guys?
So we're doing very well, sir. How are you? How are things in Cyprus?
Same as always. I mean, awesome weather, everything fantastic here.
And so I think it is like the final couple of rounds, and I think one important.
Oh, you mean the
game.
chess? Well, that's gotten more exciting than it needed to be, probably in the women's section. Well, Anish is obviously, this is the big day that Anish gets to. Well, he gets his big shot at Sindarov. So let's see how that goes.
And Vishy, so happy that you're joining us because opening moves are on the board. And of course, in the women's candidates, all of India is watching with Vaishali in the mix right now. Wanted to ask you that ye jo opening approach has been by her going into this line. We are very excited because it feels like she wants to get a game today against Tan, even with the black pieces. What do you make of this position that she has? What are the different plans here? And what is the psychology for a player at this point, sharing the lead with Tan Zhongyi at 7 points, but everyone else just half a point behind?
I think it's good. She got a rest day to get used to the new situation. But while it was courageous for her to play the sharp line on against Zhu Jiner, it also meant that Zhu Jiner got exactly the chances she wanted. and fascinating game. But after all that excitement, I think you need a day to calm down. And I think on the rest day, you do come to terms with the new situation. So both those games are very interesting. I think Jinna's probably at least a good fraction of a pawn up. I mean, there might be some compensation there, but for a start, I don't think it should be enough. And then this is the thing. I mean, also in certain nimzos, they start putting the knight on e7, and white is almost retaliating with knight e2 instead of putting it on f3. And here it's the queen's gambit accepted with knight e7 and knight e2. Maybe both are just looking for original play, get a chance to put an unfamiliar position on the board and go for it. I'm not sure who's been surprised more, but
it almost, when you look at the clock, Vaishali has more time than what she started with. So it feels like at least she's very much in her prep. I want to ask you before we dive deeper into this, did you manage to meet any of them on the rest day, Vaishali, Prag, Divya?
No, I did meet Divya briefly. We greeted each other. She came to the dining area and we saw each other there. But beyond that, I haven't really had a chance to meet. I mean, yesterday I didn't see any of them. I didn't see Prag or even Vaibhav. I didn't see. Normally you see him somewhere. Same with Vaishali and her mom. I guess my breakfast times are also not matching them. So.
And so maybe sorry, Tanya, please continue.
I just was, just to finish that thought, what Vishy said, in my mind, I was speculating that given the tournament situation, do you think it's fair to start thinking and wondering that probably Prag included, Vaibhav, they all want to actually work, looking at Vaishali's performance, spend time on probably the women's candidate? Do you think there's a lot of inter-helping going on there?
I would guess so, yes. I mean, I would guess that if Prag finds something interesting, he mentions it to Vaishali and vice versa. I would guess that's a constant. You've actually been with them in the Olympiad, so you might be familiar with some situations like over there, like Budapest, for instance. But yeah, for sure, I think brother and sister discuss stuff. I mean, and this is even just the casual stuff. You're not really preparing. You're just mentioning, in this position, you could have done this. Hey, why didn't you do this? And there might be some useful flow there. I don't know if Vaishali showed Prag her entire repertoire or vice versa. Then there would be a degree of familiarity, but also maybe you don't want to burden the other person with too much stuff. So I'm sure they talk a lot about the games.
And so you mentioned you didn't see Prag Vaishali yesterday on the rest day, but one person you might definitely not have seen is Anish Giri. Would love to know what must be going on through his mind right now, because he's in a must-win situation. And even if he wins, somehow he's still dependent on luck. I'm not sure how motivated he is, sir.
He wants to make a point, and there's prize money per every point in this tournament. So, what's not to say, hey, let's just go for a good game today and see how it goes. But definitely, I think for pride alone, Anish will want to at least scare Sindarov. And if he beats him, he scares him even more, because Sindarov has to make that draw tomorrow. Because Anish has momentum and so on. Anish has been close, coming close to bringing the gap to only 1.5. I think 2 games at least he had decent chances. So why not? But probably you're not going to fall off your chair when I tell you this, but I saw Anish several times.
Oh, wow.
And on the rest day as well. And, it was just Anish slapstick as always. I mean, he was in his usual chirpy mood. Of course, it's a mask, but he was in his usual chirpy mood and, cracking jokes and generally relaxed. But I think he's able to separate this. He comes to the dining area and he can do all the banter. And then he goes and sits with Jan's mates in one corner. And then pretty strict. I think 10 o'clock every day is going for a walk on the beach. I have a bird's eye view from my window. So everybody who goes into the beach and comes back. And yeah, that's where it is.
Very interesting. And also, especially after an emotional game like what he had against Wei Yi, I think very important for him to still stick to routine and sort of keep his, keep his spirits high. Vishy, maybe we get your thoughts on this game from the start, from the top, because you're also debating opening ideas on this. So should we go through this big
Sure.
matchup?
Yeah, let's do that.
I think so. Bishop E7 was the first. I think he's played this in the tournament before Sindarov. And Anish looked very well prepared. I think both players actually were kind of blitzing out moves very, very quickly. And yeah, I think knight E2, castles, bishop G4, again, played in just a few seconds. D takes C5, H3, takes. And I think this is where Anish had his first slight pause before he played E4. And now we saw this move, rook to E8, knight G3, and knight to D7 is where I think Anish took around 12 and a half minutes and finally played pawn to A3. And this is the current situation, sir.
Yeah. Again, debating this mini system that Sindarov has for this tournament, which is knight f6, e3 castles, not bishop f5, but he goes castles, bishop d3, c5. I think people were not that excited about knight f3 anymore. So Anish comes up with knight g2. Knight c6 castles. The interesting thing is, of course, that both of them probably did quite some work here. And that he immediately took and played d4, e4 is interesting because white, nothing can come to e5 really, because if white takes it and plays f4, I'm guessing white should be pretty happy with that. It's quite hard to route a knight to e3. And otherwise, white gets the light squares, a nice blockade on d3, and can push the e and f pawns like many king pawn openings or even Sicilians. You get those two pawns running forward, and the d pawn blockaded on d3. I think that's something white is quite happy with. But they're just details and details. I mean, for instance, if black can play queen f6 here, with the idea of moving that bishop and then playing knight e5, then I think, because if black can play d3, then kind of a lot of problems get solved. But I don't know, maybe queen f6, there is something like knight f5 or something like that. Perhaps knight h5. Because I think I don't want to move the bishop too fast. If I move it to d2 or something, you'll play knight d5. Could get... But in principle, I think Anish is happier in this position. The other thing is Sindarov really threatening bishop b6, bishop c7? That doesn't solve the f4 problem. White will take on c7 and play f4, but it keeps both knights around. Having said that, knight d7 is probably the way to go. I don't know how he's going to follow up now.
I want to ask you, because knight d7 has been played. Can we look at what you mentioned about knight e5, and if this is the moment, or is f4, how scary is f4 after the trade? Maybe we can have a look at that, because it feels like knight e7, he wants to put that knight on e5 next.
Yes, so we can try it with that rook first. So on the previous move, instead of knight d7, we try knight e5. Well, first of all, we try bishop d6. But if take, then f4, I don't see how black can do anything magical with his knights. So this is kind of the pent-up resource for white, that the moment you exchange that bishop, which is normally very desirable, I get this f4. So knight d7, he went a3. And if knight d5 now, then bishop e5, knight e5, f4.
And if I'm Sindarov, I'm just thinking I want to get pieces off the board. So f4, knight takes bishop, queen takes knight. And I see that my bishop is not great. But how much of an advantage is this really? I'm struggling to find the next move here. But maybe rook c8 or queen b6. Maybe queen b6. I want to put pressure on b2.
Yes, queen b6. I don't know if I'll go rook f2 or because I want to play e5 and knight e4.
This looks
Queen
good for
a6 looks
white.
very scary actually for.
And also queen b6, I could play e5.
Still Queen a6 maybe, yeah.
And then if I go rook a d1.
Yeah, then just takes rook c8
And hopefully ask
it's
Gukesh
not
to
good,
get
yeah.
ready for the World
Knight
Championship
e4 or
now.
knight f5. Well, knight e4 probably. Because I can also play rook fd1 and king f2, f3, and I've improved my king considerably.
This feels like Anish's dream position, you know, good knight versus bad bishop. You play endlessly, no risk at all.
Yes, I think that's a healthy consideration, though I suspect today he's willing to take some risk as well. But obviously he'll try to prepare the risk as much as possible.
Realistically,
I think this is
in
the right position.
your opinion, I'm going to ask you for a percentage number here. What are the chances that Sindarov doesn't win the candidates, in your opinion?
Oh, that is very low. I mean, it's I would give a much higher percentage that Anish beats him today or something. But his path to the candidates is still pretty clear.
Yeah.
He just needs a draw, and I don't. I mean, he'll pull himself together. I think that it's very unlikely that he actually blows it. But losing today will be horribly unpleasant. I mean, he's saved a lot of difficult positions, and well, not a lot actually. He's saved a couple of difficult positions, and just breezed through the rest. It's hard to come to terms with not winning dominantly. I mean, whenever I had tournaments where I had a 1.5 point lead, after a while, I just woke up as if I had already won the tournament. I knew there was still work to be done, but you just wake up like that. And if you have to go through horrible tie breaks and such scenarios, I don't, well, I wouldn't react well. Maybe he's made of different material, but I wouldn't react well.
And I think
So
you almost
just
touched the knight.
on
He's
that
about
note,
to
just
play-
wanted to ask you a question. Besides Sindarov, is there anyone else in the open standings where you look at it and okay, maybe the standings don't represent their strength? Like you feel like okay, this person should not be here. They should be somewhere else. Anyone else you feel like that?
I think I've noticed Prag's games more than others. So, but with that, I think Prag, if his finishing was as good, but he's been amazing not only in the opening. It's not just preparation. He's been very good in the middle game as well, and finding. I mean, he started off on this note where he beat Anish in quite a comprehensive game, but then he let quite a few points slip by, and I feel that his score doesn't do him justice. And who else? It's possible to make a case for Caruana. It's actually possible to say that Anish should be at least half a point higher. So we're talking a Wei Yi plus the game before that. So that he's still on +2 feels, yeah, well, that he didn't make as much as he could. So Anish and Prag, I think, are the ones that spring to mind.
And Sindarov in this moment, he's been thinking for about 12 minutes. So it does feel that he's not very comfortable going into this line with a lot of trades, the ones that we were looking at with knight e5. You know, like you said, especially playing against Anish, a player who would thrive in those situations. He's thinking quite a bit, yawning now though. But if not knight e5 and you're black and you know you need only a draw to make it to the World Championship, how do you approach this position? What do you think he's likely to go for here?
I don't see a problem with G6, though it's slightly unnecessary, but I don't. see what's wrong with it. Because and then, or instead of g6, bishop b6 is an idea as well, because I'm threatening knight c5 and I'm asking you, are you willing to play b4 or not? Because of b4, I'll happily play a5. In fact, after b4, I'll tell you what's the problem. I'll go knight e5. b4 is what white needs to avoid, because I take on e5, you take, and this old idea of f4, knight c3, knight d3, queen d3, rook c8 just kills. Why you should never play b4 by yourself.
Very nice.
So bishop b6 might be a reasonable try here.
He's
If
made
you
his
don't want to take too
decision,
much. But
Rishi.
then
He's gone for knight e5, by the way. He goes for it directly.
okay. Not my preferred line, but maybe he's. I mean, these positions aren't automatically an advantage for white. The thing is, black is then. It's also something arises in the open Spanish. That black after that just tries to play rook c8, queen c7, and chase the queen, trying to exchange it. So it's a very latent passed pawn on d4. It's poised to play a part in the game very late, but it'll be an important part in the game, something like that. But I wouldn't have played knight e5. I would have looked for bishop b6. So maybe even bishop f8 and g6, just trying to delay having to commit something there.
And so beginners are taught that, you should save the bishop pair. Is it even a choice here? If we try to somehow save the bishop, I'm not sure where you put the bishop. There's no easy square. You will have to put it on an awkward square like b1 maybe, or maybe bishop b5. Is that a choice, or is bishop e5 kind of the forced move?
You don't have to take it. You can let black take on d3, but then you leave one pair of knights around. I don't know instantly what's wrong with that, but I cannot imagine you cannot touch the white bishop because they'll just play d3 immediately.
Yeah.
I think that's just not on.
That looks very strong, actually. Like bishop c2 or bishop b1, d3, just opening up that bishop.
I mean, if you're going to do it, you should play rook c1, bishop b6, bishop b1 or something. But I could throw in knight takes d3 before I move my bishop.
Yeah. True. And Sindarov has gotten up from his seat for the first time today. And he took 13 minutes to play knight d5. So feels like he's out of prep. And Anish now calculating.
In fact, Anish had a few reactions to that move. Almost felt like Anish was surprised to see knight e5 on camera. That, hey, this should be unpleasant for you, is the feeling I got looking at him. And the reactions that we got from him. Vishy, one of the things that has been discussed quite vastly, I think, in the chess world, but also on this broadcast has been, by the way, Anish is getting ready to make his decision, has been a very big potential right now of a Sindarov-Gukesh match. And Anish does take on e5. Meanwhile, Sindarov will come back and pick it up, I'm guessing, instantly with the knight? With the rook?
Well, rook e5, f4 and e5. It just comes too fast, right? Then you at least might want... yes. So he's taken on e5 with the knight.
Yes. And Anish is ready with his response. f4, your move played. Knight takes bishop is the instinctive also on the board. And we are on that position that we were looking at. The good knight versus, well, at least for now, the bad bishop for Sindarov.
Yeah.
But I wanted to ask you, I wanted to check with you on this. What's been discussed is just Sindarov has had this fantastic 2025 and this incredible run at the candidates. And let's say he did make it to the World Championship. For Gukesh, it's been a very different story. 24 was just an insane Gukesh year. It belonged to him. And then becoming the world champion, since then, it's been a series of challenging tournaments. Of course, everybody realizes that Gukesh has to find his form back before the World Championship. But I think what I want to ask you is that, what is it about being a world champion that is so incredibly difficult? Because it's like the players reach the peak, reach the dream. You did it where you were there for so many years. Then Magnus did it where he was there for so many years. But then we had Ding, for whom it was incredibly hard. And it feels like for Gukesh also the last year has been challenging. Why does that happen? And what is the reason behind it?
That's a long story, which that's a separate discussion. But what I would say is, I think quite right now, most people are talking about Gukesh as if Sindarov is just a big favorite, and he should take it in that spirit that Sindarov is a favorite on current form. But there's nothing saying that this has to continue. Gukesh's job is to work hard and get back his shape. I mean, even he knows that he was exactly in this position in 24. I mean, he wins the candidates, then he goes on to have his performance in Budapest, and then on to Singapore. And I think Gukesh can see himself in Sindarov a little bit. Sindarov must be experiencing what Gukesh was thinking a lot last time and so on. Anyway, I mean that Gukesh, he shouldn't be mentally answering his critics or anything. He just, I think he can guess it's not going to be very complimentary to him, but you ignore it and you get on with your job, and that's it. For Sindarov, the thing is equally how to keep this energy, but I don't think that will be the problem for him. I mean, come on, he's been working for this for a couple of years, and now here he is at the World Championship. But anyway, it's looking very likely. Then I don't think motivation will be a big concern for him this year, but he'll also have to sort out his time and his prep and all that and try to arrive in good shape.
We have been discussing this, that Sindarov, with his fighting chess, his eternal optimism in position, actually has looked a lot like Gukesh from the Toronto 24 candidates.
Yes, I think Sindarov's makes Gukesh look slightly peacenik, but because his tolerance for risk. I mean, I'm very influenced by the time he was my teammate in Ganges, but he's well, we'll see. I think he'll play sparkling chess this year also and generally have fun. He seems to be in a good place this year.
What was that like for the Global Chess League, Ganges Grandmasters? Is there any particular trait or quality that you specifically picked up on with Sindarov being in your team about him?
What I have been mentioning kind of incessantly that he has a very high risk tolerance, but he is optimistic. He just goes there, gets into a worse position. I mean, I remember a game against Dominguez. He just charged into this position, played fast, played confidently, pulled it off, came back. Every day he was doing something like this. So very, I mean, that kind of resourcefulness, you don't see that often. So I think that's his maybe strongest quality.
And the chat has a question. So we have a 19-year-old world champion. We might have a 20-year-old challenger. And we have players like a Dogmas coming up who just defeated Vasilin Topolov in a game. And he's 14 years old. Like, how much younger can this get, the world championship, in the future years?
I think we are close to hitting a limit because I can't see how much more they could go. I mean, just to go through the sheer mechanics of it, the qualification and all 16 seems to be a thing. So, but we're constantly surprised. So we'll see.
Sir, do you think the same for the GM title? In the sense?
At the same time, we should also ask ourselves what GM title. It's possible that future titles in the meantime, there are more format or time control changes or more variety in these things and so on. It's a bit like comparing apples and oranges, I think, soon, but how much younger than 12 can it go? I don't know. It could probably nudge 10, and then I think it has to stop. But I don't know. I mean,
a 9-year-old
I
GM
will
would
figure
be
something out.
Imagine being a GM with single digits on your age. Yeah, that
Age.
would be like the ultimate goal.
Yeah, and they're getting there. They're getting there.
Yes.
Okay,
We
he has
have.
gone queen b6.
Yes.
So
Yeah,
he's
it's
trying
on
to
the board.
provoke the b pawn. Is there a queen g6 in the horizon? Well, I'll play knight f5. B4, as I mentioned, is quite avoidable. I'll go bishop f8, and then I have the chance to break with a5. I have a chance to play rook c8, rook c3, and you're not going to get the d4 pawn. So b4 is a no-no. How should I protect my b2 pawn? One idea is to play e5 with the threat of queen takes b2, knight e4. But black could get pretty principled about this. So knight e4, queen b6 back, I think is forced. And then if rook a b1, I go queen c6, something like that.
Are you taking on c5 or?
If I take, you take, I take on b7, I don't know, some rook a b8. Is this much for white?
It's like a new world
No, no.
championship challenger, sir.
Sorry?
So it looks like a new world championship challenger today, I think, because it's white and in a draw.
Yeah.
This kind of reminds me of his match against Fabiano. I don't know why, but same bishop versus knight. Looks like it's an unpleasant position for Sindarov, and yeah,
Yeah,
looks
I
very.
don't think he wanted this in his opening, but this is the resource he kept in thing, and he's decided he can make this work. Just exchanging both knights for both bishops and going for it. But with white, you have to be careful. But if you manage it well, you could get a very happy piece sitting on d3 and a king on f3 in an endgame potentially. And, I mean, can you imagine the queens are off, but then my knight somehow crawls to d3? Or even my rook, and then I bring my king up to f3, then I move the knight, then I play the g pawn up, and just that pawn mass working and stuff.
Can white try to hold on to the b2 pawn either via, well, rook f2 feels like an option here, and then try and set up something with knight f5, queen g3, or is queen a6 something that you need to be worried about apart from queen takes pawn here?
I don't know if
Sahed's
worried
earlier
about is the
idea.
right word, but you have to examine it because clearly if rook f2, queen a6, I think you will play rook
d1.
d1 because if queen a6, ba6, you have to worry about d3 as well temporarily. And I mean, that d pawn is always there to be a spanner in the works, throw a spanner in the works. So let's see.
Yes. So keep it under lock and key. And this is the kind of endgame that you're saying that Anish can probably just keep putting a little bit of pressure on. Queen takes queen, rook takes queen, eventually put the knight on e4, push the g pawn, get the king to the center.
I'm winging it, but if I had to sit down at the board and think, then it's a good starting point, but there are a lot of details to get right because, rook b8, b3 can be a thing. There's so many ways for black to generate some counterplay there.
There's another idea I have, which instead of rook f2, we have just rook c1 straight away. So I'm not allowing you to play queen a6, and if you go rook c8, then rook c2, and again I'm not allowing you to play queen a6.
Okay, so rook a c8, you go rook c2, rook c1. Sorry, rook c1, rook c2. I go, let's say, bishop f8 or bishop e7 maybe.
Yeah, bishop e7, and now I just wanted to ask you in this position: is it good to exchange one pair of rooks, or should I keep both the rooks, or how can I put the more pressure? Because I feel like not allowing queen a6 already is a win for me here.
Yeah, but if you let's say go rook d2 here, and I go g6 because I want to stop knight f5, and then maybe I poke you with bishop h4.
So maybe I can go e5 or something, and
Yes,
I'll
if you go
always have knight
e5,
e4.
I could go rook e to d8, and then on knight e4, maybe go queen e6.
Oh, wow.
I mean, it is still worse, but
There is
Ah,
something.
There-
No, Rook C3. I
Rook
think.
C3.
oh, Rook C3.
Wow.
Sorry, we walked into
Wow.
that.
Pretty.
That's
Wow, this is
No,
very
in the
nice.
previous move I saw I have Rook DF2, but of course the Rook has come to D8.
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
So okay, then I step out with King H2 or something.
I think
Yeah,
Anish
it
is about
feels
to
like
play.
something for white. And Anish does go for E5. So he's inviting queen takes pawn, an idea which you had mentioned earlier. Potential, at least a temporary pawn sacrifice, looking for counterplay. Queen takes pawn, knight E4. Should we just examine that a bit deeper because it's a direct line?
Yes,
And now
or
Queen
hang on a
D6.
second. What about Rook FC1? Oh, but you can just move the bishop, right? Because I'm not threatening. Now if I go Rook AB1, you have Queen takes A3. So in fact, white is not threatening to touch that A rook at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A3 is hanging and rook on C1.
So you wanted to go what, knight E4, right?
I thought that with the bishop hanging, and then I'm still
That would
eyeing
force
queen
Queen B6, right?
because
Yeah.
otherwise rook F-B1 is a queen trap. I just want to show
Yes.
that as well. Bishop F8 and then black's queen doesn't have any squares.
Yeah. So I think Queen B6 only move. And now you are debating, I think, Rook AB1, Queen C6, I think, was our plan.
Is there a case to be made for trying to get, I see that rook B1 is probably objectively the best, but trying to get active really quickly with Queen G3, I'm threatening knight F6. I want to try to get F5 in next.
Yes.
Looking for ways for Anish to create chances here.
Yeah, Queen G3 is a tough plan because F5 is a threat, right? Maybe I just have to step with King H8, but then knight G5 will also be very annoying.
King
Do we
F8
just
also
give-
same problem.
Should we just
Check
give
And
your
this
F5
pawn?
E6 is a threat on its own, so maybe Queen G3 is the best move actually.
D3 check you were saying, Sahil?
Yeah, I was just wondering if we have an extra pawn, might as well.
Yeah, I know, again, eternal question, but let's go to H2.
H1 or H2 is the eternal question.
Yeah, eternal question. But okay, H1, that's at least. No bishop E5 check and so on.
Maybe you'll be tempted back to take this, but
I mean, at least it's an interesting position. It's not so clear what's happening. I feel like Anish might have chances. And if I'm Sindarov, I'm thinking that he wants to keep things under control in this game. So maybe not pick up that pawn that's hanging. So if he wants to avoid this chaos, is there a simpler way to play this position for black?
Well, after E5, would he play F6? But then knight E4, right? Yeah.
Maybe
You could play
simple is
F6.
not possible anymore.
But the problem is E takes F6, maybe Rook E3 is... no, then Queen C4 check.
Check.
So EF6 is a problem. Because if
Take
Queen
the
takes
bishop.
F6, Queen C4 wins a piece. And
Tactics.
Also, I think we should also mention what Vishu sir's initial reaction was, because I think it's very important, because when you play F6, I think Vishu sir wanted to play knight E4, FE5 and F5. And I think at least. And I think this is very, very good for white also.
yeah, structurally, yes, but I was
Knight
also
G5
happy
something.
with Queen C4 check. I mean, that's
Yeah,
the one.
of course.
Yeah, so even knight G5 and attacking H7 and threatening the smothered. So there are
So many ideas.
quite a, yeah. So F6 is maybe just premature, but then what else am I going to play? Maybe already some move like Bishop F8 or, yeah, Bishop F8.
So can we try the same idea, Queen A6, like it was working in those lines? Maybe, I don't know if that's still possible.
Yes, and then if I go Rook A D1.
That same very pleasant endgame for white long term that we were looking at.
So wanted to know if this is a rook ending with 4 versus 3 and both sides have AA pawns. Is that a theoretical draw or no?
So there are 4 versus 3 on the king side, and both sides have A pawns.
Yes, in this kind of a similar structure.
It's not a theoretical draw for sure. I mean, it's not even a well-known draw. 4 versus 3 with an A pawn, so just on one side. I think it is counts as an advantage.
Okay.
Because you will and your rook's on the third. So all you need to make the base G3, push everybody up, and then try to get the king out of the. So via E4, D5, somehow you cross the. Something like that. I mean, we're discussing a position very far from happening, but anyway, I think that's maybe how it goes.
I think from his hand, it felt like he's going for Queen A6. He did pick up his hand, and it's just hand
Are you
reading
sure?
going on a little bit here. It didn't feel like he was picking up the B2 pawn.
Oh, played. Wow.
Yeah, on the board. Trying to just keep things under control. I think Vishy also a decision quite influenced by the tournament situation.
Maybe not. Maybe it's just what's necessary because the position can be very unpleasant very quickly. And here he's in time because one thing which could have happened was if he had waited for knight e4 and then played queen a6, white could play knight f2. And then a queen takes d3, the knight lands on d3, and then it's a huge advantage in that blockade. So there's a good argument that it has to be done very quickly.
And that's a nice plan, knight e4, knight f2. That you have to avoid.
King can just march to E4, no?
Yeah,
Very,
that's
very
like the
nice, actually.
dream setup against this.
Yeah. So he's gone queen a6 right away.
Vishy, when the candidates
I
started,
don't know whether
did
he
you
should
ever...
consider queen f3, allow d3 check, go king h1.
Oh, maybe we can see that because if you're Anish and you want to try to do something fun, then this could be on the radar.
Yeah.
But I was asking you that, Vishy, when before the candidates started, could you ever imagine it playing out this way that, Thelpi Sindarov, who's making his debut in Cyprus, he's 20 years old, and just the performance he's had and needs only a draw at this stage. I mean, for all of us, I think while he was in the mix in many tier lists, this was just an unimaginable run.
No, I did not expect that the first +6 score in history would happen on Sindarov's watch in his first attempt. I mean, there's just so much about his performance that I think the only thing is I really thought he's a contender for first place because I thought he's got that attitude and the aggression to go with it. But you can see for this tournament, he's backed it up with excellent prep, or maybe that kid he's brought with him is taking care of that for him. And he's, I mean, against Hikaru, excellent opening choice. Against Fabi, caught him in some narrow line. Was able to play a very sharp line against Pragg, posed some very specific problems. Some pretty awesome prep over there. And he was not known for his opening prep. I mean, these days everybody's is good enough, but this was very clever. This was sort of the thing you expect from a very mature player, that they look for some small detail in some minor line and then probe that and so on. But Sindarov has delivered that as well.
And the chat is saying that Vishy was right about the tier list. So you were the only one who placed him in the winners category, actually. So that was a great bet at the start and turned out to be exactly true. And while we can see Hikaru,
this is my first correct prediction in I don't know how many years. I'm going to live it up all I can.
Vishy, as the cool kids say, game knows game. So I think you were the only one who predicted it right. So
maybe we can have a look at the Vaishali game also.
Let's do it.
We might have had a few updates. I think bishop g5 was where we left it last, and knight d7 was played by Vaishali. After a 7-minute think, castles h6 attacking the bishop, bishop drops back, and now knight to b6 attacking the bishop on c4, and white simply plays b3. And now Vaishali plays bishop f5, and both players have taken like 5-10 minutes for each move in the last few ones. So it feels like they're out of prep.
Yes.
It's also such a
This
similar
position. Yeah, Tanya. Right.
just going to say it was such a similar concept to what we are seeing Sahaj on the Sindarov Anish board with the blockade on d6 being held by the bishop and being a key piece to get rid of.
Yeah, correct. Actually, I was gonna say that this looks like one of those, guard positions. The one in Vaishali's word. Like, do you play f5 or bishop f5? Like that's the question, and you have to figure out like what is correct here in this position. And actually, f5 is correct, which is something you would never think about. Oh, she goes knight b5.
So she wants to take and go bishop g3 and then push that d pawn if given the opportunity.
So black's problem is she can't play bishop e5 because d6 might just win, right? Yeah.
On the spot. e7 spin.
Knight b6 to c8 might be acceptable for the moment. Just knight b6 to c8.
Very tough move to make, no?
Knight g3.
Well, then I don't know, run to. Oh, then I can play g5 actually.
Ooh. Very nice.
Okay. Yeah.
So knight takes f5, knight takes f5, bishop g3. Then I can capture it with my bishop and put the other knight on d6 or something like that.
It's literally the same Anish position with reverse colors. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, a knight is a much better blockader than a queen.
Yes.
That has to be underlined. I mean, Anish at the moment has got this very clumsy piece on d3, which is thought to be the worst blockading piece, but because much to be powerful for that role. But if you can unscramble and bring another piece there, then it improves a lot. I mean, knight or king would be spectacular, but for that you need an endgame.
And so I think we have actually no piece on d3 right now because Anish just took on a6.
He's gone into the endgame.
And now knight
But
e4
then I feel that Sindarov is getting a bit of counterplay.
With the open b5. So firstly,
because
where
I'm
do you
turning
move
f6
your bishop?
also.
Which diagonal are we putting the bishop on? Are we keeping it on b6 or all the way back to f8?
He's gone to b6.
Yes.
Excuse me. Though f8 actually made a lot of sense because then I'm threatening to pile on the b pawn as well as play f6.
So Vishy sir, how about that rook endgame now? I feel like it's getting closer and closer to that endgame you were talking about.
Oh, sorry, which endgame was I talking?
No, the 4 versus 3 in the rook endgame. Yeah, and white has the pawns.
I don't see how he's going to win that pawn though.
On a6, you mean, or the one on d4?
Neither. How do you get to either?
Bring the king to d3 somehow.
Actually, I liked Tanya's bishop. For bishop f8, the problem is knight f2, what I've been going on about.
Very nice. And then you get your dream position, knight d3,
Yes.
bring the king to e4, rook on c1. This actually will have a real chance in the endgame.
Whereas with bishop b6, that's not going to happen.
Because of d3 after knight f2.
Right. And right now, I'm going to go with f6. I'm threatening f6.
You know, Vishy, you were saying about Sindarov's opening preparation has been so impressive. The other thing which has really impressed me has been his confidence and the speed with which he's taking these decisions on the board as well.
Yeah.
He's just very, very.
I think the older guys missed their chance to impress Sindarov because now I think he.
By the way, he's still 10 minutes ahead on the clock, 8 minutes or so. So I don't think there's been a game where he's been behind on the clock once the opening has ended. So very impressive play.
Yeah, just been a beast. And also, again, we've been also discussing how the India versus Uzbekistan rivalry is growing and how that's going to be quite a big storyline over this next decade.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that, Vishy?
I mean, these are the two countries with the best youth bench, I think, right now. Turkey, there's certainly an argument for Turkey, but so on that side, Naderbek and Javakher and our guys, pretty good potential that they will all clash very often.
Yes. It's already happened at the Olympiad, potentially the upcoming World Championship, and the upcoming Olympiad one more time.
Yes.
And so you mentioned Turkey. I think we already have Arjun, Magnus, and Dogmas, all three in one place, I think, in the first week of May at Tepe Sigmund. So it's also going to be quite interesting to see that matchup.
Yes.
By the way,
So we have two moves here, yeah? Knight d6 and rook d1, because as Vishy sir said that there is f6, which is a big threat in the position and challenges the knight. Can't play knight f2. So can we go knight d6 first? Black goes anything. Rook e7, I'm guessing.
Can you try to go rook d8 so that or you want to go rook e7? Okay.
Rook d8. Did you want to play f6?
Actually, I wanted to go rook e6 after knight d6.
Okay, then we go with rook e6, not rook e7, rook d8. Rook e6 with the idea f6. It's much stronger than rook d8, f6.
You know, that idea of just allowing f6, fe5, and f5 is just really speaking to me right now, ever since Vishy sir mentioned it. But I also have knight c4. So, okay, let's play something rook c1 or rook d1. Maybe rook d1.
Okay, f6.
And I go knight c4.
I play f takes e5.
I can get my knight on d3
Or
now.
maybe I can throw in a rook c8.
So if I go knight e5 and knight d3, is that anything for in practice?
It is something, but when I play, let's say, bishop c7, what are you going to do?
Knight d3 again?
Yeah, and I'm just going to leave my rook on e3. Now that changes the equation slightly. My rook is going to be sitting over there. You have some options. You can go rook fe1, capture on e3, and play king e2, that kind of blockade. But it is kind of awkward having a rook wedged in your throat, right?
I don't think
anything
Anish
else apart
is
from knight d6
super
that he might.
ecstatic right now.
Yeah. But tough moment for Anish, no? Like in his mind, he might know that this is not going to be as easy to convert against Sindarov, who's in such great shape. So
And you know, Vishy, we've been seeing all these videos from Cyprus with the players enjoying paddle on the rest day, and like you said, you've got a bird's eye view of everyone who goes for a walk on the beach, and you're keeping a check and account on that.
Totally.
What have the what have the rest days been like for you in Cyprus, and what's the general environment there with the chess fans as well? If you can give us some insights on that.
There's a large number of chess fans who turn up, especially they tend to be in the fan zone, and we've organized a lot of activities there. That's quite nice because we are in a real luxury hotel, but it's a bit isolated from the population centers. So it means they're traveling some distance to come here and watch the event. As for the players themselves, I see them a few seconds each day. I think they have their routines, but they also enjoy the moment of rest because they're working quite hard daily otherwise.
Have you
I
played
see
any paddle
Fabi and his
yourself?
team quite often, maybe because my timings sort of matches. So he comes in with his whole team for lunch and dinner, and then I see him sometimes around the hotel as well. The others I've not seen that much. Javokhir as well, I see him quite often. The others is hit and miss. Some days I'll see them, some days I won't. I guess on the rest days as well, they grab the chance.
Yeah.
Bluebaum and his second eat out quite often. So they're the ones who I think have a routine for that.
That's very interesting. And I want to ask you that when you were in these World Championship matches, and especially in tournaments where you have your own team and so much is at stake, what was your preference? Were you going out to eat in the restaurant? Was it more room service or going to these, did you like the interaction with others, or how did you manage your World Championship routine with your seconds?
Okay, this is a candidates, but in World Championships, generally we went out with my team, but also in those days, that was the arrangement.
Yeah.
So you were given a certain amount of per diem, and then you go out to eat wherever you want. I remember though in Mexico, we had a buffet in the hotel, which was outstanding. But towards the end, once I got the lead, I decided I would just go out every day and avoid seeing too many people because I didn't want to get into any euphoric state of mind.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if Sindarov also does the same, where he wants to just sort of stay away from the crowd as much as possible at this stage. While this one is going to be, feels like a really long end game, let's go back to the Vaishali board, Sahil, and get Vishy's update on that. There has been a trade on d6 in that, and you mentioned queens not the best blockaders, probably the worst. Knight is what you want on that d6 square. Is bishop g3, d6 directly possible for white here?
I suspect it's going to have to happen because knight takes d5 is a threat, right? Yes. So you could play knight c3 if you wanted, and then play bishop g3 after that, or you just play bishop g3 and go d6 right away.
Knight d5 is not a threat, no? I have knight c3, I think. Always.
So after rook e1, I play knight e7 takes d5.
And then knight c3 is
Knight
not...
c3, I go bishop e6. And I'm threatening to step aside with queen c6.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're
You have
right.
an extra pawn.
Right, wow.
So bishop
Wait, so rook e1, knight d5, you can play knight g3, but once again I play bishop e6.
Oh, but let's show what happens, why bishop e6 is important. Asal is really, I think, Vishy, I know what you want here. So I play bishop g6 and I think black just loses on the spot.
Yeah, thanks to, well, bishop e7, you lose an exchange.
Yeah, very nice trick.
So, but you can go bishop e6. You can even go queen d7 maybe.
But then rook e5.
It's not a dream to give up the two bishops like that, but
Rook e5, bishop e6 anyway.
yes. So if I'm going to do it, then I might as well do it right away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So knight d5 is a threat. So
No,
after
bishop
queen
g3,
bishop g3,
queen somewhere, queen, I don't know, d7. And then I can play knight c3 and play d6 one move later.
did
If
you
you
put
go
on
queen g6, then I can poke with knight f4 and gain some useful moves like that.
This is what I wanted to ask you, so because I thought here white has bishop c7 as well, and I thought that's why you were playing queen d7. Or
You
maybe you
mean
have
bishop
knight d5 here.
g3? Let's say I go queen f6, then you want to go bishop c7.
Yes, because I have d6. Somehow it just really looks very attractive. Also, that knight d5, rook d8 stuff is not there, so...
Yes. I think bishop c7. On the other hand, after bishop c7, I could take on c4 and play b5 or something. I might get some counterplay.
And this is, but this is, would you say this is a good development for white? Because as white, I would be pretty happy here, provided there's nothing, tactical I'm missing.
I think white is better.
So after bishop g3, then queen d7 is, I guess, the only remaining move, yeah, where you don't have bishop c7.
Yeah, bishop d3. I still prefer queen f6 to queen d7. But I can play queen d7, and if knight c3, I can take on c4 and play b5 using my queen on d7. So that's kind of reasonable.
Yeah.
All right, I want to get Vishy's views on the Zhu Jiner board as well. Let's just remind everyone that Zhu Jiner, Vaishali, 7 points apiece, both leading. And I have my eye on this game. I mean, there's one extra pawn for Jiner in this position, a beautiful knight on c6, but it's the black a5 pawn for Goryachkina, which I think gives her a lot of compensation. How are you evaluating this with so many imbalances? And would you rather be white or black in this position, Vishy, given that a pawn and given the extra pawn for white?
I would take white almost any time. I think that pawn is easy to control, and white has the potential to win the c7 pawn as well. The only thing that gives me any pause at all is that bishop landing on h3. Because once it gets to h3, whenever white tries to do something substantial on the queen side, like two pieces ganging up on the a pawn or something, I'll suddenly swing over and try to go to f3, or if you have played f3, I'll try to go to the 7th and try to deliver a mate on g2. And it becomes a very big part of your counterplay. So if anything gives me anything, otherwise my impression is white is just better here.
Yeah, bishop h3 is a huge resource in this position.
Maybe white should actually chase that queen around a bit, queen c1, because the queen doesn't have very good ways to escape anywhere.
Can you try to keep it with keeping it on e2? Also attacking
Yes, and then I can go queen d1. So back you go to the corner.
Yes, I do. So b2 or 8, let's go back to b2.
Yes.
And bishop h3 now would be a big threat. Rook has no squares.
Is king g2 just bad here for white, or 'cause I see you're not threatening a4. Oh, you have
Yeah,
f5
king
or
g2
something.
might be a move. Or
wait, do you have f5 here? Is the knight trapped?
Oh, wow. I didn't even notice that. A knight trapped at the center of the
No.
board is not something you get to see
No,
every day.
after
But
that game where the rook was trapped on e5 in the center of the board, I'm very careful of pieces just being trapped in the center somehow.
yeah, no, I was trying to trap you on my own. I was going to play maybe f4, as ugly as it is. And if you play f5, then I have rook f2, and your queen is almost trapped. It has to go to a3. But I don't see a follow-up there. Yeah, this bishop h3 resource is incredibly annoying.
practically really not easy for Zhu Jiner this position, despite having that extra pawn and the knight on c6.
White could go d4 here, maybe.
So if we go ahead with the idea of bishop h3 now,
Then I go rook d1.
so queen c2, you want queen d3? Or rook c1?
I could be, but I could also play rook c1 there. And
yes.
Can we push a4 or?
Yeah, that looks tempting.
so wait, let me try again. If I go queen c1 here, you go
After
queen
b1,
e2, I go queen d1, you go back to b2. Have I got any useful move there?
So do you mean queen c1 in this position after
No,
f1?
before.
Instead of d4. Instead of
okay,
d4.
Okay. Yeah.
So queen c1 here, queen e2, queen d1.
Queen d1, queen b2. I haven't really made much progress there.
In this position.
I don't know. I'm thinking something around along the lines of just knight b4, a4, and just giving you the d3 pawn somehow, and I should still have something there. So I like this whole queen c1, queen e2, but there I just want to divert you to the d3 pawn somehow. So takes queen e1 maybe, but that doesn't work.
But then queen takes d3.
Yeah. That's I'm just trying to fix it in the right way. Maybe takes queen d2. Is that possible?
Queen f3.
And then queen e3.
Yes.
But I saw the bar was going down after queen d2. Did I make a mistake there somehow?
Maybe queen d2, simply queen h5. Because if queen takes b4, I have bishop h3. Or even, dare I say, queen f3. Because we play knight d2, I take on d3, and that's a mess already. No, this g3 thing is quite annoying. For white. It's easy to make one or two moves, but after that, I kind of run out of moves, yeah.
Yeah. So quite a complicated battle, much more exciting than what meets the eye in this position. And Goryachkina with a lot of resources, though down a pawn, lots of counterplay in this one. Vaishali also heating up nicely in that position. And Sindarov, Anish seems like it's in the balance. Vishy, we know you've got other commitments and you probably have to leave us now, is what we are being told. But thank you so much for joining us. And just before you go, if you could just summarize for us just your experience of the candidates so far in terms of specifically for the Indian performance in the women. I think everyone's been talking about Vaishali's run here. What's that been like over there to watch that unfold? Because the last time we had an Indian women player in the World Championship was back in 2011, Humpy versus Huyufan.
Yes. So Vaishali had basically an enormous stretch of very consistent high-level play. I mean, yes, winning lost position, this and that, but she's performing well and controlling her nerves and not making the last mistake and all that. But she had this bookended by her two games with Zhu Jiner. In a strange way, Zhu Jiner has the same performance, but bookended on both ends by her games against Assaubayeva. And so both the leaders have had this, both of them have suffered the 2-0 defeats.
Yes.
That is quite a thing. Anna Muzychuk, once again, if it's just by positions, came very, very close. But she's still in the race very much because she plays against Jiner tomorrow, and that automatically gives her a shot but anyway. So those are the three. But Vaishali's, I think you're asking about the Indian performance. I would say Vaishali's play and general level have been quite high. And like always, I mean, you should get used to a bumpy ride for your heart, but she delivers.
Yes, absolutely. And I think we all love those kind of exciting games. Vishy, thank you so much for joining us. And we hope to see you back tomorrow with us whenever you've got the time.
Sure.
Enjoy Cyprus.
Thanks, Lisa.
Yes, thanks. See you guys.
And that was Vishy Sir, the 5-time world champion, giving his insights. Tanya Sahaj, I mean, lots of interesting moves there. And the tension is building up for both Vaishali and Anish. And we did have that rookie 6 idea, as I mentioned, with the idea of f6. And I'm not sure Anish के दिमाग में क्या चल रहा है, but कितने उनको अपने chances दिख रहे हैं गेम जीतने के, but गेम के starting से तो कम लग रहे हैं. That's my feeling.
मेरे दिमाग में तो मैं बताता हूँ क्या चल रहा था कि OTB चेस को पहले चेस बोलते थे, लेकिन ये बर्ड्स आई व्यू यहाँ पर चलता है. What is this? बर्ड्स आई
Birds
व्यू बोल रहे थे कि उनको दिख रहा है लाइक
bird's eye view की बीच पे कौन जा रहा है? That's
भाई
the kind of
बर्ड्स आई व्यू
bird's eye
दिख रहा
view
है
you want.
एग्जैक्टली
हाँ
ओटीबी चेस्ट नहीं है बट भाई मैंने कहा भाई ये सही है दैट्स ग्रेट
नहीं, वी ऑल वांट दैट बर्ड्स आई व्यू टू बी ऑनेस्ट। आई थिंक बीच पे बैठ के मजा अलग आएगा कमेंट्री करने
मैं
में।
तो फुल बालकनी में बैठ के ऐसे देखती रहती भाई कि कौन जा रहा है और फोटो खींचो उनकी। डालो इंस्टाग्राम स्टोरीज पे।
है ना तान्या,
ब्रेकिंग
by the way,
न्यूज
you
सीन वॉकिंग ऑन
so
द बीच।
you did share some Instagram stories about you were visiting some place जहाँ पे एक टाइगर की आपने फोटो डाली थी बहुत रिसेंटली अपने
क्रेजी था
इंस्टाग्राम स्टोरी
भाई।
पे। एंड आई एम क्यूरियस कि जो टाइगर का जो फ्रेंड होगा जो पीछे बैठा हुआ था, तो यू काइंड ऑफ शेयर्ड हिज स्टोरी। सो व्हाट वाज द सेकंड टाइगर in line feeling about the first tiger getting so much attention? So just your thoughts shared by Tanya.
टाइगर कहाँ से है मेरे को ये बता सकते हो क्या
बस टाइगर जिंदा है इतना पता है मुझे, मतलब दोनों एक ही
और
जगह से है, मतलब ऐसे कहीं लोकेशन नहीं पता
दोनों
है।
एक ही जगह से है हाँ?
दोनों
एक ही जगह से
रॉयल
दोनों।
बंगाल टाइगर्स हैं आप बोल रहे हो, और एक
हाँ
को
दोनों
सारा
सेम है।
अटेंशन।
नहीं
हाँ
बंगाल टाइगर्स तो नहीं है
भाई जहाँ मैं गई थी वहां पे तो वही थे। पर अगर साहिल का कुछ और मतलब है तो साहिल, कैन यू एलैबोरेट ऑन व्हाट यू आर ट्राइंग टू आस्क?
नहीं मतलब जस्ट सेइंग कि दोनों पले बड़े साथ में हैं टाइगर्स, ऐसे स्कूल जाते थे साथ में, पढ़ते थे, लाइक वो डांस भी सीखता है। इंस्टाग्राम पे देखा है टाइगर्स डांस भी बहुत कर रहे हैं। बट वो स्टोरीज में सिर्फ एक ही टाइगर आया। नॉट श्योर हाउ द सेकंड वन फील्स, जस्ट ह्यूमन इमोशंस
क्या
इन जनरल।
एक
मुझे
टाइगर
तो
एक साल बड़ा है पूछ रहा हूँ मुझे
पता नहीं, आई वाजंट देयर, मे बी तान्या कैन शेयर, आई डोंट नो।
आई जस्ट वांट टू आस्क यार क्या वो या
देखो भाई, रियलिटी तो ये है कि जिस टाइगर की फोटो खींची, ही वाज एट द राइट प्लेस एट द राइट टाइम, राइट? ही मेड इट टू दैट
हाँ
स्पॉट एंड ही अर्नड इट देन। एंड नाउ अब ये जो दूसरा टाइगर है, जहां तक मुझे लग रहा है, उसको लग रहा है कि भाई दिस इज ग्रेट फॉर टाइगर काइंड एंड ऑल, कि ये इतने फेमस हो रहे हैं तो सब आएंगे रणथंभौर इनको देखने एंड वुड अप्रिशिएट देयर ब्यूटी इन जनरल। इट डजंट
बट
मैटर कि ये वाला टाइगर है
बट
कि
उस
वो वाला
टाइगर की
टाइगर
ब्यूटी
है।
का क्या
हाँ एंड तान्या, हम अभी देखो ना, आपने पहली बार शेयर किया तो हम बात कर रहे हैं। इट्स अ टॉपिक ऑफ विच वी आर टेकिंग लाइक 5 minutes आउट ऑफ आवर कमेंट्री फॉर इट। नेक्स्ट टाइम यू शेयर द टाइगर सेकंड पिक्चर, लाइक सेकंड वाले का पिक्चर, वी वोंट टॉक अबाउट इट। सो आई फील लाइक वो उस टाइगर को मिल गया जो सेकंड वाले
Like
को
the
भी शायद चाहिए
first
था।
time relevance. It'll
एग्जैक्टली लाइक द
always be
फर्स्ट, हाँ
the
द फर्स्ट
first.
मैन ऑन द मून, राइट? लाइक स्टेप्ड ऑन द मून, लाइक सेम एनालॉजी आई थिंक यहाँ पे
Did he?
बस टाइगर में।
No, I
आई
get
मीन
your point. I get your point कि जो दूसरा टाइगर है उसको from a as a भाई टाइगर की भी तो feelings होती है ना, उनके भी तो emotions होते हैं, and
हाँ
it's only tiger to feel that way कि भाई मैं क्यों नहीं? While I get that, but मुझे ऐसे अभी भी लगता है कि वो टाइगर बस खुश है टाइगर in general के लिए, कि ये तो बहुत अच्छी बात हो गई है, and he supporting, वो डालेंगे कि मैं खुश हूँ
पर
इस
क्या
टाइगर के लिए, और फिर ये टाइगर उस टाइगर के लिए हार्ट भेजेगा।
पर क्या ये दिखावा है
इतना ऑब्वियस नहीं करना था, बट ओके मेक सेंस। एंड आल्सो आई फील लाइक
देयर टैन
वो
I'll support you there okay हम भी हैं अरे 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 अरे
ओके चैट, ओके कमिंग टू द चेस, बट ओके टाइगर्स के लिए
अच्छा,
फुल
अभी तक
रिस्पेक्ट।
we were not on the
भाई
chess
चेस
क्या?
की तो बात चल रही
चेस
है
की
तब
ही
से
बात।
हाँ
Guys,
चेस ही
that
कर रहे
was
थे क्या?
not
अच्छा अच्छा,
about
ओ
tigers, let me tell you that.
मेरे लिए इट वाज अबाउट टाइगर्स। आई डोंट नो ये लोग क्या बोल रहे हैं भाई, टाइगर ओनली भाई।
Oh, full माचिस कहते हैं ना साहिल टिक्कू भाई।
हम्म
ओके सो
माचिस
बोर्ड
भी
पे
साहिल टिक्कू, फ्यूल भी साहिल टिक्कू।
ईंधन, ईंधन तान्या, ईंधन,
वो
ईंधन
ईंधन,
ईंधन माने?
शुरू हो गया भाई इनका
ऑयल,
फिर से
लाइक देख लाइक फ्यूल,
हाँ,
फ्यूल।
तो तेल बोल दो ना
तो
भाई।
तेल हुआ
तेल
ना वो
बोलने
तो
में क्या जा रहा है
हाँ बट
आपका?
वो धुरंधर जोन में है ना अभी, सर ईंधन आई थिंक
अच्छा,
मेक्स मोर
फील
सेंस।
फील नहीं
हाँ
आई।
फील नहीं आ रही। हाँ
You know, speaking of oil, it's all about massages, right? So can Anish massage this position with the white pieces? Can he try to squeeze something out in this is the big question right now. Tigers की बात तो फिर बाद में आएगी depending on the result of this. Rook e6, let's just show what's the idea. Vishy said it, f6 is the dream. You want to always target the pawn chain. भाई pawn chain का अगर आगे वाला pawn trade हो जाए, it's the dream case scenario. How is Anish fighting against f6 in this position, Sehaj? And I can just look at Sehaj and tell कि वो पूरे chat में ना ऐसे घुम हो चुके हैं अभी.
नहीं घूम नहीं, मैं जो सुपर चैट पढ़ा था भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द सुपर चैट एंड जैसे जस्टिस फॉर टाइगर्स एंड भाई उसी के लिए ही हम बात कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि हमें जस्टिस चाहिए उन टाइगर्स के लिए जो यू नो अभी भी टाइगर हैं एंड दे हैव ऑल द
You know,
पोटेंशियल टू बी लाइक द नंबर वन टाइगर।
जस्टिस होगा सहज भाई। जो भी चैट में देख रहे हैं या हम में से जब भी कोई जगह पे जाएंगे और टाइगर दिखे तो स्टोरी जरूर शेयर करना पीछे वाले बैठने वाले की, एंड जस्टिस विल बी सर्व्ड। उस स्टोरी मुझे टैग जरूर करना, वी विल ऑल शेयर इट टुगेदर है ना, एंड वी विल
बट वो
मेक
बंदा
श्योर
तो है
जस्टिस
नहीं
हैपेंस
अभी।
तान्या।
हाँ हाँ, करेक्ट भाई, करेक्ट करेक्ट करेक्ट।
भाई मुझे तो रियली लगता है कि टाइगर टाइगर भाई भाई में प्यार ही रहता है एट द एंड ऑफ द डे।
ये तो नहीं लगता तान्या आपको।
टाइगर और टाइगर नाम ही ऐसा है कि
वाइट
एक ही होता है
वाइट
भाई।
लाए,
हाँ।
उस पे पकड़ा है आपको मैंने अभी।
By the way, I just want to get like a 1 minute opinion on the Prague game.
Yeah, let's do it.
Surprising कि Chess 24 India में Prague की गेम कवर नहीं. That's how crazy this tournament has been. Chat मतलब सिंदारोव का रन ही ऐसा था. But just to kind of quickly reach the current position against Fabi, and we see कि G5 है, pawns double हो चुके हैं, F5 खेल चुके हैं. I think काफी theoretical line. What do you make of this, Sahaj and Tanya, current position में? Which side would you prefer?
By neither. Considering the tournament situation, I don't want to be like either side right now. By दोनों के लिए it is horrible. Like let's
I
be real, yeah, come
completely
on.
agree.
So
Like nobody, neither of them want to be here right now. It is very
Sahaj
clear. Come
spitting
on.
facts here. I don't think Fabi and Prague also want to be Fabi and Prague right
Of
now.
course भाई, अभी तो छोड़ो, नहीं चाहिए कोई भी। खेलो अभी तो।
तो
अभी
अगर
later on when they look back at the moments कि ठीक है हमारा ये पर्सनल स्कोर है, तो ये गेम ना इंक्लूड नहीं होगा उसमें, बिकॉज दे विल स्टिल, दे व्हेन दे टॉक अबाउट, अनलेस ड्रॉ होता है देन नोबडी केयर्स, बट अगर कोई भी जीतता है ना इसमें बोलेंगे हाँ हाँ बट टूर्नामेंट तो तब तक खत्म हो गया था ना, तो लाइक इट डजंट काउंट, एटलीस्ट फॉर मी। या व्हाट डू
No,
यू थिंक?
truly. No, I agree. I mean, and especially I want to point out for both these players who started with a full bang. Pehla round, dono jeete the, you know. Prag beat Anish, Fabi beat Hikaru, 2.5 out of 3 for Fabi. And then it's just been a downhill. And Vishy pointed it out himself. I think the scoreline doesn't tell the full picture for both these players, the positions they've had, the missed chances that have been there. So it's tough, yeah. I mean, for Prag, he's on 7th place right now. Just ahead of Esipenko. For Fabi, there are no chances for the candidates. 2 rounds to play. Motivation kya hai yahan pe? Yes, there's prize money. Yes, there is, you want rating points are on the line. But that's not what the players went to Cyprus for. That was not even part of the picture at all. But coming to the position itself, Sahil, I think it's just a very complicated battle. I generally give a lot of value to king safety. So with the blacks king, sorry, still in the center, and also notice कि f4 वगैरह possible नहीं होगा because e4 का knight hanging है. Your king will not feel safe on the king side or the queen side. White के पास a4, a5 का plan है on the queen side to open up more lines. If I was forced to pick a side here, I think I prefer white's position. Sahil, what about you guys?
I think I agree with you there, but like right now, maybe Prague has more potential for an attack on the king side, but I feel he's already extended or overextended by a lot in this position. So he has to justify it somehow right now with h5, h4, or something aggressive. Like in the next 5 or 10 moves, I think जो अगर black का कुछ attack crazy नहीं आता इस position में, then we know white is going to be more comfortable because of the reasons you just mentioned. So
By the way, Javokhir का f6 आ चुका है. भाइयों,
Oh,
h5,
wow.
h4 will be on Praggnanandhaa's radar, but Javokhir has managed to get that central break in. Let's just do one move replay here. Rook e6 खेला गया था, and Anish decided to come back with the knight to c4. Sahil, you know, the way Anish has played this game, to me, by the way, f5 was a big threat in that position, and maybe you can still go for it. What are the chances that after f6, f5, Sindarov wants to sacrifice an exchange on e5? Sahaj, do you think that's what's on his mind?
no, it looks tempting at first, but I think it's too big of a risk. Like I will go rook c6 maybe or something. Rook c6 because you're attacking the knight and d3 check is still a possibility later on. I mean, I'm not sure if rook e5 is working. I would be surprised if it is, but yeah, it's just thoda unnecessary. I
Unnecessary,
think
yeah.
yeah. Why should he? He's still not losing. Wow, it's working.
Yeah, apparently it's working, but you have to now play d3 check first, though. And after king h1, now you take, and it's You don't want to take that risk anyways, I feel. So,
Can
yeah,
अगर उसने खेल दिया ना रुकी 5 तो टाइग्रेस आप ही हो भाई.
No, but I completely agree with you, Sahaj, कि इस position में Tigress होने का कोई point नहीं है because भाई
फिर तो
draw ही करना है. हाँ?
पिटिशन करनी पड़ेगी तानिया के लिए वो फॉर द ओलंपियाड या. अगर रुकी 5 अगर वो खेल देता है सेंडर यहाँ पे भाई, दैट्स वेरी इंप्रेसिव फ्रॉम योर टर्न.
I'll tell you the only reason I wanted to give up the exchanges because I don't want to allow e6. For example, rook e7, yeah, if you move anywhere, allowing that white pawn to get to e6 is very dangerous looking. So I miss the idea of rook c6, which doesn't give this possibility because you come in with a tempo, knight ko attack karo or e6 ko mat allow karo. To me, this makes a lot more sense. In fact, I think white is forced to trade the bishop, and we all know all rook pawn endings are draw. World Championship, here we come. भाई क्या ही क्रेजी रन रहा है सिंडरोव का एंड आई वांट टू जस्ट पॉइंट आउट सो फार इन दिस गेम no big danger. It's been a very confident play by him. He's the one who's look at the clock देखी जाए यहाँ पे 1 hour 36 minutes 32 minutes है सिंडरोव के पास.
I think it's just Anish kind of hoping for a miracle, right? मतलब he's thinking, he doesn't see a way forward. वो तब भी कोशिश कर रहा है, कुछ तो होगा. And I agree with you. I think not once in the entire tournament, maybe round one was a bit of a shaky start, but not once has he been behind on the clock. It's a smooth play. Look at it. Can you full look at his body language? Like whether he is minutes away potentially from becoming the world championship challenger, by the way.
Wow.
He's moments away from being the winner of the candidates, points ahead of everybody else, and nerves ka to naamo nishan nahi hai at least.
And he'll be the second youngest candidates winner. You know, Gukesh made history when he won it, and now Sindarov looking like he's about to do it at 20. We're going to have the youngest ever world championship. Agar वैसा हुआ, and very rightly said that उनमें कोई tension ही नहीं दिखती है. Every game that they played, I think with Fabi, you could see it a little bit because he was in a bit of danger in his game against Fabi. But even that he held, he got his chance, he held it. Fantastic performance. और हमारी chat थी जिन्होंने पहले दिन ही बोला था साहिल सहज कि Sindarov will take the candidates this year.
Correct. And I think they were right. And ऐसे जीतेगा ये तो किसी को नहीं पता था. But yeah, I think great prediction there from the chat. जिसने भी ये लिखा. And मेरी screen पे मैंने just rook takes c5 देखा and I was just very very happy for a second. But that's not true. Actually, f5 is not played. How does Giri here put the most pressure? This is what I wanted to ask Vishy as well in this position, but I felt like, okay, there are many different ways. But to you guys, what is the single most annoying position that you would face? Because okay, we can see के 0-0s हैं, we can see के correct place से draw हो रहा है, but what is the most annoying to you?
I feel like ये pawn चाहिए सहज भाई. Like if white can somehow at least reach either king से pass आ जाओ, either get better king placement or something, more space. Somehow I want to put pressure on this pawn because अगर ये pawn अगर जिंदा है, बोलते ना if I can put it, tiger जिंदा है तो फिर I don't really think कोई भी chances है यहाँ पे white के पास. Can I somehow put pressure? I don't know, rook a d1 or do I want to bring the king in? I'm not even sure if I can. But ये pawn पे चला है. Is there a way to put pressure on this pawn somehow?
भाई पता है, like I share your sentiment with just one thing, ठीक है? I don't necessarily want to trade that pawn or to take that pawn somehow, but I just want to keep it and put my knight on d3. Like टिको भाई एक हल्का सा exercise करता है ना यहाँ पे. Let's say the knight is not on c4 anymore, it's on d3. What's the eval difference here?
I can do that quickly.
Like if we can just have it for the chat just to know how big of a difference it makes in the position. I think a lot, because Vishy sir was also mentioning that knight f2, knight d3 ka idea where the knight could reroute itself on the blockade.
So
and this is what
very
he wants here as
interesting.
well.
So current value is like plus 0.18. So that is essentially equal chat, a symbolic edge for white because white moves first. And if you put the knight on d3, just moving the knight here, blocking this pawn, defending b2 and supporting all of this, the eval jumps to plus 0.95. So essentially almost plus 1 advantage. And in that case, white can just go rook c1 and white is much, much better. So अगर ये होता knight यहाँ पे, I think Anish would have really good chances to win this.
It's a very interesting point there, because then the only question is how soon can he put the knight on d3, because I'm assuming अगर equal है अभी और एक knight के placement की वजह से इतना बड़ा फर्क है, मतलब इक्वल इसलिए है बिकॉज वो नाइट d3 पे टाइम पे नहीं आ रहा, right? Because fe5, knight e5, knight d3, whatever, in those situations I'm not able to reroute my knight to d3. That means black को कुछ एक सही moment पे एक सही चाल खेलना, मतलब खेलना जरूरी होगा, correct? Because otherwise the
So
knight
how are you seeing the
will
pieces
sit
move?
on
Let's
d3.
say, हाँ तो कैसे चलेंगी move? Like obvious main line यहाँ पे क्या हो सकती है सहज भाई? If we move forward, let's say यहाँ से.
Maybe I can go king h2 or rook c1, I was thinking.
Rook c1, king h2. Okay, let's go rook c1 maybe. Like just
हाँ,
to
रुक
have
d1 भी
this.
चलेगा मुझे, एक्चुअली रुक
Okay.
d1 खेलते हैं भाई, d3 चेक पे थोड़ा नजर रहेगा, अच्छा लगेगा. Knight b6 is also a threat.
I'm assuming black is gonna take, yeah.
If you take, then this is where I'm not sure if I should take with the knight or the pawn. And I feel like, okay, you have to really, really think about here, like what poses more practical problems to Sindarov. It's very easy, I think, to go wrong here as white. You make the one wrong trade and everything becomes easy for Sindarov to calculate uske baad. Like optically, I would go knight e5. That's my original plan.
I think we saw this thoda bahut. I think bishop c7 जो इसी से थे, knight d3, rook e3 is what he recommended.
You know, even after bishop c7, like in a position like this, if I was thinking as Sindarov, right, why would I go knight d3 here as well? Because सब कैप्चर करने के बाद भी रुक एंडिंग भी थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट तो होगा. अभी नहीं खैर रुक d4
तो
because
bishop
there's bishop
b6.
b6.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So king h2, I don't know, like moving the king somewhere, or like maybe rook e1. Like what are you recommending?
Rook fe1 looks tempting. वो try करते हैं.
Rook fe1.
Because I think it's all about finding that moment where Sindarov has to make that only move. क्योंकि optically तो खराब है position, strategically खराब है, but position मतलब बार 0-0 कह रहा मतलब कुछ dynamic है एक moment पे जाके. And
Also,
now
like
what?
rook f1 था तो मारने के बाद rook f7 आ रहा था. I don't have that anymore. So it, you know, सहज में जितना देख रहे हैं ना इस position को, लग रहा है कि Sindarov is gonna hold this by. Like it just feels like कि ये वैसी edge है जहाँ पे you need really a lot of help from your opponent, and Sindarov so far has shown zero signs of helping anybody at the event apart from his seconds.
Also, a position like this can be dangerous for someone who has not felt danger in a long time. Like, I feel like your sense of danger reduces when you have, such an amazing performance. Yeah, you feel like you're invincible, and maybe this could be a problem. But yeah, he's of course he's completely fine. He has been completely fine.
By the way, Sahaj bhai, I think as Anish thinks, as we saw, there are multiple lines, but he will need to find practically the most, I would say the line that puts a lot of pressure. But your move has been played in the Vaishali game. So want to jump quickly there for a second chat. I think हमने यहाँ तक देखा था knight d6 जहाँ पे a6 was the best move played by Vaishali, मारा. And अगर यहाँ knight होता सहज भाई, I think black would be like really happy. But okay, bishop g3 attacks the queen. Queen f6, as Vishisa pointed out earlier, feels like a good square for the queen. And now bishop c7 on the board. And this is the moment where we're discussing knight takes c4, pawn takes c4 as an alternative. But there's a very interesting move here, which is bishop e4. What is this move? What do you make of this idea?
I don't even know what the idea is behind bishop e4. You're threatening to take, but d6 से थोड़ा डर तो लग रहा है मुझे.
हाँ, d6 के बाद apparently you can just take.
Okay, but d7 पे queen e7 okay, the bishop hangs.
f5 is the plan essentially. You're
I
freeing up
would
the f4 square.
I would expect Vaishali to play like this if she's playing for a win. ये must win situation होता तो maybe bishop e4 is like the first move that comes to your mind. But without it, I'm still going with Vishy sir's suggestion that knight c4 b5. That looked easy.
Agreed.
It looked too easy.
By the way, super chat hai Mandra ki Tikku would have been the youngest ever candidates winner if he had tried a little more. The world Mr. Diamond, but the world might have Mr. Diamond Mandarbhai, but you can avoid missing a diamond by getting a diamond membership today. 2 दिन बचे हैं chat potentially candidates के because tiebreak होगा नहीं होगा पता नहीं है. So you have a chance 26% off till the candidates ends to get that membership today. Go and get it chat, and also 2 lucky winners get a signed chessboard by Tanya and also some cool chess.com merch every single day. 1 person gets 1 each. So do it today. Yearly membership ले लो भाई, मतलब मस्त discount मिलेगा. Yearly membership discount है plus 26% अलग. Sahaj, bhai, that would be crazy.
Crazy.
क्रेजी हो जाएगा. मेरे पास उस बात पे एक क्वेश्चन है. हमने इतनी सारी डिस्कशंस की हैं ऑन टाइगर इमोशंस, ह्यूमन इमोशंस. तो उसको कैरी फॉरवर्ड करते हुए माय क्वेश्चन टू यू इज दैट भाई मेरा साइन बोर्ड मिलेगा तो क्या तुम दोनों को कैसा लग रहा है उसके बारे में?
So
मुझे
I have some emotions I can share on that one. So
मुझे
Please share your
मुझे
emotions,
पहला
but
मिलेगा
make
या फिर
sure that
दूसरा
you share
मिलेगा?
your honest, brutal emotion about it.
बता रहा हूँ
हाँ.
ना, पहला
Would you
मिलेगा
be
कि दूसरा
happy for
मिलेगा?
me? Would you support me signing those boards? कि क्या तुम्हारे अंदर कुछ और emotions होंगे उस moment
So I
पे?
have two emotions. Okay, I can share both. One is I think when I was in literally college and even working, tab bhi Tanya was already a commentator. So for me, it's amazing. Ki matlab, I am kind of sitting next to her and commentating. It's an honor to be here. Number two is I've also seen Tanya sign those boards at the World Cup. It was a tough task. It was not easy to go around in that square and sign every board. So I think it's not an easy task signing all those boards, Tanya. And her board पे different square भी sign करना पड़ेगा. So while you're signing those boards, the Tigers are missing out pictures, Tanya. Justice for the Tigers again.
साहिल ने जो जैसे ही आंसर किया ना उसके बाद मैं स्पीचलेस रह गई हूँ. आई कांट टॉप इट. नथिंग आई कैन से दैट that can equal to that. So we will move on from this. Sahaj, don't even bother, like unless you have something to add to it.
मेरा
We'll
तो था
quickly and
क्वेश्चन
swiftly.
सिंपल भाई, पहला या दूसरा, it depends.
Sahaj
I'm
bhai has
still
gotten his
staying on the
membership.
same subject, but yeah. By the way, FTX FIFA was taken by Sindarov.
Yes.
Ah.
Guys, मुझे तो फीलिंग आ रही है कि हम बहुत ही क्लोज जा रहे हैं उस मोमेंट के जब हमारा वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप चैलेंजर डिसाइड होएगा. और I don't think it's too soon to predict that it happens today, Sahaj. It just feels like so many pieces are off the board. White की E5 weakness है, black की D4 weakness है. The two doubled pawns compensate because it gives black the open B file for counterplay as well. So even that weakness is compensated. I just don't see enough juice in this position for Anish.
True, but I'm just kind of counting on the knight versus bishop imbalance, and of course Sindarov's bishop being, let's say, not the best piece at the moment. When he does capture knight b6 and rook d4, I'm guessing एक pawn तो मिलेगा कम से कम, and it could be something, but yeah, early days still. Tiku bhai, what do you think?
Yeah. I'm hoping for a scenario जहां अनीश को एक मौका मिले. बस एक मौका. जैसे वेई के कोई भी मौका था ना, बस एक अपॉर्चुनिटी उसको मिलनी चाहिए to put some real pressure. फिलहाल के लिए Sindarov is not showing any signs of offering him that, but I want like him to have a genuine, at least one chance to get it, at least put more pressure. By the way, rook about to move, maybe rook d8 is the move he's thinking, just to defend that d4 pawn से जहां पे हमारी नजर थी यार, to grab that pawn. Is like दूंगा ही नहीं भाई d4 pawn, तुम्हें क्या ही कर लोगे.
नहीं देगा वो. The thing is candidates में ना chances आते हैं जैसे एक ट्रेन स्टेशन पे आती है. वो
Wow.
निकल जाए
Wow.
तो फिर ऐसे हाथ ही हिलाते रह जाओगे तुम.
मैं तालियां
और-
पहले भी जाता हूँ, खत्म होने से
Thank you,
पहले
thank
ही.
you.
हाँ, क्या था ट्रेन स्टेशन?
याद नहीं, एक बार बोल देती तो खुद ही भूल जाती हूँ.
अरे यार,
पॉइंट ये है
चलो
कि
आधा मान
chances
लेंगे.
chances इतने कम आते हैं candidates में. So I think for Anish to have missed that golden opportunity against Wei Yi is so incredibly costly, and you turn that around. Sindarov has capitalized on every single chance that he's got on this tournament. साहिल को क्या हो गया भाई?
No.
ट्रेन मिस हो गई क्या?
भाई ट्रेन मिस हो गई और अगली होपफुली आ रही होगी, because Vaishali has made a mistake. Rook f8 and now it's +1 for Tan Zhongyi if she finds the only move knight to g3. Why is this move so strong, Tanya Sahaj?
Knight h5, I guess, is the plan, but कुछ तो देखा होगा वैशाली ने. Knight g3 looks too simple of a move to miss here. Wait, if I play 1 second, why is there no d6? Just knight c4. Yeah, okay, sorry, my bad. Knight takes c4 is fine.
And then the second knight comes in somehow. And
कुछ d7 से कुछ नहीं हो रहा है. कुछ नहीं हो रहा
Yeah, you can
basically.
just take
yeah,
apparently
just take it
because
even. Yeah, okay. So that's important to know. There's no d6. I'm guessing that's probably what she looked at first. And knight g3, I think, is also a very logical move here, right, Tanya? Because you're threatening queen f3, knight h5, d6 ka plan maybe in the future as well.
Knight g3 looks really nice. And also, I want to point out that after knight g3, you know, d6 is always in the air. Let's see what happens. Knight g3, bishop to g6. Agar aap try karte ho to just get out of the way, to not exchange pieces. And now I'm just wondering if it's the moment to strike with d6. And the difference being that after knight takes bishop, you take knight c6 and you just keep pushing. Passed pawns must be pushed. d7 looks attractive.
Khatam.
But rook f8, how is, why is this
Khatam.
winning? वो भी इतनी winning.
I just want to target the b7 pawn somehow. I feel that that pawn cannot be defended. Rook b1 isn't possible. Is queen b3 an option here? Ooh, not a good one.
Tanya, I think and Sahaj, I can give you a hint. सहज भाई आपको जो भी आपका फिलॉसफी है ना चेस की जिंदगी का पूरी जिंदगी का कंप्लीटली पलट दो
F4.
What to F4? भाई ये सही है तान्या को समझ आ गया मैं क्वीन d6 सोच रहा था ये सोचने के बाद भी क्रेजी भाई wow
F4 with the idea of F5 and then just everything falls, right? Knight e4 is coming. This is incredibly strong. And you know what F4 does is it takes away queen e6 from black, trying to get to that d7 pawn because of F5. So ये भी option नहीं रहा आपके पास अब.
Yep.
Okay, but can we agree this is a very difficult sequence to see? This whole knight g3.
Knight g3 is not that difficult, Sahaj. I think knight g3 is something. Yeah, पता नहीं यार d6 भी ऐसे लग रहा है is a move you're calculating. My only confusion would be I would be tempted to go d6 immediately. Can we try d6 immediately, the line that you looked at? Because I find that more human. So knight takes bishop.
I don't know. I would not even look at d6 here because I feel like the pawn on d5 is so good. Okay, but then why would you play bishop c7?
I would be so tempted to go d6 if I'm not losing that pawn immediately. And now if we go d7, let's try it. Let's try to do the same thing and see what's the difference. So let's say rook f8.
And actually you can just take on d7 because the knight is hanging. That's why knight g3, moving it away. So for example, and if you take a move now, you can just put the bishop back on d7. So knight g3 se start karke, you are essentially just going d5, d6, d7, d8, like literally in one go. So I think crucial moment for white here, d6 tempting, but knight g3 is very strong. So what's the best move for black now after knight g3? Because clearly, you know, sitting with bishop g6 doesn't work.
Maybe you plant it on d7 anyway, just making sure that d6, d7 isn't a possibility.
Yeah, but then you are already admitting your position is bad, for sure.
Also, Sahaj, there's knight e4, knight d6, potentially just winning the b7 pawn immediately. By the way, she goes for knight g3. She has played it against Vaishali, and Vaishali is in big trouble now. She spotted that tactics, and d6, d7 aa raha hai.
By the way,
this is genuinely scary for Vaishali. Yeah,
very scary.
Eval now is plus 1.52. And the only move to not have it go up to 2.2 is knight takes c4. But allowing that already kind of feels white is just clearly better somehow, like with this protected pass pawn. This is tough.
Yes. And instead of rook e8, what was it that she missed? I'm just trying to understand because rook e8 is such a natural move, right? You are eyeing knight take. It comes with a threat. She was actually setting up tactics. Knight takes pawn ka idea tha us position mein. E2 knight will be left hanging in many, many situations. So you have to be a little careful here. Yeah. Knight g3. Yeah, let's just show that. And now at the end of it.
But knight g3 now. And there is no knight hanging on e2, Tanya says. No. And now somehow I think Vaishali under huge pressure on the board, on the clock also, I think around 21 minutes behind. भाई थोड़ा डर लग रहा है सहज भाई क्या लग रहा है? Are we gonna, because she loses today, I don't think she can win the candidates if Zhu Jiner wins.
Can I just show one really amazing line? And chat, stay with me. It's a little bit deep. I just checked it as well. And the only reason that I've been able to find it is because we have the engine whenever we need to switch it on. The problem to understand is कि वैशाली के लिए इतनी difficult position थी. Instead of rook e8, she had to find this beautiful idea, Sahil Sahaj, to play bishop to e4 and to understand the difference and the tactics involved. Now d5 hanging hai, right? So what's the most natural move? You want to push that pawn d6. Knight on b6 hanging, knight on e7 hanging, knight takes bishop, only move. Pawn takes knight. Now you bring that knight forward to f5. You place it on f5, d7, and you're thinking white is just winning because by d7 aa gaya hai, d8 queen ho raha hai, you can't do anything. But now there's a beautiful resource of lining the queen with the black bishop, and you actually sacrifice your exchange after d8, but it's all because g2 is hanging at the end of this line. d8, maar do usko, de do, and then at the end of it, you pick up g2. You're down an entire rook, chat, in this position, but black is the one winning. And how difficult is it to find this line at the start, to play bishop e4, because you have to evaluate this as a checkmating attack.
Yeah, very, very difficult. If you don't see a mate, very hard to play these moves out over the board. So,
By the way, she's played knight d7. That is not the best move. She had to take, and knight d7 ke baad, it is officially +2 for white. Sahaj, why does your engine agree with this as well?
no, but it's 1.5 right now.
1.5, yeah. By that's
भाई कौन से
Healthy.
engines है जो तुम्हारे अलग-अलग बोल रहे हैं?
So
मैंने अभी
Sahaj, by
अपग्रेड किया अपना लैपटॉप, तो अभी वो
हाँ,
मेरे लैपटॉप का
Subtle
टाइम चल
flex.
रहा है. पिछले 1 साल से टिकू भाई का लैपटॉप वाज स्ट्रॉन्गर, सो वी वर आस्किंग हिज.
so
Oh.
he has like Stockfish Pro Max now, and now whenever we are in doubt, we go to his
लाइक
laptop to
बीस्ट है मेरा
understand.
मशीन अभी तो एकदम.
Amazing. भाई मैं तो तभी ऑन करती जब मेरे को कुछ समझ नहीं आता, because otherwise I just find it a lot more entertaining to try to come
टिकू
up with
भी
human.
सेम.
Yeah.
वो तभी ऑन करता है जब उसको समझ
मैं
नहीं
तभी ऑफ करता हूँ जब एडिटिंग कर रहा होता एक्चुअली उल्टा.
नहीं, वो तभी ऑन करता है जब उसको समझ नहीं आता. That's the
Okay, but this looks tough. This looks really tough for Vaishali, and I'm not even sure ki. I mean, look at the pieces, yeah, very
You know,
passive.
but I
And
want to say one thing. Knight d7 is probably the most human move that Vaishali plays, and it's something that many of us would play because you never want to allow a d pawn to move by 6th rank pe aana, 7th rank pe aana. To let that happen, you just feel that you're totally busted. So Vaishali wants that blockade. Vishi sir ne kaha tha ki bhai, knights are the best blockaders in the position, in any given position. So knight d7 makes a lot of sense, and maybe it's not as easy as the bar indicates, I feel.
and what would I do?
Definitely
For
not.
example, in a normal development white career, like rook e1, I don't know, something like that. Is that a problem already, or is that very
No.
comfortable to white? Oh
I
wait,
mean, we
what?
should understand black wants to play b5 in this position. So a normal move would be a4, I think, to not allow
Got it.
b5. How is that, Tiku bhai?
Okay, that's also
Okay,
not the
it's
best
not
call
that.
to
Okay,
my
it
engine.
goes down a bit, but what's the follow-up here?
Apparently, just rook a c8 or bishop
And I think I
g6.
understand the point. The thing is, right, Vaishali actually wants to provoke white to play d6. Jaise hi white d6 karega, she wants to go knight c6 and plant that knight on d4. And then make a case that that d6 pawn is not a strength, it's going to be a weakness for you for the rest of the game.
Okay, I just took a peek, and the move for white is very, very difficult to play here for white. Like, to, I think, Vaishali's credit, I think the move is rook c1 here. I'm not sure if I would ever consider that move.
But is it the only move, or are there like
But
close
the other
alternatives?
moves are bishop e2, which I think is kind of connecting with rook c1, because rook c1 b5 के बाद भी bishop e2 जाओगे, so that's kind of the same. The last move is rook e1, which is the same move in principle. You're allowing b5 and you put the bishop on e2. Rook e1 is likely, I think, way more likely than rook c1. But I'm still leaning towards a4. a4 just, if I cannot refute a4, I don't see a reason why I wouldn't play it. Why should I give you b5? Just optically, it just doesn't make any sense. So let's play a4, bhai, and rook c8 ke baad, let's move the bishop somewhere. I don't know, f4 or a5 or wherever it is. That looks very likely.
But f4 में कोई tactic में भी हो सकती
That's
है.
the
I'm
feeling
just-
now with the bishop on f4
हाँ,
being
it's a bit
loose.
Oh,
At
that's
least we.
completely fine, yeah, for Vaishali. That's crazy.
But I'm not understanding what is the move here that actually takes advantage after bishop f4. Is it just simply go knight g6, knight e5?
Knight g6 feels
Actually,
decent.
Oh, not knight g6. Something better is there.
Apparently it's like black has it's already equal now. For example, I think जो मैंने कुछ variations देखी, basically white has to keep the bishop on c7 and play d6. That's the winning plan in some lines. So once the bishop is back, maybe it's not as easy to push this pawn all the way, because now even knight g6 I think is okay, bishop g6 is okay. I'm seeing knight b6 as the best move, by the way, also okay. So maybe bishop f4 Lana or moving it back is already like a step in the wrong direction for Tan Zhongyi. So she has to keep the bishop there and play d6 whenever rook c8 arrives. ऐसा लग रहा है देख के lines.
All right, well, I think this one, Vaishali has to be very careful over the next few moves. But after this analysis, feel ye hai ki knight d7 is a very good practical choice by her. It's not easy to play a move like rook c1 when you have other attractive options. Usne already blockade set up kar liya hai. Ideas of d6, knight c6, ideas of b5, ideas of rook c8, basically pushing all of white's bishops back is there in the air. So this game far from over. I think Sahil Sahaj, my feel is that isme to we can completely ignore the bar. The bar almost seems to say that Tan Zhongyi is winning in this position. I don't think that's the case from a human evaluation.
no,
Agreed.
definitely not. Definitely. And also, like, if we take a look at, Zhu Jiner versus Goryachkina, I think Zhu Jiner is also in a lot of trouble there. There's this idea of f5, f4, which I feel is very, very difficult for white to face. I think Zhu Jiner could also be in some serious trouble here. And Anna Muzychuk to dead lost hai bhai already against
Yeah, I
Bibisara.
was just looking at all the
Wow.
results. Anna
So
Muzychuk is losing. Zhu Jiner could lose. Vaishali could lose. And who's the fourth person on 6.5?
there are only 3 players, no? No, there's 4. Yeah. Oh, Bibisara is on 6.5. Bhai. Ooh.
Bibisara could.
And Bibisara is crushing it right now. Can we go take a look at Bibisara's game against Anna Muzychuk, because this would be a massive win if she's able to convert it. Let's take what's happening in opposite color bishop है, पर white के पास एक extra pawn है, बहुत ही healthy pawn structure है. White का rook बहुत ज़्यादा active है. I can imagine the B pawn moving forward. White's aim A4, A5, A6 आ जाए तो बहुत ज़्यादा pressure होएगा. Sahaj, opposite color bishops are known for their drawing tendencies, but I think as long as the rooks are on the board, it's far from any equality for black.
Yeah, correct. I think white can just play without any pressure or without any worry that something bad is going to happen. I like your idea of a5, a6, but I feel you can also take it very, very slow. Just play b3, king b2. Make जितना लंबा आप गेम यहाँ पे खींचोगे, I think उतना फायदा यहाँ पे बेबीसारा को होगा. Because black has to suffer for that much time. So, but my only worry right now is कि ये जो rook c5 पे पड़ा है ना, I would love it if that rook could be on e3 or on d2 or somewhere where you can control one of the open files. But right now that bishop on f7 is doing a wonderful job of guarding all of those d5 c4 squares, जहाँ पे rook वापस activity में नहीं आ रहा. And rook e5 भी possible नहीं है because there is a pawn on f6. So if I can safely reroute my rook somehow to e or d file, then I think this is great.
यार लग रहा है सिंदारोव और बिबिसारा का ही है ये कैंडिडेट्स. ऐसी मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है. If Bibisara wins and Vaishali and Zhu Jiner are not able to win, she will also have the lead in the women's section. तो दोनों के दोनों कैंडिडेट जीत के मतलब साथ में प्रेप करेंगे भाई.
वैशाली भाई नहीं होएगा. We need वैशाली to go through. मैं बोल रही हूँ Tan Zhongyi के लिए वो position बिल्कुल easy नहीं है साहिल. Yes, it's advantage and a draw is a great result with black going into the final round. Maximum तुम आधा point behind होगे. And this position is full of chances and complications here. So I am still hoping that Vaishali survives this one and goes into the last round with a full mix and full chances.
तो मतलब बिबिसारा अगर बाय चांस अगर आज जीत जाती है, लेकिन शी हैज अ गुड पोजीशन ऑफ कोर्स, एंड देन वैशाली जीत जाती है आज, तो प्रग वहां पर और सिंडारो वहां पर, या बेसिकली राउंड 3 इनकमिंग चैट. और गेस व्हाट, बिबिसारा इज प्लेइंग दिव्या
in the last round. Wow.
In the last round. So very, very interesting, by the way.
Wow. So very possible that Prag सिर्फ वैशाली को नहीं पर दिव्या की भी preparation करा रहा होगा against
Exactly.
And Prag के लिए बहुत ही busy schedule है आगे मतलब.
मतलब मजा आएगा ना. Prag will just take सब चंगासी, to
भाई
to
प्रग
Vaishali.
खुद वर्स है.
Sorry to
प्रग
Divya.
खुद वर्स against Caruana. I'm not even sure. By the way, knight c4 is incoming and that d6 square looks very soft. I mean, if he were to by chance lose this, I'm not sure कितने मूड में होगा वो प्रेप करने की बाकी लोगों की.
Yeah, I mean it's a very exciting game, but I feel like dono players are just not
By the way,
really
Tan
not
Zhongyi
happy.
ने d6 खेल लिया है. Tan Zhongyi's gone
Ah.
for d6 in this position, and it is approved. Well, little bit of advantage drops, but the idea we were discussing on our analysis, knight landing on d4, and I love that. Knight c6 आजा, knight d4 आजा, knight का d7 block कर रहा है. h5, h4, g6, h5, h4. Is that a later plan as well?
But उसने देखा क्या है? Like, why would she allow knight c6, knight d4 is my question. Like, generally you wouldn't allow this without
d5?
seeing
Is
something.
bishop d5 what she's counting on? Potentially,
So,
no? To b7 is
Knight
stand
d4
up.
पे there's always bishop b7. That's nice.
Yes.
That's actually very nice.
And these bishop pair na is just a big scare.
So should I take on f5? Because then this becomes like a monster, no? Like f7 is always soft, I think, till the end of the game.
Maro knight takes bishop, queen takes knight.
Queen takes.
I like it without it. Why? Because I feel like it's committing the position. Why? But knight f5 is an option forever for me.
True.
Also, it keeps things less simplified.
I guess Sahil's point is he's making a case against bishop to e6. He's saying मेरे को bishop pair हमेशा रखना है इस position में. I don't want to, in some positions, allow this trade.
Yeah, I mean, it's like right now it's right in front of me, and I know कि I will always have a long-term edge. Like इसके बाद, even if like without a d6 pawn, I know कि two bishops against two knights is like at least giving me some chances. So it's gonna be hard to defend maybe, but okay, I think a case could be made for both options. And by the way, knight is forced, and
On
now
the board.
bishop d5.
खेला क्या
Yeah.
है? For me, bishop d5 is the human response in this position. She
Wait, she
goes
took,
for your
by the
line,
way.
by the way. Sahil, good news for India that Tan Zhongyi is playing
Quickly.
is playing like Sahil.
ये क्या है? I thought quickly बोलोगे यार.
Let's go. Let's go. Vaishali OP. Let's go.
With Sahil, it is the best
Okay,
move
okay.
in the position, so it
So-
doesn't really help.
So my next move would be rook e1. Let's see if that's a problem and if she plays it. Rook e1. Is it good? Oh, it's
Yeah,
not
rook
good,
e-
by the way. Okay, I hope she
It's very
continues then.
good. Okay, it's not very good. But
not
it's not
that
bad
great.
at all. Rook e1, I think, is very human to play in this position. I would be
Tiku,
more
would you play
tempted
this
to
with
get.
white? ये देखना है हमको. आप क्या खेलोगे यहाँ पे? Tan
हाँ.
वही खेलेगी.
I would play rook e1. But
नहीं,
she's
भाई,
playing
क्या
the
She's
bishop
going
थोड़ा
bishop
थोड़ा
d5.
जल्दी जल्दी बोल रहे हो ना, थोड़ा सहम के नहीं बोल रहे आप,
भाई bishop d5
और
खेल
थोड़ा
लिया उसने.
कॉन्फिडेंस से बोलो जैसे आपने नाइट टेक्स बिशप बोला था साहिल.
अच्छा.
उस
Okay, let me think then. Okay.
हौसले के
हाँ.
साथ बोलो.
Let me think.
Okay, bishop d5 makes a lot of sense because वो knight on c6 now cannot jump on d4, b7 hanging है इस position में.
And traps the rook. Okay, not traps, but yeah.
But are there tactics here? Because there is a check on e2, and I'm just wondering if I can set up some kind of ideas. There's rook a7 always to get out of the attack, by the way.
Oh, wow. By the way, bishop
Yeah, we all
is the
forgot
only
about
move.
this a7 square. सहज का ये जो shady smile आ जाता है ना, तो इसका एक ही मतलब होता है
No,
कि कुछ
I
तो
know
उसने-
exactly what you were thinking, Dan. I'm just trying to set it up for you. Just wait.
Oh, okay, then do it. Make it possible. With knight e2 check, you were trying. I know
I
you
know.
know.
I see it. Yes. एक बार लगाओ ना knight d4 के बाद थोड़ा सेट करते हैं बढ़िया से.
Okay.
पर नहीं है possible.
Okay,
सहज,
so
मैंने already
okay,
सोच लिया.
let's go it like let's go at it maybe in a different way. So white goes maybe b4.
Here.
Yeah, knight a2 check.
भाई ये.
भाई छोड़ो ना, वो
अच्छा,
सेटअप
okay.
करने का मतलब तो
Okay,
यही हुआ ना
without any
भाई.
logic, okay.
Check
King
king h1. Rook
Rook
e5.
e5.
Okay.
Bishop
Ah,
b7. And queen f4. White goes bishop takes 8. Is that working? Yes or no? It's not the best
Yes,
setup,
chat. Black to play and extra points if you can name the last position.
तो टिकू
Brownie
क्वेश्चन,
points
डिड यू
for
प्ले
that.
द मूव टू सी इट योरसेल्फ और डिड यू प्ले द, बिकॉज़ ये बहुत जल्दी चला आपने.
नहीं, because ये
बहुत
tactic
जल्दी
मुझे याद
चला
है.
आपने.
Because Magnus
He
had
definitely
this
thought
tactic,
this.
याद है? Magnus had this against, I think it was Vallejo pawns, Queen H2 he played in like a game when he was rising up. तो
आपने
ये वाला
आंसर ही
मुझे
बता
याद
really?
दिया चैट को.
नहीं, चैट को
Chat
पता
is
है,
letting us
chat
know.
knows everything.
But does
राकेश
chat
भाई ने
know?
लिखा कोई तो मेट, बट वो मेट गलत थी, तो उन्होंने अभी अपना आंसर वापस ले लिया. अनस्तेसिया चेकमेट होती है राकेश भाई. यस यस यस, वो जो पहले
किसी ने
लिखा था वो
बोला?
नहीं था भाई.
What was the first one he wrote?
पहला उन्होंने लिखा था अरेबियन चेकमेट, वो नहीं है भाई.
No, Anastasia's checkmate.
बट
Queen, and let's show
अंडरस्टैंडेबल
it.
भाई, अंडरस्टैंडेबल.
Yeah, Queen
Queen
H2
takes pawn,
and
king takes queen, and rook को swoop करते हुए h file पे rook and knight से checkmate देते हुए Anastasia's checkmate on the board.
इसको एनेस्थेसिया चेकमेट क्यों बोलते हैं? भाई कोई थी क्या मतलब, was there a famous chess
Anastasia,
player called
Anastasia.
Anastasia? Because I can't think of a very strong like Anastasia. Is there?
I have a feeling that the name is based on some sort of a mythological character where I think like either the queen was sacrificed, like the queen of maybe Greek mythology. Now I'm just making this up as I'm going along, but it could potentially be like a Greek mythological story जहाँ पे queen ने अपने आप को sacrifice किया for an eventual win of her people.
maybe it's anesthesia, normal anesthesia कि you can't move, मतलब
Oh, like an anesthesia ही दे दिया
हाँ,
है.
उससे हो सकता है, मतलब maybe I don't know.
नहीं,
Interesting.
वो बढ़िया नहीं, वो अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है. आई लाइक तानियाज लाइक
Yeah, even I like my
पॉसिबिलिटी.
made up
आई लाइक इट.
story.
आई थॉट मे बी स्टेफानोवा होगी, बट लेकिन वो एंटोनेटा है, लाइक दैट्स अ
By
बिट
the way,
डिफरेंट. सो
couple of updates in the Anish versus Sindarov game.
भाई
Rook
चलो
D1, I
वहाँ पे.
think हमने Rook D8 देखा था. Rook F4 was played. And now finally ये D pawn चल बसे बोरिया बिस्तर लेके D3 check.
चल बसे नहीं भाई, सिर्फ चले आगे. चल बसे क्यों बोल रहे
चल
हो आप
पड़े,
अभी?
चल पड़े मतलब, सॉरी, नॉट चल बसे.
भाई वो टाइगर थोड़ी है ना ऐसे.
अभी ये
भाई
पॉन
टाइगर जिंदा है.
भाई पॉन भी जिंदा है.
टाइगर तो जिंदा रहेंगे
टाइगर
भाई,
जिंदा है
बहुत
और
बहुत
देख रहा है
टाइम
ध्यान
तक.
से कि क्या हो रहा है उसके सामने वाले टाइगर के साथ, अच्छे से देख रहा है. तो King F1, maybe some pressure on the D3 pawn building up.
But there's also the E5 pawn which is so tender, right? Moves have come in. I think more moves have been played. Bishop C7 खेला गया है. Attacking E5, so not allowing the trade also. Ideas of Rook C6 to hit that knight. अभी E5 कैसे आप defend करोगे is the big question. Black का Rook D5 पर भी आ सकता है to triple down on that E pawn as well in some lines. यार मुझे तो लग रहा है Sindarov is problem free in this position. I'm slowly
I
starting
was
to
just
like
about to
Black's
say
position.
that. Gone. Draw है भाई,
Gone?
खत्म.
Candidates खत्म. Okay, टाटा, bye bye.
Yes. एक टाइगर अभी बहुत खुश होगा.
दो कर
एक.
दो मुझे भाई.
एक.
So Bishop C7 के बाद Sahil Sahaj. Bishop takes pawn, I think, is an actual threat in this position. Is it? Yes, because Rook E4, you always have Rook F6 check.
तो मेरा सवाल है तान्या कि इन दोनों रुक्स में से which rook is actually the front tiger and which one is the पीछे वाला?
बस करो भाइयों, बस करो. कोई रोको सहज और साहिल को.
एक तो है जो पहले से बहुत तेज भाग रहा है, और एक है जो अभी तेज भागने लगा है.
और आगे निकल गया.
हाँ, आगे तो नहीं निकला अभी तक.
मतलब
निकलने
he's making
वाला है.
impact
अभी
moves.
तो नहीं निकला ना, अभी तो है 5 पॉइंट है.
पर भाई तुम समझ नहीं रहे हो. जो
5
पहले आगे
किलोमीटर, sorry.
नहीं, जो पहले आगे भाग रहा था वो इस रेस में ही नहीं है. He's not the one running here, so you have to understand that aspect of it. अगर वो भी इस रेस में होते, I would say that your
तानिया, बट यू एंड आई बोथ नो कि भागने के लिए रेस में होना जरूरी नहीं होता.
अरे क्या ही लाइन मारी है सहज ग्रोवर ने.
वाह,
बट यू नो इट्स ट्रू.
वाह वाह. क्या कहते हैं वो, what is that thing what they do in शायरी, ऐसे करते हैं.
इरशाद.
तिरशाद.
बट ओके, आई मीन वो रेस में नहीं है, दैट्स द सैड पार्ट, नो, कि रेस में भी नहीं हूं मैं. लाइक आई डोंट इवन हैव अ चांस टू शोकेस कि मैं कैसे बाइट कर सकता था एज अ टाइगर. उनको मौका ही नहीं मिला बिकॉज स्टोरी में एक ही है. कैमरा गया ही दूसरे की तरफ. दैट्स द प्रॉब्लम था. कैमरा अगर गया होता दूसरे के ऊपर.
एट द एंड ऑफ इट, अगर आप एक जंगल जाओ तो आप एक टाइगर को टाइगर के साथ ही देखते हो, एक टाइगर को एलिफेंट का साथ देते हुए या स्लॉथ बेयर का साथ
बट
देते
स्टोरी में
हुए,
एक ही टाइगर है तान्या.
या पॉइंट तो एग्जैक्टली तो फिर अगर एक ही टाइगर है तो उसका साथ देना पड़ेगा. और मैं एंड चैट, वी आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट टाइगर्स, जस्ट इन केस.
मैं तान्या की स्टोरी देख रहा हूं,
आई
उसमें एक ही
मीन
था. लेकिन
ब्लैक पैंथर में भी वो दोनों लड़े थे जब वो नया आया था तो.
अगर कोई
आई
अभी
जस्ट
ज्वाइन
फॉरगॉट, कोई
करेगा,
मार्वल नहीं देखता यहाँ पे, नेवर माइंड.
हेलो, बिग
भाई
मार्वल
देखते हैं भाई, क्यों
फैन,
नहीं देखते.
भाई सब देखते हैं.
अभी जब मैंने वो शांगची के बारे में बोला था किसी को नहीं पता था वो.
भाई शांग-ची कौन सा मार्वल
शांग-ची
कैरेक्टर है? शांग-ची
भाई
को कोई
बहुत
नहीं
बड़ा
देख रहा है
कैरेक्टर है.
भाई.
He's a very
मार्वल के
big
सब
character.
कैरेक्टर्स मे बी, ही इज वेरी नीश, लेट्स कॉल हिम अ नीश कैरेक्टर.
No,
ओके,
bhai, he's very big. He's gonna be in the like one of the main characters in the new one, like one of the
गोइंग
biggest
टू
guys.
बी, गोइंग टू बी, बट नॉट येट. भाई अभी तक मैंने उसको किसी भी मार्वल की ये जो इन्फिनिटी वॉर, एंड गेम, किसी में मैंने शांग-ची का नाम भी नहीं सुना. और तुम कह रहे हो
Chat,
कि
you can settle this debate for us. Is Shang-Chi
भाई
a niche character for you or no? Yes
I
or no?
I, I
or is he
wanna
a
जिसने कॉमिक्स
Sindarov
पढ़े हैं वही
character?
बोलना प्लीज.
I wanna
Is he?
quote आकाश भाई हियर. कहते ये शांगची शांगची क्या चीज है. I think
Thank
that kind of sums it up.
well done आकाश भाई, आपने डिबेट सेटल कर ली है. क्वेश्चन ये है, इज शांग-ची अ नीश कैरेक्टर और इज ही अ सिग्मा रोव?
I thought you'd say Anish.
Oof.
Okay, you did it anyways. Nice.
Oh, by the way, rook e4 on the board by Anish, defending that e5 pawn, and it might be time to triple
Rak-
down on it. क्या हुआ भाइयों?
Rakesh just asked, is that Chinese chess?
Shit. yes. Thanos
भाई
और
तुम आ ही जाओ
टोनी स्टार्क
यार,
खेल रहे थे.
इतने मजे कर रहे हो, तुम आ ही जाओ भाई
Exactly,
commentary में.
Rakesh. See, that's the point कि शांग-ची का कैरेक्टर doesn't define कि कोई मार्वल फैन है या नहीं है भाई. अगर
By the
तुम
way,
किसी को 5 मार्वल कैरेक्टर्स 10 मार्वल कैरेक्टर्स नेम करने को
20
बोलो, शांग-ची will not make it to top 10.
20 में तो आ जाएगा भाई.
नहीं आएगा भाई.
20
there was a
इसका
proper,
मतलब
like-
यही है ना कि तुमने सिर्फ इन्फिनिटी वॉर ही देखी है बस, और कुछ नहीं देखा है.
भाई मैंने देखा है यार, मतलब उससे पहले की भी देखी है. थानोस का
अब
पूरा आर्क
सोचो,
देखा
अब
है.
सोचो जो सिर्फ कैंडिडेट्स की ही फिल्म देखेगा उसके लिए तो सिर्फ एक ही टाइगर हुआ ना.
Right, that tiger is playing like a tiger of the jungle, and how rook d5, king of the candidates he's become. Bishop takes pawn का threat है, and how is Anish even going to keep this game going? Rook e1 को d2 आ रहा है, you can't move that rook away from d1. So the only thing that you can do is give up that. I think d2 के बाद तो, if anything, only black can push this position. And look at that, Sindarov plays it. He knows he's done the hard job, and he's going to just walk away. Anish, king f2 आएगा तो bishop takes pawn मार दो.
भाई खत्म है यार.
Khatam. This is it. These are the last moments that we are watching before we have a confirmed Sindarov versus Gukesh World Championship match coming up.
अरे बाप रे. Okay, Gukesh.
So
of
favorites.
course.
Favorites?
No, I'm just kidding. A
Guys,
lot
Are
of
you-
time to
King?
discuss that.
King f2 played. Okay, it's over, yeah? I think it's over after bishop e5. You have to take, right? You can't allow the bishop to sit there. So it is completely done and dusted now. If black takes on e5, this is it.
No, Anish can play, no? Take 6, rook d3. एक pawn तो है.
I mean,
Also, they have to play. They don't have an option because till move 40 draw offer allowed नहीं है. Repetition होने नहीं वाली है इस position में.
भाई क्या ही खेलेंगे सहज भाई यहाँ पे. Rook b5, b4, a5. I mean, I
b3
just
खेल
don't
लिया
see-
चलो.
but king f7. I mean, king is walking all the way to e5.
भाई रुक चेक, रुक a7, रुक a6. भाई इतना सिंपल नहीं है.
I mean,
ये आप वो आप सीधा जो सूखा पॉन दे रहे हो ना, ये कोई प्रैक्टिकल चेस में ऐसे नहीं देगा
हाँ
pawn.
ठीक है, fair. मतलब like even this version is a draw. Like that's even worse,
हाँ ये
right?
तो
मतलब-
theoretical draw है. ये तो theoretical draw है. I agree. But okay, the question is then why is he playing still, yeah?
Because भाई draw offer कर नहीं सकते हैं.
Also, Anish करेगा क्यों? मतलब there's no harm in just playing on. I think he's gonna drag this for a long time. But सिंदारव के मुंह में लड्डू
I-
फूट रहे होंगे भाई.
मुंह में दिल में मतलब sub jagah, because in this position, I also want to point out that black doesn't have to rush with bishop takes pawn. You can actually bring your king out first. Nobody is defending that e5 pawn anytime soon. Ab kya ho gaya hai bhai?
पता नहीं
क्या
क्या हो
हो
गया
गया
सहज भाई को।
भाई?
कुछ नहीं,
ये
कुछ नहीं
दोनों
हुआ।
कैसे co-commentators है यार, सारा टाइम
कुछ नहीं हुआ।
ये साहस की गलती है, हंसता रहता है भाई, पता नहीं क्यों हंसते हो भाई यार। you're dealing the comments सहज भाई।
But of
मुझे
course भाई,
यार I feel very left out from all your inside
चिक्कू भाई
jokes
आपके
भाई।
चुटकुले नहीं सुने ना आज, इसलिए।
ठीक है भाई। King f2 खेला गया है. By the way, he hasn't yet picked up the e5 pawn. Will he take bishop takes pawn, or will he delay the decision, get the king towards the center of the board? King f7 also मुझे काफी अच्छा लग रहा है यहाँ पे, with the idea of taking the pawn on the next move. He's going for it. He's calculated. भाई सिंडरोव ने पूरी दुनिया देख ली है. उसने वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैच भी शायद कैलकुलेट करके रख लिया है. वो immediately pawn के लिए जा रहा है. Bishop takes pawn
गया।
on the board. And look at Anish. He's like, भाई ये कहाँ से आ गया? ये तो मुझे लग रहा था कि white के लिए ठीक होएगा, पर चलो देखते हैं. Knight takes bishop.
He knows it's a draw, but okay, वो
Rook
खेलेगा
takes
it until the very end. Can't even offer a draw here.
You know what Anish said in his interview? He said that, no, it was Hikaru who said in his interview that Sindarov has played better than all the candidates combined. So very
Wow, wow.
deserving to be here.
Big words coming from Hikaru Nakamura, who's, I mean, you know, there was this tweet I read जब बहुत साल पहले, like, you know, किसी ने कहा था कि when you're gonna get married, Hikaru को ऐसे कुछ कहा था, like something about his personal life. There were some questions. He's like, I'll do it after I become the world champion. Like ऐसा उन्होंने reply किया Twitter पे. So it's always been his dream. It's been the dream of Fabi and so many people. But Sindarov ने जो खेला है भाई, dream पे dream break करते चले गए. And I don't see Sindarov losing this. I think everybody now knows कि Sindarov is gonna hold this, and he is going to play the World Championship match versus Gukesh. तानिया सहज, कहाँ करवाएं World Championship match? If it was up to you, किस देश में?
इंडिया में, क्योंकि इंडिया में टाइगर्स बहुत है।
But नहीं फोकस होगा ना सहज भाई, फोटो एक ही है।
I don't think India is a good idea to
I
have
agree.
the world championship match. बहुत ज़्यादा pressure हो जाता है, and you want a neutral state. And the thing is, Sindarov को लगेगा कि भाई, why should I agree to a match in India where everybody will be rooting against me? For Gukesh, it's extra pressure. I think
तानिया, he'll
it's a
agree.
no-win situation.
He won the
उसको-
Olympiad and the World Cup in India, so he would be very happy to play in India, I feel.
Exactly.
He will be happy, but he did not have a one-on-one. Yeah, imagine तुम एक
हाँ।
मैच खेल रहे हो जहाँ तुम जानते हो कि भाई पूरा जिस कंट्री में तुम हो, लोग बस चाहते हैं तुम हार जाओ रोज के रोज. It's a very difficult situation to be in. By the way,
लगता है
weekly
सिंडारोव
on
ने
the
हमारी
board-
चार्ट देखी नहीं है पिछले एक हफ्ते से।
But neutral venue, right? Neutral venue sounds
neutral
fair.
venue.
Right?
I thought
Singapore था ऐसे।
Singapore was a fantastic choice by FIDE. You know,
Hmm.
it had a big Indian community, big Chinese community. There was a growing interest in chess. It's a very intellectual country as well. It was held beautifully. So I think a neutral country would make a lot of sense. I would love to see it in one of the capitals, another capital of the world. Maybe it could be like a capital city, like it could be in London. I think it would have so much interest again. It could be, yeah, I think London would be nice.
But Tanya,
बुडापेस्ट भाई,
There's a
Olympiad
big-
was the best, no? Like इतनी बढ़िया memories हैं, like you know, it was so well organized as well. Budapest.
but there's a huge update actually. Singapore में wild tigers are extinct.
अरे यार ये फिर से शुरू हो गए तो
अरे,
क्या है?
oh no, but that's
That's a
very
big-
important
big
in this
story, right?
situation. I feel like that's very important. भाई अगर एक ही आ सकता है तो फिर तो प्रॉब्लम हो गई ना भाई, ये तो।
मतलब पूरे देश में दो ही टाइगर होंगे इस
1
time पे,
minute of
like when they play.
silence in this commentary, guys.
By the way, chat, okay, there are multiple countries possible. India would be one of those considered, of course. So would be Uzbekistan, by the way. Olympiad Uzbekistan में ही हो रहा
शायद
है.
दोनों में नहीं होएगा, पर India और
But their
Uzbekistan, I
country
think
will
potentially
make
make
a-
a bid. They'll make
हाँ,
a
they'll make
bid
a
for
very
it.
good bid, I think. Yeah.
But I would be very surprised if either of these two countries are awarded World Championship. It's the biggest, and you have to be neutral in that environment. You cannot give a home ground advantage to anyone, whether it works or not, whether there's pressure attached to it or not.
Also,
Yeah,
we
by
saw
the
it
way-
as well, yeah, especially with Vishy sir and Magnus. I mean, that match in Chennai where Tanya, I believe that was your first time as a commentator, right? If I'm not mistaken.
It was,
Yeah, so
yes.
like literally having that, I mean, we saw, I mean, Vishy sir, I mean, yes, there was a big rating difference between them, but okay, I think the next match that they played was like way more closer in that sense. And I think being from your home city can have an effect.
100% agree with
By the way,
that.
chat, there are a few updates. Want to quickly check Prag's game and then jump to Vaishali. So Prag is struggling, I think. You can see from the position, his king side is completely open. F file hai. I know there are triple pawns, but just brief thoughts, 10-second thoughts. Tanya and Sahaj, what do you make of this? It feels like Fabi is in control.
क्या crazy position है भाई, एक extra piece है black के पास, 4-7, so you have a piece for 3 pawns in this position. Let's do a quick action replay from here. The queen moved away, h5 with the idea of h4 was played. White knight jumped to c4, putting pressure on d6. f4, beautiful move. The idea is that pawn takes pawn, now h4.
But
Bishop is trapped.
The
Takes.
And takes with the f pawn, very important, right? Usually हम h pawn से मारते हैं, but that would give black a ready-made attack. But f takes, very important, and suddenly यहाँ पे black king cannot go here, should not go here. I mean, this is a very strong attack.
Piku bhai, chat se question, why is long castle a blunder here?
Oh, beautiful question, chat. Well done, chat. That's a great question.
Nice. So
Let's see if
queenside
chat finds
castles.
it.
What is the problem if the king decides हम चलें दूसरी गली? Knight
कोई में
4
chat में
carry
बता रहे हैं, कोई में chat में बता रहे हैं, by the way you did find it, but chat में कोई बता रहा है भाई Singapore comes from a Sanskrit word Sinhapuri, which meaning place where lions are abundant. Just continuing our conversation on the tigers. Yeah,
by the way, you're correct. Rook f7 is the move, basically distracting the queen. अगर आप ये मारते हो, then knight d6 is a huge blow for king 3 pieces and Rani ko goodbye. So that would be very tough. But black करे तो करे क्या ताने? Looks like Prag under pressure. Maybe we're going to switch to the Vaishali game as well quickly. वहाँ पे क्या updates है? We saw it till bishop d5 and rook e5 was played. Okay, I mean, I don't know, knight d4, knight d5.
And only move now. She has to find bishop to f3.
She finds it. Bishop f3 played. And now h5 was the first preference of the engine and Vaishali plays it on the board.
Oh, Vaishali. Stopping bishop g4. Bishop g4 would have won the game on the spot for white. Knight on d7 was hanging. So Vaishali stopping that big threat.
Yeah.
Guys, it might be a bit too early to say this, but I have a very strong feeling that Vaishali wins this match.
Oh, wow.
And I'll tell you why. And that's only reason is that bishop on c7. That's not an extra piece. Like it's like black is playing an extra piece up. जब तक वो knight d7 पे बैठा हुआ मेरा, वो bishop c7 का क्या कर रहा है वहाँ पे? And the more the game progresses, I feel like the more it will be good for Vaishali, because you keep realizing you cannot move that bishop at all. भाई बंधा हुआ है वो पूरा अपने pawn की वजह से.
I hear you, but then Sahaj, I want to make the argument that then तुम्हारा knight भी तो d7 पे बंधा हुआ है. How are you going to be able to use that extra piece advantage if your knight on d7 is also stopping my d pawn from moving forward?
I can play knight e5 and I can put pressure on the king side while still holding the d7 pawn. I can play knight d4 as well for the same reason. That bishop on c7, first of all, आपको मेरे से help चाहिए in order to release that bishop. Secondly, not one move. You will need minimum 2 moves to activate that bishop. पहले d7 फेंको गया, फिर bishop को लाओ गया, फिर bishop a5, bishop c3. So you need 2 moves minimum to activate that bishop. So that one extra move is where it counts for me.
I really hope that your prediction turns out to be right. Vaishali brings the final toy into the nursery. Rook e8 khela gaya hai. All the pieces at the center of the board right now. And this one, we'll come back to it, but let's go to Anish versus Javokhir. Anish ki last move hai a4, attacking the rook. And I think they're just waiting to reach move 40. I will not be surprised that once move 40 is made, there will be eye contact and there will be a draw offer. Javokhir stopping a check on the 7th rank, rook b7 aate hue, and next king e6 is incoming.
Yeah. असाधारण performance by Sindarov. बहुत ही बढ़िया चेस खेलते हुए. सहज भाई पूरा तर्क का इस्तेमाल किया इन्होंने.
तर्क पे तर्क.
Okay, but okay. Do you see any chance?
It means logic, by the way. It is.
असाधारण
tricked.
शब्दों का इस्तेमाल
प्रयोग।
किया जा रहा है यहाँ पे, उपयोग किया जा रहा है यहाँ पे।
हाँ।
इसका कुछ छुपा राज है? बोलो यार, क्वेश्चन पूछा है मैंने, कोई आंसर ही नहीं कर रहा।
तो टिकू भाई कोई राज है क्या भाई? ये बैड मैनर्स, बुरी आदतें।
नहीं, रास कुछ नहीं है। आई थिंक हम कई बार, एक तरफ होता है ना हमारी इंग्लिश स्ट्रीम है, तो कई बार हम एक्सट्रीम्स को भी टच करते हैं, लाइक बिल्कुल हिंदी में घुस गए या इंग्लिश में घुस गए, टू एक्सपीरियंस हाउ इट फील्स कि कोने में बैठने का, कुर्सी के एज पे, जैसे गेम्स में हमें बैठने को मिल रहा है आजकल।
I had no idea where
कुर्सी
that sentence was going, but I'm glad it went where it did.
It made sense, some sense at the end. Yeah.
It did. So Rook B7 played, and Rook D7 को रोकते हुए, what do you think is going on in Anish's mind? Is it that यार मेरे लिए नहीं, मैं सबको बताना चाहूंगा कि I'm the first to realize that candidates खत्म हो चुका है, मैं और मेरे भाई नहीं कर पाए जो सिंडरोव ने कर दिखाया है इस टूर्नामेंट में, as the realization is dawning on him that the candidates indeed is over for everyone else.
Yeah, I think you summed it up well. I think उनके बाकी कोई पता है तो maybe they also understand कि
उनको तो कल ही पता चल गया था कि भाई
सिंदारोव
हमसे ना हो पाएगा।
सिंदारोव मतलब कि इस पोजीशन तो नहीं हारेंगे बेसिकली, लाइक इट्स इज वेरी हार्ड टू इमेजिन। एक डबल पॉन ही है एंड रुक बस पैसिव आराम से बैठा हुआ है। अनीश की बॉडी लैंग्वेज आई थिंक सम्स इट अप द बेस्ट। ये फोटो से लाइक फॉरगेट द बोर्ड, लाइक ब्लर द बोर्ड, यू लुक एट अनीश, समझ में आ रहा है कि ही इज नॉट हैप्पी विद व्हाट हैज हैपेंड एंड like there's literally less than a 0.23% chance of Anish winning this. So I think chat confirm हो गया भाई, Sindarov is going to be Gukesh's challenger and Sindarov जीतेंगे with one round to spare. So पिछली बार की तरह वो last minute drama हमें नहीं देखने को मिलेगा।
And I've got a question for chat. Let's see how much do they remember of that epic final game. Chat, who were the 4 players who were involved in the Toronto drama round 14? Let's see if chat gets it right. Because हम सब यहीं थे, 4 भाई थे, बिल्कुल पूरी तबाही मची हुई थी. Let's see what they say, because we were all here till 6 in the morning waiting for the result for that final game to finish. Chat, let's see if you guys remember. By the way, Rakesh with some incredible stats telling us that Sindarov has a 49 games unbeaten streak in classical chess. Just one of his other records that he's setting in the candidates. His last loss was against Chaparinov in round 3 of the FIDE Grand Swiss tournament. उसके बाद Sindarov hasn't lost a single classical games. और ऐसा नहीं है कि वो खेले नहीं है. He's been playing tournaments after tournaments. And if he holds this game, it will be his 50th game without a single loss. 50th unbeaten game.
आई थिंक हाफ सेंचुरी काफी है, सेंचुरी नहीं होने देंगे, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में ही ब्रेक करेंगे उनका रिकॉर्ड गुकेश होपफुली। एंड बाय द वे अनीश अबाउट टू प्ले एंड राकेश भाई इज सेइंग दिव्या हैज कुछ बोला क्या उन्होंने?
हाँ भाई, दिव्या ने एक ब्लंडर किया था बट हर अपोनेंट डिडंट फाइंड इट एंड द पोजीशन इज इक्वल अगेन, दैट इज अगेंस्ट लागनो.
Very interesting. Yeah, F4 was the move that was winning on the spot apparently, but her opponent didn't find it. So all good, yeah, so far. Okay,
don't
great.
even know why F4 is a blunder or how it's a blunder, but yeah, it's a complicated position for sure.
Great. By the way, Vaishali game में
I want to show that because it's quite interesting why it's a blunder. If we can just go back, it's actually very similar to pawn push ideas that you were talking about. बहुत जल्दी दिखा देते हैं कि actually F4 के बाद Black's bishop is in big trouble. Bishop takes pawn is not a threat. That bishop is going to be trapped on b2. अगर आप मारोगे तो I believe rook a2 के बाद there are no escape squares. The only move that Divya would have had was bishop d6. Thank you so much because आप वहीं से आए हैं, and now c5 d6 coming in with a big tempo, winning the piece. Huge miss, I want to say, by Kateryna, and slightly surprising. Sahaj, to my eyes, for a player of Kateryna's level, f4 was not a very hard find.
But multiple reasons, I think. I think we've seen, definitely we've seen worse mistakes than this, but I think it's a bunch of factors. I think Lagno's also not playing for the title at this point anymore. Yeah, there's also like, okay, आप 100% focus नहीं हो, but also after f4 bishop b2, I feel like she missed rook a2. Because in my eyes, I was only thinking about rook b1. In rook b1, there's bishop f5, I think.
F5. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's possible you rook a2 ही ना दिखाओ. Because I didn't see it until you mentioned it.
let's be happy because Lagno does play Vaishali in the final round. So if she misses a win and is low on confidence, that might actually help Vaishali. So maybe a good result overall, a good turn of events. Meanwhile, Vaishali game, we have a minor update. I think she has actually taken on e5 and taken on c6 as well, given Vaishali double pawns. And Queen F1, the only move in the position to get a better position, and White does find it. So A6 pawn की तरफ नजर. And if this falls, ये A pawn तो भाई वो बोलते हैं ना वो जेट पैक लेके जाएगा 8 की तरफ कूद के.
सब कुछ ही गिर जाएगा ना. c6 pawn hanging है, queen c8 check आ रही है. आप क्या क्या बचाओगे एक लौती queen के साथ? And like you said, a4 pawn तो भाई full glory से आगे बढ़ेगा. But queen f1, a really nice geometric pattern found by Tan Zhongyi in this position. One side of the board eyeing the other side of the board. And the
Does it
problem
mean
is,
she's
right,
just losing a pawn? Is it
and
just a
now
pawn?
she's losing a pawn, and Saj, again, that knight on d7, it's taking forever to come into the game because Vaishali is relying on attack on the king side. You know, she needs to coordinate the queen, rook, and the knight to either set up some back rank ideas or try to get that knight to g4. पर वो हो ही नहीं रहा है. You're just not in time. h4, h3 एक move stops everything.
So, okay, so just humor me for a second. I'll go rook e4.
Okay, let's
What do you
continue.
play?
I'll
I
take
want
the
to
pawn
take
maybe.
that pawn.
And now knight e5. Why tell me कि you are facing this as white and एक second के लिए आपको डर नहीं लगेगा यहाँ पे? No chance, I think.
एक
डर
सेकंड के लिए
लग रहा है.
लगेगा पर 2 सेकंड के लिए नहीं लगेगा.
So you're
Okay,
fine
I
now,
think
you think?
is your plan knight g4 या knight f3? Because I'm just thinking कि
भाई
rook
पहले
g4
भी लॉस टू पूरा प्लान नहीं बता दूं आपको अपना?
नहीं
और क्या चाहते हो मेरे
बता
से?
दो ना भाई, आसान रहेगा
I
ना
think I
यार.
want to
और
play
भी
h3. Let's
Okay,
play
okay.
इंजन भी
h3.
तुम्हारे पास,
Let's go h3.
प्लान भी
Let's
मैं
go
बता दूं.
h3.
So I'll play h3 because I think rook g4 looks like a strong idea to me. So I'll play
Yes.
h3 just to prevent rook g4, and
Also,
now I
we
want to
want
bring
a
the queen back.
loft. We also want king h2.
Yeah.
We don't want back rank stuff. So h3 cannot be a bad move. Maybe it's not the best move, but I think it's a good idea.
तो कुछ क्वीन g6 वगैरह सोच रहा हूँ, बट यू हैव क्वीन c8 चेक देयर. ठीक है, ऐसे मोमेंट्स में ना king h7 is always a very nice move. So I'll play king h7.
Done hai bhai. King
Okay,
h7.
now
No
I'm
By the way, I just want to say that we can stay here, but I don't want to miss Anish versus Javokhir because we might be going to the defining moment of the candidates as Anish has not been able to make progress. And Anish with that same expression on his face from the start of the game, as if he's so impressed with how easily Javokhir Sindarov plays the game and how quickly he plays it and how he's never in trouble. Javokhir about to play a5. Uska body language dekho. It's like a boss sitting and saying, I'm going to the World Championship, folks. See you
Bhai,
later.
we're gonna see a Berlin draw tomorrow, by the way. I'm gonna make a prediction for that opening. Because I mean, there's nothing to play for Sindarov. He's already mentioned during an interview, by the way, कि Hikaru के against he considered playing the Berlin draw.
नहीं भाई,
But
बर्लिन
this,
तो हो ही नहीं सकता ना, because वही पेट्रोव खेलेगा.
wow.
We just know it. We just know the way you will play Petrov. Come on, he plays Petrov each time.
Yeah, Petrov, as we know, is one of the most ambitious openings for Black and sacrifices 4 pawns and a rook.
Anything to avoid Berlin draw.
Yeah.
Anything.
And
By
a5
the
is such a classy move. He's just stopped those b and the a pawns from moving forward ever. He's clamped down white's rook to defend b3. Agar aap king laoge aage, the black king can move forward to d5. I just don't see any hope for white to even try here. I think Anish knows it. It's just a matter of reaching 40 moves and you can look at him on the face. Maybe we go full screen on the players just to see what it's like to play the last few moves before we've got our challenger for the World Championship match.
Yeah, he's kind of disappointed. Yeah, he looks like okay, कुछ बचा नहीं है position में. It's like, you know, I mean, he had hopes of kind of creating some chances. It's like you had a cookie in the cookie jar last night, but you know, maybe I ate it yesterday. He's not completely sure about that. क्या रहा? Where did I miss the
कल भी
opportunity?
cookie नहीं खाई ना. Problem वो है that Wei Yi के साथ जो chance था ना, उधर भी cookie jar
Yeah.
empty ही रह गया फिर finally.
अगर आप अनीश की सिचुएशन में अभी अगर होते हैं, राइट, तो वुड यू लाइक जस्ट साइलेंटली जस्ट से ड्रॉ? And वो सुन मतलब I'm sure Sindarov is looking for it. He's just waiting for that draw offer in
But he
this
can't make it,
moment.
no? It's too
3
it's too
moves.
early. He needs
3
40
moves, I
moves.
think. Yeah.
So 3 more moves, but Sindarov knows it. And imagine the feeling of going into the last round at the candidates, and there's no pressure on you because you've done it. You can just go and have fun now. You're playing for those rating points. You're playing for those extra $1,000, extra couple of $1,000 to for a win. But absolutely no pressure. The only other player I can remember who won the candidates one round was Jan Nepomniachtchi 2022 Madrid. And what a dominating, crushing performance he had start to finish. Sindarov one-upped it, being on a +6 scores, 6 wins. 5 of them in the first half of the tournament, never in trouble on the board, never out of control of the candidates, forced his opponents to respond to his lead, forced them to take their chances, to play risky because he was running away with everything. And now he's just chill and calm, and he knows he's
Yeah.
moments away from the big dream. He's
Can we
moments
have
away from being a challenger to the world champion.
the double board for maybe Sindarov and Vaishali as well? That might be a nice scene. I think it's going to take some time for the game to finish. Also,
ऐसा
I feel
feel आ
like
रहा है आपको टिकू भाई?
हाँ बहुत फील आ रहा है आई थिंक
अच्छा फील आ
आई
रहा
डोंट
है कि
नो
अभी थोड़ा लगेगा यहाँ पे टाइम. ठीक है ओके
हाँ थोड़ा
Got
फील आ
it.
रहा है फील जोर से आ रहा है फील and by this we have a super chat once again. The Thunder trio is back together for crucial games. It's such a pleasant feeling to hear your expert analysis. Results can be any, but chess is winning, from Santosh bhai. Thanks a lot Santosh bhai for the
Very
kind
well
words.
said.
Thank you so much, bhai. Thank you so much for the super chat. I'm glad you're enjoying this, bhai. We are also, waiting to see कि कौन होगा वो tiger जो गुकेश को challenge करेगा इस बार. And it looks like it's gonna be Sindarov.
Bhai Santosh Naine is a very big supporter of chess. I've seen him in many streams, and he's somebody who follows all tournaments and all the Indian players. So, very meaningful there by you. And it's really true that I think what we've seen happen in this candidates, it really feels like chess has been the biggest winner as we are witnessing, you know what they say, a star is born. And Javokhir Sindarov has been that star. I think this candidates will be the defining chapter of his career. This is potentially, I mean, not even potentially, this is going to be the biggest tournament of his life yet. And what a way to do it.
And Tanya, he's one-upping that performance every single time. Yeah, first it was the World Cup. Now it's the candidates, and next is the World Championship. So it's like he's winning everything there is. By the way, Magnus Carlsen was world champion for multiple years and did not have the World Cup title. So it's not easy to achieve what he's done. And he's done it so confidently, dominantly, कि Fabi Hikaru जैसे players से वो 2-3 point आगे चल रहा है. Made them look like, like players who were never in contention. So spectacular play by Sindarov, and I think the World Championship will be exciting. Round 1 se hi, it's going to be like, okay, ding mein kya tha? We knew your slight favorites, right? Tanya Sahaj. It felt like Gukesh is the slight favorite because Ding is not in form. This time, it's going to be a tough challenge for Gukesh.
100%. And I think if it goes the way it's going, firstly, Sindarov will have double digits, which I think is in itself, I think, a great achievement in the modern candidates. Never been done before, I believe. And if he draws today, then it's also like, Sindarov never ever had any problems throughout, the entire candidates basically, which is something that I don't think we've seen a lot of before. एक भी game में उसकी खराब मतलब okay, first round you were saying that was shaky. I think the only shaky part was his time pressure, I believe. Like position wise, if you go back and check the game, he had like 97% accuracy.
He had
It's like
97.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, he had 97% accuracy, but objectively, Esipenko was better in certain moments. But I am with you that practically it was just a very complicated game. And then when in the end crazy things started happening, Sindarov found incredible resources and turned it around. I think his game with Fabi, it felt that Fabi was putting some pressure. But again, Sindarov showing that it's not just when he's better, but even when he's under pressure, he's able to defend like that. And that is also key, right? If you have to win the candidates, because you will have to save those half points in these critical moments. So not only has he been in flawless form converting the games, but भाई बचाना difficult positions को बचाना जब भी वो आए एक बार या दो बार, and Sindarov has done that also to perfection, whether it was against Esipenko or against Fabiano Caruana.
And I want to get your opinion, Tanya, Sahaj, and also chat. Like, what is the secret of him playing very quickly? I think that's where he's impressed us all, right? I think good chess. I think 19 accuracy में देखी हुई है. All top players are capable of doing what he's doing. The only difference is he's never reached that stage. अगर गुकेश का हम candidates देखें last time का, he was better against Firouzja, almost winning, fell in time pressure and lost that game, right? Otherwise, he would also maybe have no losses. So ये चीज हमने देखी ही नहीं पूरे कैंडिडेट्स में कि भाई वो टाइम प्रेशर में कभी आए. लाइक व्हाट इज द सीक्रेट ऑफ
फर्स्ट राउंड में आया था वो टाइम प्रेशर में.
हाँ,
फर्स्ट
बट
राउंड में
उसके बाद
हाँ.
से बट लाइक व्हाट इज द सीक्रेट? लाइक व्हाट डू यू थिंक
But I
इज
mean,
समथिंग इज डन बेटर?
amazing opening prep, I'm guessing, is one of them. Because of course, like after at least in the first half of the event, ऐसा लग रहा था कि हर preparation खत्म होने के बाद ही, he had basically half an hour minimum more than his opponent. By the way, we have a big super chat as well. It's amazing, Tanya, that you remember me. You have made my day. That this super chat is for you, Tanya. Would be happy to see you again on board playing in any event. Sakahari ji बोल रहे हैं 1000 rupees की super chat. Thank you so much, Sakahari ji.
That's very very sweet. Chesscom India को मैं invoice भेज दूंगी ये super chat के लिए. But hopefully soon. अभी commentary में काफी मजा आ रहा है. But let's see. अगर Olympiad में खेलना होगा, then I will have to play one tournament before that. So we'll see.
वो
So
तो
but it
arrange कर
means a
लूंगा
lot
मैं.
for people, for everybody who messages me that they want to see me back on the board. It really means a lot. So thank you.
Tanya,
Fan इधर आ जाओ ना आप इधर आ
isn't
जाओ.
it-
एक आध 6 days खेल लेना.
So first May is the
Budapest.
cutoff, right? First May is the cutoff, right? You have to play an event before that. So
I
chat, would you
think
like to
30th
see
of May. 30th of May.
30 minutes? So
Like
chat,
the
would you
end
like
of
to
the
see
month.
Tanya at the Olympiad? Come on, chat, let's go. Full support, full pressure and support both on Tanya to play an event before the Olympiad cutoff ताकि वो
यार
खेल पाए.
ऐसा मत करो यार. मत करो ये. मैं सहज ने कितना क्यूटली ऐसे हाथ वापस ले लिया मेरी आवाज सुन के.
I don't want you to feel uncomfortable,
That's very sweet. No, but I genuinely want to मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि after the bronze of Chennai and gold of Budapest, I feel like I'm moving towards a different part of my life and my career, and all your support means a lot. But देखते हैं. No, I won't say yes or no one way. I still need time to figure it out. तो अभी थोड़ा pressure मत डालो. बस साथ दो.
ये साथ तो है, but I think मेरा internet should be studied because this is the second time it has happened where it's such a important moment like that we are having a discussion and then it just goes away. First time it was just having a discussion with Vishy sir about some position and then it just went away again. Yeah, so 2 times in a row. But yeah, bhai, you should play. खेलो भाई.
I will try my best, but right now, the only one playing in this position, I wanted to almost say that it looks like white is crushing here right now. By the way, I want to go back to Anish's board. मुझे बहुत strong feeling आ रही है कि draw offer is on the horizon in this one. Any moment it can happen. What do you guys think? Will Anish make a draw offer? Will Sindarov make a draw offer? Or will they just continue playing this?
No, I think they'll keep playing, Tanya. ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है.
40th move, Rook C5, 40th move, eye contact होगा या नहीं होगा?
ऐसा
Look at
मुझे
this
भी लग रहा है.
Sindarov. Sindarov doesn't leave his table, by the way, after Rook C5. मुझे लग रहा है draw offer incoming, भाई.
I think Rook F3 incoming is my guess.
भाई सोचो अनीश ड्रॉप बोले सिंडरोव मना कर दे.
भाई वो
Why, that
next
would be
level
hilarious.
sigma row हो जाएगा. वो तो crazy move हो जाएगा.
लिटरली भाई वो तो मैं फैन हो जाऊंगा भाई सिंडरोव का.
अब तक नहीं हो सहज, अब तक हो जाना चाहिए था यार एक्चुअली.
हाँ भाई, अभी तक तो काफी उसने किया है तुम्हारे को impress करने
नहीं,
के
ये
लिए. Okay,
एपिक
he's
मोमेंट
reaching
होगा
for
आई
the
फील
H pawn.
अगर उसने मना कर दिया तो. ओ H4 रुक जी5 का प्लान, दैट्स एक्चुअली इंटरेस्टिंग. वी डिड नॉट
H4?
कंसीडर दिस.
No eye contact just yet. Rook g5, but how dangerous is this king pawn ending will be the big question, Sahaj. That requires a lot of calculation. For example, let's say अगर हम king ऊपर आते हैं, आप check देते हो, हम king आगे आते हैं या फिर वापस जाते हैं, rook pawn ending की क्या evaluation है वो वाली?
Something like this, yeah.
Okay, let's try this. Rook takes rook, pawn takes rook, and let's bring our king closer to the pawn. And this
I
is a
feel-
race. It's a full race. White को पूरी तेजी से जाना है queen side के pawns की तरफ, black को पूरी तेजी से जाना है g5 की तरफ.
I feel like black ही ना जीत जाए तान्या यहाँ पे. Okay, king b5, h5, king f5. I'm just gonna play the moves normally and see क्या होता है. Maybe a draw, yeah.
King g4, king g3.
King a6, I'm gonna guess. Okay, king g3,
King
b5,
G3, King A7.
king a7, h3,
Pawn, pawn, pawn,
b6.
pawn, pawn.
अगर ये आया भाई तो Sindarov will not be happy with this. Let me just say that. There is
And
no
the
way
reason,
Sindarov is
yeah,
happy with this भाई. तो कितना
I
बचाना
agree.
पड़ेगा इधर तो.
Because queen trade ho jaye ek bari, then the a4 pawn is more advanced than the g pawn. Like queen b6, and I think you can take queen takes queen, and white is winning now.
Yep, and black king अपने pawn के रास्ते में ही है, so that will not be great news, of course. By the way, rook e5 has been played. Super chat है from Gears of something. सब कुछ के gears है.
Gears of War, it's a game.
हाँ, अच्छा. Go to Himalayas and do tapas till December for Gukesh, so your air gambit works. ऐसा कह रहे हैं वो. एक
भाई
air gambit
डिपेंड्स
आप कर.
कितने की सुपर चैट है, उसी पे डिपेंड करता है
200
कि
रुपए की तान्या.
सहज भाई 200 रुपए में आप तपस्या करने जाएंगे कि नहीं जाएंगे फॉर एयर गैम्बिट टू वर्क?
साहिल बोला ना उन्होंने तो.
हाँ, वो
I
कंफ्यूज हो गए
will
होंगे शायद.
definitely pay 200 to watch Sahil do the tapasya.
अच्छा अच्छा. घर पे चलेगी क्या?
100%.
घर पे?
Sorry?
घर पे चलेगी तपस्या, मतलब हिमालय जाना जरूरी है क्या? उसका मतलब पार्ट मतलब जरूरी है क्या? घर पे कर
Depend
सकते हैं?
आपका अच्छा वो तो गलत जगह पे हम पहुंच जाएंगे. So never mind. या घर पे
नहीं,
सही है
ग्रीन
भाई.
स्क्रीन लगा के मतलब तपस्या कर सकते हैं, हिमालय पीछे लगा के ऐसे, मतलब विद द प्रॉपर एक्सपीरियंस. या वी कैन डू दैट. आई हैव अ ग्रीन स्क्रीन, वी कैन डू दैट.
और आई थिंक
हाँ
एक वो
करो.
प्रीसेट वो है, देयर इज अ प्रीसेट बैकग्राउंड आल्सो जूम पे जहाँ पे ऐसे फुल स्नो क्लैड माउंटेन्स दिखते हैं, सो यू कैन
हाँ,
हैव दैट ऑन एंड लाइव स्ट्रीम इट साहिल.
डन डन. 200 रुपए के डन. 200 नहीं है, 30% यूट्यूब काटेगा, सो व्हाटएवर दैट
इतना
इज.
इतना इंच पैसा में इतना इंच मिलेगा.
Oof. Bars. Those are some bars right there भाई. मजा आया.
भाई एक भी रिजल्ट नहीं आया अब तक. दैट टेल्स यू कि आज सब डिसाइड हो जाना है. मेरे ख्याल से एक या दो लोग ही खुश जाएंगे आज घर. वन ऑफ देम इज क्लियरली सिंदारोव. ही इज अबाउट टू ड्रॉ द गेम and he's still not at the board. तारे लग नहीं रहा है ड्रॉ करने के मूड में अनीश. I think he's gonna play for a while.
Okay, fine. Then let's have a double board view and let's have Vaishali's board as well, because we were looking at it and it felt like that one is still requiring some work to defend. Queen f1 khela gaya tha, and Vaishali has made the decision to bring her rook to d5. How does that help you? Queen takes pawn. She wants to go rook d2 potentially, trying to tie down some of White's pieces to defense, bring that rook into the second rank.
Okay, I'm gonna take the pawn. Yeah, I'm like, what else? I don't see anything else. Rook queen takes a6.
Yeah, queen takes pawn, rook d2. I think that if I had to guess, that is Vaishali's idea.
And now
Or 95.
ये क्या हुआ भाई? Suddenly switch
Or
हो गया
95.
कुछ.
I'm just saying. Oh left क्योंकि वो live board कर रहा है.
Okay.
so now do I play rook f1 or queen f1? Which one is? Because f2 पे तो mate हो रही है, so I have to defend this. I can't get the bishop back.
I mean, you have to go queen f1, I think, because rook on a1, at least you can push that pawn up.
Okay, queen f1, best move by the way. Great. And what can black do now to create counter?
I don't like this, to be honest, yeah, to that much for Vaishali. I somehow don't agree rook d2 is her move that she's thinking over. I would never think, because, you know, I'll tell you why I wouldn't play rook d2. It's because if you just go one move back in that position, instead of rook d2, I have this idea of knight e5, knight f3 check. And gf3, queen f3 के बाद रुक मेरा g5 से बहुत dangerous होगा वो.
Oh, I love that idea. Maybe that's
there is-
what Vaishali is setting up.
Yeah. There is no way that she sees all that this idea and then she goes for rook d2, which is a very, very committal move here.
Very
काम कर रहा है
possible.
कि नहीं वो नहीं पता मुझे.
Very possible that she goes with knight to e5. But Vaishali definitely on the defense. I saw Sindarov lower camera mein, he was reaching for his rook to slide it to give a check, is the feeling that I got on the second rank. Do you think after he makes his move, he'll offer a draw? Anish to
No.
शायद नहीं करने वाला.
Sindarov भी नहीं करेगा, I think. I mean, he will, like, he will probably feel कि, I mean, if my opponent wants to offer a draw, he's gonna do so. So maybe I am the one kind of defending, even though it's because of optical reasons of the double pawn. Like, he's not gonna offer a draw, I feel. उसको पता है कि अनीश को खेलना ही है, मजबूर है बेचारा खेलने के लिए. So
I just think that the fact कि Sindarov के दिमाग में सिर्फ draw चल रहा है अभी, That's something that Anish थोड़ा तो उसको मतलब पूरे candidates में एक second के लिए भी तुमने suffer नहीं किया अभी थोड़ा तो करो. I feel like it's fair.
But do you think he has chances? Like any chances? Like
Anish?
0% chance?
Yes, only Anish has chances.
Only he does, but I still think it's like 0.001% in this position. Maybe not even. He needs such a huge helping hand from Sindarov. I just don't see that happening with 1 hour 31 minutes on Sindarov's clock.
By the way, yes, chat, Divya has
Question for you
blundered.
guys. Imagine Sindarov की ये same position है and he has a time that he has right now or he's playing on 1 minute. Do you think he plays better or worse? Because I think it depends. क्योंकि आपके पास इतना टाइम होता है आपका पूरा sense of danger चला जाता है and that can be very dangerous for you. But if you're playing over the board and 1 minute है आपके पास, then you're completely focused. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it depends on a position, right? If it's a position
This
that's
position.
complicated, obviously, then you want more time on the clock. In this position, also, I think having more time is a luxury. I think I'll tell you in what context. Let's say Rook exchange offer hua. It requires full calculation to be sure that if I go into this king pawn ending, I'm holding it. And then you have two choices. Either you give up a pawn and say that that is a technical draw, but you'll have to suffer, or is it a king pawn ending that you're holding? So uske liye tumhe time chahiye hoega for those moments. And your opponent will ask you those questions when you're playing on seconds. But in this case, Javokhir Sindarov will not come down on seconds. He'll always have time to navigate problematic questions. Whether it's how do you respond to Rook G5, whether it's
I
how do you
remember in Tata Steel when Anish and Sindarov played against each other, Anish was playing with white as well if I remember correctly, and it was some king pawn ending जहाँ पे Sindarov ने कुछ एक blunder किया था, something along those lines, and then Anish wasn't able to capitalize on it. Now both players had a lot of time on their clock. They had 40-45 minutes on the clock or something like this, and the game ended in a draw. So, okay, maybe you can make an argument that that specific king pawn ending was harder to play than this one. This does feel very simple, but mistakes did happen back then with Anish and Sindarov. The last time they played in an endgame, with one side having this crazy 1.5 hours or however much it is. But yeah, that's all that I'm basing my argument on.
Yeah. But I feel like Sindarov in this form, he's not going to let go, not even give like a glimmer of hope. I think Aram se, and I agree with you, Tanya, I think Rook G5, Rook trade hai, uske liye he does need time to calculate, and that's exactly what he's doing right now. Agar yahan pe 1 minute hota, maybe he might make a different decision because he would not want to calculate that king pawn endgame. But even that's a comfortable draw. So even if he were to make that mistake and enter that endgame, he's still pretty safe. And I think it's more about just momentum for Anish. He's playing because he has to play on. But normal circumstances mein, I think even Magnus might offer a draw here. Like ऐसी endgame लग रही है मुझे. Like even he might not push.
नहीं भाई ये क्या बोल दिया आपने? Magnus never भाई. What? You could have said anyone.
नहीं भाई, I think even
Chess
Magnus
की
might
history
offer a
में
draw.
कोई भी player बोल सकते थे. मैं मान लेता. Magnus no chance. Magnus plays this.
I think even Gukesh wouldn't offer a draw here. He might have accepted if his
100% not,
opponent
yeah.
offered a draw, but even then he might have thought about it. The thing is, you pick up that a5 pawn for black and put it on b6, and it's instant handshakes. Then there's no question about it. But it's
I'll
just
tell you
this.
the difference between Magnus and Gukesh here. ठीक है, Magnus यहाँ पे white से जीतने के लिए खेलेगा और गुकेश अगर black से यहाँ खेल रहा होगा ना और कोई से draw पूछेगा तो गुकेश मना कर देगा.
मैं एक और डिफरेंस बताती हूँ मैग्नस और गुकेश के लिए कि मैग्नस यहाँ से व्हाइट से खेलते हुए विन के लिए खेलेगा और ब्लैक से भी खेलते हुए विन के लिए खेलेगा.
Same for Gukesh, I think. He will play for a win with either color as well.
Yeah, I think definitely I don't see them offering a draw here.
तो Sindarov भी खेल सकता है क्या black से win के लिए?
Optimism has been the name of the game for Javakher. So who knows? I think everyone has spoken about this in every broadcast and shares this opinion. I was also talking to another grandmaster friend of ours, Niklas Huschenbeth, and he said this exact same thing, that Gukesh's run in candidates at Cyprus has looked Sindarov's run here has looked so much like Gukesh in Toronto. Not about the scoreline, but their attitude towards the games. The opening preparation, अगर आपको याद है टोरंटो में गुकेश की क्या ही opening ideas थे, novelties थे. He was the one who was, putting pressure out of the opening, whether white pieces or black pieces, the optimism to continue playing, taking chances. Same thing Sindarov has done. Gukesh, over the board, doesn't matter तुम्हारे सामने कौन बैठा है, you're playing for the win. Same thing Sindarov has done. And it's just worked out to perfection for both these players.
That's a very interesting point. And do you think, of course, Gukesh would realize this, it kind of is, similar, and Sindarov is also, is having these fresh ideas. But Tanya, I remember a few days ago you mentioned कि हर player का जब ऐसा rise आता है, फिर एक वो correction का भी एक period आता है, right? Do you think that happens the same for Sindarov, or do you think that part is completely unpredictable?
It's a great point. It's a great question. And I think it's really difficult to predict, right? What will happen to Sindarov? First thing is, I do believe that his form does and his run continues this year. I think Sindarov, Gukesh के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा important चीज़ Sahaj in my mind will be to somehow find his form and more importantly his confidence back. Look at Sindarov, yeah. Look at the confidence with which he's playing right now. Sahil ने पूछा था कि how is Sindarov playing so quickly in his games? Confidence has a huge part to play in that. When you feel that everything you're doing the first few rounds, everything aligns, you're finding the right moves, you're playing the top moves, you come back, you analyze, you check कि भाई क्या ही chess खेली है मैंने, it just subconsciously takes over. You're in a flow. You're not second guessing yourself, you're not double guessing yourself. And Gukesh needs to reach that point for the next World Championship match, because it's clear form wise right now there is no comparison between these two. So Sindarov, what will be the correction period? Where he is right now? I'm checking his exact rating. He's climbed up to world number 5, I believe, Sahaj.
Yes.
Just one behind Nodirbek Abdusattorov. I do think that stabilization does happen, a little bit of an up and down, but I think for Gukesh, it's been a lot. Even at the Menorca Masters, it's been a really difficult tournament for him.
No, I agree with you.
So I do feel
with you.
it is the stabilization plus the added pressure of the World Championship crown, which is playing a big part right now.
Yeah, I think great point there. By the way, he gives a check on C4. So of course, tournament अभी finish नहीं हुआ है Sindarov के लिए, but yeah, I think we're not really sure exactly when this happened to Gukesh, but एक moment I think आता है आपका, because I think Gukesh और Sindarov का style भी इतना similar है. They're both trying to play for wins. They're both having these fresh ideas. Both really like these double-edged weird positions जहाँ पे you can just play chess. Gukesh also looked like that at some point, and it's very much possible that Gukesh could actually learn from or in some ways predict what Sindarov is going to be like a year from now or 2 years from now, because उसके साथ भी similar situations हुई थी. I mean, if you think about it, Gukesh was 2,794 at his peak, yeah, which is ridiculous. Like that is 6 points away from hitting a mark जो 10 लोग, okay, maybe 10, 12 some people have achieved in the past, which is I think ridiculous. So do you think that gives an edge to Gukesh, or do you think it's overanalyzing?
I'm not sure, Sahaj, because I think what's important is what happens in the next 8 months, not what happens in the next 2 years. Gukesh will be fully focused on looking ahead to not only figure out what's going on with Sindarov, but more importantly, what's going on with him. I think that will be also a very big point for the whole team to try to close those gaps. Confidence is such a key part. I think confidence, by the way, King D6 khela gaya hai abhi by Sindarov. So if in this moment, Anish wants to offer a draw, there is a repetition by bringing the rook back to G4. If Anish goes rook G4, this position would have happened twice. Sahaj.
Yeah, but I think वो होता तो टिक्कू भाई आ जाते अब तक वापस.
पर उन्हें पता थोड़ी ना अभी रुक G4 अगर हो. अच्छा, उनका
अरे
ऐसे
टिक्कू भाई को
telepathy
सब पता है भाई, आपको क्या लग रहा है?
all knowing टिक्कू भाई.
सब पता है उनको. Crazy है वो.
If we think about the Singapore World Championship match, one of the very big differences between Ding and Gukesh were their confidence levels. Gukesh was at an all-time high, skyrocketing confidence, and for Ding it was at an all-time low. And that is a huge decisive factor advantage in a match. It was the reason why Gukesh was pushing every game, every position, taking sometimes questionable decisions just to keep the game going. And that is the reason why eventually in game 14, Rook F2 happened. It didn't happen out of nowhere. Rook F2 happened because every game from game 1, Ding Liren was put under immense pressure by Gukesh because of Gukesh's confidence.
So basically, when, of course, these guys, it's not a question of if, it's when, of course, after this match. So when they are playing against each other, the first few rounds, the person who puts the most pressure on their opponent is gonna triumph at the end, is your point.
1000%. And the nature that these two players have, if they are at the top of their game, they are going to push each other to the edge in that match. I want to see a top of the game Gukesh, a top of the game Sindarov fight in the World Championship, because then that will be an epic battle, one to remember. Both of them are going to demand so much from each other if you're able to get there. Sahaj, what's your prediction? Does Anish go Rook G4, offering a repetition here?
No, I think Anish will do anything but repeat here.
Oh, wow.
He might go G4. He might go. I mean, okay, he knows it's a draw, but okay, जितना game वो और मतलब खेलता रहेगा, I think उतना maybe Sindarov becomes uncomfortable because he can taste it. Yeah, he can taste the win.
Yeah, he can.
Tournament
He
by
can
draw
taste
पूछ
the
लो.
World Championship right now. He can taste that destination point of the candidates. It's not even that he can smell it. He can actually taste it.
So close to it. उसके कान ना ऐसे मतलब एकदम खड़े होंगे इस टाइम पे just to waiting for that beautiful draw offer जो अनीश पूछने वाला है. But I feel like it's not gonna happen now. I think they're still gonna continue. But yeah.
Meanwhile, Tan Zhongyi hasn't yet picked up the pawn on a6. Rook d5 was the last move. So there is some tactics, whether it's knight jumping to e5 या फिर वो rook second rank में आना, that's making Tan a little uncomfortable about going pawn grabbing here.
Yeah, it's also making me uncomfortable to take on a6, 100%. And also, if you look at Tan's body language, her face is not looking at that a6 pawn. She's only looking at the king side. Matlab, even if she's looking at queen takes pawn, she realizes that attack with knight e5 and all the lines we looked at, it looks uncomfortable. So she doesn't want to go into it.
And can we bring up our bird's eye view? Just do a quick roundup and we'll come back straight into this scene. Let's see, Sahaj, what's happening across our 8 boards right now. Chat, not a single result has happened. We are way into the 3rd hour of play. Anish Giri versus Javokhir Sindarov, the big blockbuster clash. It is very peaceful, moments away probably from booking that candidate spot is Javokhir Sindarov. Fabiano Caruana and Praggnanandhaa, Fabi putting immense pressure, 3 pawns for a piece, but Praggnanandhaa का king बीच में फंसा हुआ है, ना left जा सकता है, ना right जा सकता है, और e6, d6 काफी ज़्यादा weak pawns है. Hikaru Nakamura, Bluebaum, nobody in the world, nobody on the planet, not even Hikaru can stop the Bluebaum streak. Looks like this one will also end in a draw right now. सब कुछ block है, एक भी open file नहीं है, no big breaks in the position. Wei Yi versus Esipenko. Black की position थोड़ी सी better है. Looking at that e4 knight which is kicked back, but some weaknesses in the center. d4, c4 जब trades होंगे उनमें से एक pawn थोड़ा weak होने वाला है. But that's still a very complicated battle because bishop pair is with Wei Yi. In the women's section, Sahaj, break it down for us because I see the bars are incrementally increasing as we go from left to right for the white pieces.
That's a nice observation there. And that just going back to that Wei Yi Esipenko, I think the main problem with Wei Yi is that जो king जो g1 पे पड़ा हुआ है उसने castle नहीं करा. It's where it looks like half a castle. Rook अगर f1 पे होता तो Wei Yi would have been fine, yeah.
I just automatically thought that rook was on f1 in my head.
हाँ,
I didn't
same.
notice the rook on h1.
Because black का king भी g8 पे है ना इसलिए तो it looks kind of similar. But yeah, going from left to right, there is Zhu Jiner versus Goryachkina, which I think is a very, very important one. Goryachkina just pushed a4 and she's just three moves away from queening in that situation. But Zhu Jiner does have some checks on e4, I see, which could be a bit dangerous. Very, very tactical game. I don't think we can right now say whether white is better or black is better. Yeah, I see it's equal. I see a couple of zeros, but I think both sides have to be very, very precise. Tan versus Vaishali, again, I realize queen takes pawn is hanging. It's been hanging for the last 25 minutes, but Tan is not even looking at that side of the board because she sees queen, knight, rook, all over. Pawn bhi h5 ka ekdam durandar. Just pushing h4, h3 looks very, very dangerous for Tan to face. And I don't think she will take on a6. And I'm still going to stay with my prediction that I think Vaishali has a very good chance to win today. because of all the mess that could happen. Bibisara versus Muzychuk, it looks like it should be a draw because it's an opposite colored bishop, but ये bar इतना ऊपर क्यों है? I have no idea. At some point, I'm guessing some bishop takes d6 and c4 और कुछ bishop से pawn sack करके अगर pawns बढ़ रहे हैं आगे तो I can understand. For me, otherwise it should be a draw because it's opposite colored bishops and black can just put up a fortress. But yeah, I think we'll come back to that. Lagno versus Divya though looks, I think, the most clean for Lagno. I think it looks the most clean out of all the games because I think Lagno is just dominating. That pawn on d5 looks amazing. Double bishops, rooks on open files. Looks like everything is going right for Lagno, but Divya का एक भी piece active नहीं लग रहा अभी.
I think that bottom left board, one simple way to explain that is apart from the bishop pair, 4 pawns of Divya stopped by 3 pawns on the king side, and basically d5 pawn feels like an extra pawn. Like Lagno is a pawn up in this position. Nothing is stopping that because of the doubled f pawns that Divya has, giving Lagno huge chances to get this win. Meanwhile, Anish does continue the game. As you mentioned, g4 khela gaya hai. Let's bring up our double board view as we were looking at it. After g4, rook se check di thi, white ka king upar gaya hai, and now it is once again on Javakher to play. Meanwhile, Tan Zhongyi is frozen. Sehaj, she hasn't made a move, and I believe it's been almost 30 minutes after rook to d5. She's now down to 13 minutes, 23
and
minutes. on the
Tanya,
clock.
like, correct me if I'm wrong, when you think 30 minutes, you don't play the best move ever.
There
Like,
is
you
this whole
always make
theory.
a mistake. Sorry?
Long think, wrong think. There is this theory in chess that 15 to 20 minutes is the max optimal time you should spend on any calculation. It's been spoken about by the best in the world. I think Magnus has spoken about this, Hikaru has spoken about this. All the top players have said कि very likely you go wrong. And when we look at games, ना सहज, इतनी बार हुआ है एक player ने 40 मिनट सोच के has made the wrong decision. And apparently after the first 15-20 minutes, your brain goes into a brain fog zone where lines start overlapping each other. You're not as clear as you were before. You start double guessing yourself. So very possible that Tan Zhongyi doesn't end up making the correct decision here. I still think she'll go pawn grabbing. She's just making sure कि भाई king side में कुछ crazy नहीं हो रहा है इस position में.
I think that's a
moves
great
कितने हुए इस game
breakdown.
में? Moves कितने
टिक्कू
हुए हैं?
भाई,
Because
आपका कैमरा आई थिंक इज गॉन या?
हाँ कैमरा तो आ रहा है बट क्योंकि 25 मूव अभी हुए हैं, 15 मूव पेंडिंग है एंड 7 मिनट और 12 मिनट हैं. सो ऐसा लग रहा है कि लाइक दिस कुड जस्ट एंड इन लाइक अ ब्लंडर और समथिंग. इट्स पॉसिबल कि Vaishali or Tan Zhongyi for that matter like miss a certain move at some point and it just kind of becomes winning for the other. So time pressure is a real factor here, I feel, in this game.
Well, luckily for the women boards, there is a 30-second increment, but the position is not a simplified position. आप वो दो boards compare करो, that would not matter so much if you're in a rook pawn ending where it's simpler to make moves. But in Tan Zhongyi Vaishali, every move will be a high responsibility move. So time pressure territory is incoming in this one, and definitely more critical for Vaishali, right? Because Tan Zhongyi is out of the race. She is playing for everything except that world championship spot right now. But for Vaishali, it is max stakes, max pressure.
And said by Tanya, it's so tough because I don't know, Vaishali, maybe she didn't have time to check out the other games, but Zhu Jiner is better, has good chances to win her game, and as Bibisara is winning against Anna Muzychuk. So it feels like Zhu could go to 8 points potentially, and Bibisara could come to 7.5. So it feels like Vaishali ki jo 1 point ki lead thi might turn into a deficit into the final round. Hoping she wins or draws this. सहज आप कहते कि वो जीतेंगी ये गेम. आपकी odds बढ़ रहे हैं, कम हो रहे हैं. What do you feel of the position as of now?
I was just taking a look at Zhu Jiner, and I'm not sure if we've mentioned this, but Zhu Jiner right now has an accuracy of 99.2%, which I think is very, very impressive, like so far. So she has played near perfect chess, and she is better, you're right. But Vaishali ke case mein, I think it's not, the bar doesn't, of course I see that bar is saying black ki kharab hai and all of that, but I feel there is a psychological influence here. Like I feel like white is constantly thinking about two things. Pehla, कि मेरी position better है and मुझे जीतना है. And of course, like if you think about it, if Tan wins this match, then for Zhu Jiner, that's amazing news. By the way, she just made a mistake. She just played Queen E2. But yeah, I think that pressure, or if just wanting to beat your opponent, that can also work badly for you. In this sense, जहाँ पे maybe at some point you can say Vaishali पहले like वो फोर्थ मूव से ड्रॉ के लिए नहीं खेल रही थी अगेंस्ट जू जिनर. लाइक एट सम एक मोमेंट आया होगा जहाँ पे वैशाली को समझ आएगा कि अब मेरी पोजीशन बहुत ज़्यादा खराब है. नाउ आई कैन थिंक अबाउट प्लेइंग अ बिट मोर सॉलिड. थिंक अ सिमिलर थिंग कुड हैपन हियर फॉर वैशाली.
This is huge, right? Because now your idea of jumping in with the knight to e5, by the way, queen e8 ka threat hai, so you have to be a little careful about avoiding that check. Sahaj, I don't think Vaishali will go rook e5 because wo rook wahin se abhi aaya hai. So you definitely don't want to use your rook to block it. Knight e5, a6 का pawn अगर previous move पे नहीं मारा गया तो अभी तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं मारोगे with the knight jumping on to g4, knight jumping on to f3. It starts looking incredibly scary. And not just that, that black knight is jumping on to d3. Notice how d7 is not possible because of Vaishali's rook on d5 and queen on f5 eyeballing that square. You will not even get it after giving a check. Knight f4 aa raha hai, f2 tender hai, rook e5 ka threat bhai in this position.
I don't
This
even
is
know what
getting-
Tan thought about. Like I'm sorry, but like it was what almost half an hour.
You
And
said
I'm
this.
sure like Queen E2 is that type of a decision जब आपको कुछ नहीं समझ आता and you are like, oh 10 minute पड़े हैं मेरे, you have to play quickly. That's what
It's
it looks like to me.
like a
Also,
panic
let's
move.
keep in mind, sorry to cut you off, but Queen F1 यहाँ पे खेला था उन्होंने. And now she plays Queen E2. Like it's also like a okay, of course, Rook यहाँ पे है D5 पे, but it feels like कि जो आपका main plan था, you didn't go ahead with it. You got spooked into not playing the correct idea. And now I think momentum shifts a little bit, I think, for Vaishali.
And we spoke about this, that the longer you think, very often you don't make the right choice. You know, for her to have played Queen E2 after almost a 30-minute think, long think, wrong think, wahi hua yahan pe. And now Vaishali, I think she continues with her plan. She goes ahead with a knight e5. If not knight e5, do you see any other alternative ideas that Vaishali can be thinking of in this position?
No, I don't see anything else. I think 95 is automatic. Like it's just one
Would you
move.
consider trading queens with queen e5 here?
No. Because
Yeah,
then
because
I
your
cannot
queen is
win.
stronger.
I cannot win then. I
Yes.
think Vaishali has to keep her chances of winning alive.
Because queen e5 essentially forces a queen trade क्योंकि a1 rook hanging है.
But I mean, even if I give you the d6 pawn, I mean, firstly, it's gonna be a very long game, and secondly, like very high chance that white will hold that. Very, very big chance. Also, queen knight का combination looks very scary.
भाई
And
वैशाली
also,
4
like
मिनट
तुम्हें
पे आ
पता है
गई
ना,
है सहज. And
भाई
how
वो
many
तुम्हें पता है ना
moves?
क्वीन E2 टैन ने क्यों खेला क्वीन E2 यहाँ पे? बिकॉज क्वीन A6 उसको नहीं पसंद है ना. आई एम श्योर देर इज नो रेफ्यूटेशन फॉर क्वीन A6 दैट बोथ ऑफ प्लेयर्स सॉ बिकॉज दैट रेफ्यूटेशन डजंट एग्जिस्ट. क्वीन A6 was the best move in the position. That means टैन थोड़ा डरी. तो वैशाली कैन प्ले ऑफ ऑन दैट फियर. If she offers a trade, then tan becomes comfortable, and then it's easy to draw.
Very good points, Sahaj. Is there a way, Sahil, that we get a two-board view with Prag and Fabi? Because crazy things हो रही हैं यार उस game में अभी. And we
also
have won our
Hikaru
first
and,
result.
Hikaru and Bluebaum have drawn a first result today, coming in after what, like 3 hours, three and a half hours actually, and that is a draw between Hikaru and Bluebaum. So continuing his sweep, and that is over. And now just one look at the Prague game, we will have a two-board setup for sure. But it feels like, what is the king doing on ES? Where is Black's queen?
The queen is gone and it has gone for one rook and two minor pieces. Now, usually that is more than enough compensation as we play through g7. नहीं मार सकते क्योंकि e6 और d6 hanging था. Rook को हटाया गया वहां से, giving a big check on h5, and then the rook infiltrates on the 7th rank. And look how Prag's queen has no squares. Queen e8, knight takes pawn आ रहा है. Prag forced to take the knight on c4. And right here, he's won the queen. But how much is that? You have to rely on counterplay, on checkmating ideas against the black king. Queen g6, great move by Fabi, defending g7. And he wants to put that rook on e1 and by h4, h5, h6, h7. Queen g6 is on the board.
This is very difficult. In fact, यहाँ पे knight f6 नहीं खेला तो it's plus 3.5 Tanya. It feels like you have to be so precise. And of course, there's some counterplay. Bishop d5 in a dream world, like a rook second rank पे आ जाए, you could create some counterplay. But pawn g7 पे, how do you get the freedom to even create counterplay when your opponent is one square of making a new queen? I think this is basically close to over for Prag.
You put a black pawn on g7 instead of white, just one pawn there, and the evaluation will be totally different. Prag will be the one winning because 2 minor pieces versus a rook, 11 points versus a 9 of a queen. It's just not enough. Usually minor pieces बहुत ज़्यादा strong होते हैं, पर यहाँ पे problem है भाई, वो H pawn is coming to assist the G pawn.
Yeah.
Goal G pawn मारेगा, पर assist H pawn से आएगा.
एंड अभी तो रुक गेम में आया ही नहीं है. लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट रुक कुछ अगर ये बिशप कंट्रोल कर रहा है फॉर नाउ. Once you try to move it outside to bring the rook in, like rook f1, rook f7, queen f7 ideas, I mean, it is just completely bonkers right now for Pragg, who's also, by the way, has 18 minutes to play 14 moves, which is not really helping him. So looking very, very difficult for Pragg. Tanya, I think also Wei, by the way, is now better. Which game shall we, I mean, do we stick to this or do you want to go to any other game?
Well, I've got my one eye on the Sindarov board. Meanwhile, all attention on the Vaishali board. वो knight भाई, वो knight नहीं रहा है, वो full power stallion बन चुका है. Knight e5 से d3 पे land करते हुए, it has arrived on the big square. Now f2 under pressure, rook e5 का threat है, knight f4 का threat है. Vaishali, I think she's turning this around, and I have to say, Sehaj predicted this. उसने कहा था भाई वो knight से d7 वाला तो game में आ जाएगा, पर टैन का जो बिशप है c7 पे वो वहीं फंसा रहेगा.
भाई सहज भाई के प्रेडिक्शंस के अगेंस्ट जाना तो हम पहले देख चुके थे ना क्या होता है फिर यार. So I mean his predictions are awesome, and knight on d3 is such a dominant piece, right? As you mentioned, f2 attack controls a bunch of active squares for white, and now king's attack अभी भी गेम में है, and ये pawn अभी भी ये bishop on c7, right? Until you manage to push that pawn, it's basically a dead piece. So black is playing a piece up right now. देखते हैं वैशाली कैसे खेलती है. By the way, 3 minutes for Vaishali plus increment of cost to play 13 moves, and just under 9 minutes for Tan Zhongyi. I can't help but feel कि यहाँ पे कोई ना कोई एक crucial critical गलती करेगा तान्या. Now I'm not sure if the other capitalized on it, but crazy position है. Practically किसके लिए easy लग रही है आपको?
That is the big question. Human evaluation क्या है इस position में? क्योंकि जो computer कह रहा है वो कह रहा है भाई 0.0 के around है, but that doesn't matter because full imbalances है, dynamic equality इसको कहते हैं. A 0.0 evaluation does not mean कि game draw है. इधर ये जो knight d3 में है, coming to your question, Sahil, I would want to be black in this position. I would want to play with the queen and the knight, the most dangerous attacking combo of chess. Knight f4, queen g5, threaten a mate on g2. Just feels like it will be so much easier to play the next few moves. Tan Zhongyi has got to be regretting her decision of not picking up that a6 pawn. एक ही check है e8 पे, उसके बाद कुछ नहीं है. Queen e8, तुम्हारे पास टाइम ही नहीं है c6 pawn खाने का, क्योंकि भाई f2 पूरी king side is on fire.
Agreed. And flip board करते ही suddenly ऐसे ना feeling आ रही है कि ये pawn कहीं नहीं जा रहा. Like sometimes when you flip the board थोड़ा सा एक better understanding मिल सकती है अपने side से, and I get a feeling this pawn is under lock and key. And imagine करो ये a6 pawn नहीं होता. I as black would be horrified कि white का plan इतना basic है. Just keep pushing the pawn. But now that pawn, you know, it exists and you don't have a clear plan as white. For example, what is your next move first of all? To me, it's not so clear. ताना क्या candidate moves यहाँ दिमाग में आ रहे हैं?
Very difficult question to answer. Like you're saying, कि भाई a4, a5 doesn't get you anywhere. One move that makes a lot of sense would be rook to d1, trying to attack that knight on d3. I don't know if I'm falling into any tactics on f2, but probably not. I don't think you have time to go knight takes pawn because intermezzo rook takes rook hoga usme. So you really cannot end up using those tactics in your favor in that position. So rook d1 asking some questions कि भाई तुम चाहते क्या हो अपने knight के साथ? Knight f4 के बाद check आके rook straight हो जाएंगे. And I'm feeling pretty comfortable with that as well. So rook d1 would be a move that I would expect from Tan Zhongyi here.
So even if you play rook d1, right? Let's say I play something like king h7, which is I think a very, very nice move in this position because you avoid all the back rank checks, and now the next move is not clear for Tan Zhongyi again. And मेरा question ये कि अभी Tan जीतने के लिए खेल रही है कि नहीं?
You know, usually what happens in these kind of moments is that जब टाइम प्रेशर होता है, इतनी कॉम्प्लेक्स बैटल होती है, कोई भी प्लेयर रिजल्ट के बारे में नहीं सोच रहा होता है. वो ये नहीं सोच रहे होते कि भाई मेरी क्या एक्सपेक्टेशंस है इस पोजीशन के साथ. बाय द वे क्वीन e8 चेक खेला गया है, किंग h7 पर आ गया है. रुक d1 wasn't the move of choice. I just saw that on our camera, Sahil, if we go back to our live board. And Tan then just bought her rook all the way to f1. यहाँ पे check दिया, king हटा, rook f1 आके f2 defend गया है. Makes a lot of sense because now she's eyeballing that c6 pawn. She's tying down the black queen to defend f7 and also putting pressure on c6, always threatening d7. Watch out for that pawn moving forward as well. I like these last few sequence of moves by Tan Zhongyi. But Saj, to finish that point, I think both of us have also been in these competitive situations जहाँ पे हम एक game खेल रहे हैं, इतनी crazy position है that the last thing on our mind is the result. We are just focusing कि what are we playing next? You know, we are so much in the flow, and I would expect that for both these players, it's just about calculation and trying to make the best moves. They are not thinking कि भाई मैं जीतने के लिए खेल रही हूँ या draw करने के लिए.
Correct. I think that's pretty fair, and I love, by the way, Tan Zhongyi's last two moves, this check, because at least you have queen takes c6 as a potential threat for Vaishali. So next few moves maybe are easier to play on. But can I go knight e5 maybe in this position just to keep the game going?
So what you're saying is that
Definitely.
you've blocked the white queen on the other side of the board now, not on e2. I like this move. It defends c6, it defends f7 ki bhai black ki queen ab free ho gayi hai andar aane ke liye.
Yeah, and by the way, chat is letting us know a very nice move which I thought about, but I just didn't believe in it, which is knight takes f2. It deserves a mention
Oh,
though,
wow.
for sure.
Well
Oh,
done,
wow.
chat. Full tactics mode. लगता है आपने 26% लेके puzzle rush शायद अभी तक की नहीं है. As I can see the bar
Exactly.
shooting up.
जो twist मारा last में तान्या ने. Oh, by the way, queen e3 is the only move. So chat, it was a nice find. But queen e3 apparently just
Why
pinning
not
that
queen
knight.
e2?
Queen e2. I'm this knight h3 check, and apparently that's equal somehow after takes and takes. And you can't have that because queen e3 defends
Repetition.
h3.
Yeah, that's
So if queen
strange.
e3, then knight s3 doesn't have the same impact. But yeah, you can take with the queen. But very close, chat. Almost working, yeah? Almost.
But that makes sense because queen e3 के बाद h3 का pawn आप नहीं खा सकते हो 2 बारी, तो एक ही बार खाओगे तो फिर king तो काफी safe ही रहेगा in that position. So queen e3 would, unfortunately, knight takes pawn doesn't work because of this, but very easy to fall. मुझे भी लगा भाई knight takes pawn क्या ही find है chat की, but then I just saw that the bar shot up and you pointed out queen e3. But Vaishali set this up. I just hope she doesn't miss queen e3. I really hope. I'm going to say it's an easy miss.
But also
I'm
knight
just
f2 is a
sad.
committal decision, no? In the position, like I'm not sure if with 1 minute on the clock you play a move like knight f2, unless you're 100% sure it's working, you will never play it.
Very true. Under 1 minute on the clock. And what move number are we on, guys? We are on move 29. 11 moves खेलनी है वैशाली को 1 मिनट के साथ यहाँ पे. Crazy position है. किसी भी moment में blunder हो सकता है ऐसी position में. She brings the knight back to f4. She wants to go queen g5, threatening a mate on g2 and also h3. बहुत ही tender है. Sacrifice is being set up. Knight takes pawn ideas as well.
White has only 2 moves here, or white is lost. And,
so is queen c6 one of those moves or no?
No.
Why risk है फिर तो?
So chat, question to you.
Queen g5.
What is white's best move in the position? I mean, it makes sense, but it's not an easy one.
Rook e1 maybe, yeah? Just queen
Yes.
e4 is there always.
But queen
Yes.
g6, I was thinking about it. Queen g6, anyways, you'll go queen e4. No, queen
Yeah,
g6.
I'll give you the pawn. I'll give you the pawn. You'll take on h3, right? I think.
That is what I was hoping for.
And then king f5.
I was not
basically.
even thinking about this pawn on h3. Why? I thought this is good for white.
And rook e1 pe, if queen g5, trying to get here again, queen e4 saves the day, right? Check, defending everything, and that moves I'd kind of save everything. So
Queen e4, f5, queen f3, and you'll just save everything in that position.
yeah. So
So
rook e1, crucial.
but यार उसने अभी rook f1 रखा है f2 बचाने के लिए. How easy or difficult is it to play the move rook to e1, looking at all these ideas of the queen landing on the g file? I love the practical problems that Vaishali is posing for Tan Zhongyi right now. She's making it incredibly difficult. And
Hey,
Sahaj,
Vaishali.
you were not here with us when I mentioned कि भाई सहज की prediction थी कि वो black knight तो बाहर आ जाएगा game में. वो knight d7 से हल्ला मचा देगा. But bishop to c7 पूरी life शांति में रहेगा. कोई आवाज नहीं निकलेगी उससे, and that's what we are seeing being play out right now.
Yeah, and I think this is where the problems for Tan Zhongyi, arises, I feel. I mean, if Tan is still playing for a win, then I think she's then there can be a huge problems for her uh, ahead. Otherwise, if she can liquidate somehow, if she goes for the solid approach, then I think we might see a draw.
By the way, I think it's like we're gonna have a bunch of results. I feel because सारी games चल रही थी chat. Literally एक ही game का result आया है. And Divya, by the way, is about to lose, is my sense. Let me know if you want to switch Tanya Sahaj, but she's completely busted.
Wow, let's take a look actually what's happening. How is it losing?
Look at the deep pawn. I mean, that's the deep pawn that Tan Zhongyi needed, but that's not stopping actually. And the white king is relatively quite safe. And look at the bishops, by the way, on c6 and c7.
Wow, yeah, this is GG. Bhai, extra piece hai bhai position mein. That's just GG. The d pawn is not even the problem. The problem is the light bishop. Actually, that bishop on c7, yeah, दोनों games में वैशाली के game में भी bishop on c7, pawn on d6, and इस game में भी bishop on c7, pawn on d6. Divya is just missing that knight on d7. That knight जो हल्ला मचाने वाला था position में, that's missing.
Yeah. And Lagno, by the way, wins. So she goes to 6.5.
Wow, and for Divya, it looks like the second half has just been cruel. This will potentially be her fourth loss in the last 5 rounds, Sahil. Sahil, I really want to go back to Vaishali's position right now because it's really on fire. Vaishali asking big questions to Tan Zhongyi. She's at 7 points. A win or a draw in this round will be huge for India right now with big chances of taking the candidates tomorrow.
Agreed. And I think position equal. So let's assume it ends in a draw, right? Because that I see a bunch of repetitions. Check, for example, rook e1, knight d3, for example. Like, बहुत chances hai, even those trades, right? If Vaishali is on 7.5, then it depends on what happens in Zhu Jiner's game. By the way, rook e1 played.
So she's playing against the idea of the queen and knight lining up against the g2 pawn right now. Queen g5, queen g6 is not working for Vaishali because of queen e4. What path will Vaishali find? Knight d3 you mentioned, Sahil. Very interesting. Attacks e1, attacks f2.
It's kind of forcing a repetition, Sahaj. Do you see like a repetition? Because rook attack, pawn attack, queen is completely out of the picture. My queen is defended.
And
so
the
queen
big
e4 doesn't work.
difference, Sahil, the big difference is that knight d3, rook e2 ke baad chat ka idea knight takes f2 works now, Sahaj, because there is no pin. That rook has gone from f1 to e2. So knight takes pawn, queen e3 is not there anymore. So rook takes knight and rook d1 and you win the game.
Wow, that's actually quite nice. But if she plays knight d3, then that's a soft draw for at least, and then Tan can just go rook f1 and just agree for a draw. 14 seconds though.
Yeah.
Oh my
She has to
god,
play quickly.
Vaishali has to
Jaldi
make a
khelo.
move. She's frozen. Make a move. You've got to move, Vaishali. 6 seconds.
5.
She reaches for the knight. Knight d3 khela gaya hai. And now for Tan Zhongyi, rook e2 khel do and knight takes pawn, chat. If rook e2 khela gaya, then your tactics on the board. If rook f1, then again the ball is on Vaishali's court. Maybe she will continue. I think she might even continue the game.
I feel like Tan Zhongyi body language se nahi lag raha hai, Tanya. Like, I think after she kind of bailed on queen takes a6, I think she kind of accepted कि यहाँ पे शायद she's not going to win. बहुत tough. Looking at the clock, by the way, she also doesn't have much time. 2.5 minutes on the clock, Sahaj bhai. क्या लग रहा है? Does she go for it? Or does she defeat the position?
I think she goes rook f1, yeah, because as you mentioned, it looks a bit scary for Tan as well. So she could go rook f1, but then the question is, should Vaishali repeat with knight f4? Because Vaishali के पास मतलब बहुत कम time है. I'm guessing if she has 5 minutes or something in this position, that will really count. Oh, she repeats.
Sahaj, and Vaishali doesn't even think she goes knight f4, chat. This is about to end in repetition. I think a great result by Vaishali. Great hold from a difficult start in this one. Tan Zhongyi has no option but to go rook f1. This is going to end. Vaishali has made up her mind कि भाई मुझे repetition चलेगा.
Draw is sometimes fine. Pressure, time pressure, position pressure. You were much, much worse. Borderline loss. She struck back from there. Is going to get a draw. That's a fair result. At least she has chances on the final day of the event. And rook f1 played. It's a draw. It's a draw.
Vaishali, will she claim or will she just make the move and wait knight to f4? She can claim now.
Sindarov, I think, is about to end as well. ऐसा मुझे feeling आ रहा है. Shall we jump or shall we stay? Neck to neck चल रहा है दोनों games में.
I think this one's about to end on this very move. Sahil, maybe we bring up a double board view as
Yeah.
this looks like Vaishali with knight f4 will claim. Meanwhile, on our right side of the board, check दिया गया है. सारे pawns trade हो चुके हैं. Sindarov is about to win the candidates.
What a win, man. And fully deserved. I think we can all agree. For Sindarov, pawn maar diya hai. But there is no way you can make progress, yeah?
Yeah, the king on a3 is basically stuck. And वो g2 से रुक हटेगा नहीं. जैसे ही वो b4 खेलता है, then rook g3 check and you take the pawn. White's rook on g6 is tight defending the g5 pawn as well. No
And
progress.
Black will just play king a7, king b7, king a7, king b7 and wait endlessly. What a confident way to finish the endgame. Sindarov ने pawn sacrifice किया है, but king trapped है white का. Anish Giri knows that this game is over. This candidates is over.
Wow.
And
But hard fought.
99% was his accuracy, by the way, for Sindarov. 99% again.
And look at Sindarov. He did that classic Sindarov stare right now. And I think this is the moment that we will see eye contact here. By the way, Vaishali has also gone knight to f4. Anish goes ahead with the rook. g6, g7. That is the maximum progress you can make as white in this position. But uske baad, nothing to be done. Black just plays king a7, king b7. Ek cheez jo Sindarov nahi kar sakta, put that king on c7. That would be a big mistake. We might even see a repetition right now with check, 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 check.
Well, he gives a check. King b6 पे I think he wants to play g6 and then he wants to say, okay, you can't go king c6 क्योंकि मेरे पास rook a7 है. But then you have king b6 back. So that trick doesn't work. But okay, Anish is just trying everything, yeah, before he agrees for a draw.
By the way, Tan Zhongyi is still thinking, yeah? I mean, she's not accepted a draw, even though they've repeated the position thrice. Has under 2 minutes now, so she should take that call quickly.
I think she goes rook e1. You know, the ideas that Black has set up with the queen coming to g6 next, queen e4 possible nahi hoga. It starts looking so scary. D pawn kahin ja nahi raha hai. Black ka knight is a full monster. Rook e1 khela gaya hai, but draw offer ya claim nahi kiya hai kisi ne. Interesting.
It's a draw. It's a draw between Vaishali and Tan Zhongyi, and we should also jump to the Sindarov game. We'll come back to this because wo bhi draw hone wala hai. Crazy result. What a hold by Vaishali there, Tanya.
Fantastic. She was under so much pressure. And this one, a totally different story because no one can put Sindarov under pressure here in Cyprus. He's looking chill on the screen. He moves the king. He doesn't even wait for a moment there. And now just bring that king back. Attack the rook. Rook takes pawn, mat maar lena, kyunki rook takes pawn ke baad, the rook would have been lost. And that is a repetition right there. Chat, seconds away from Sindarov winning the candidates.
And look at his expressions, not a single emotion. Stone cold expressions by Sindarov. He just
भाई लड्डू तो फूट रहे होंगे मन में. You know it.
Bhai, but I mean, it's so impressive. Yeah, I think this is what we saw with Gukesh as well. No emotions on his face until he did the job. And there it is. That's a repetition, Tanya.
And he's going to look. He's going to call the arbiter. He's going to look at Anish. Anish will shake hands. He won't even let him call the arbiter. And just like that, the ticket is punched. The statement by Javokhir Sindarov is complete. And now the road leads to Gukesh Domaraju. Kya hi khela hai Javokhir Sindarov? He's not just won the candidates. He has owned the candidates and earned the biggest match of his career.
He 6 wins, 7 draws and 0 losses. That 0 losses is the biggest. Okay, 6 wins as well, but what a performance, bhai. What a performance.
Why he crushed everyone at the event. There's not one person who can say I had a good record against, maybe apart from Bluebaum, yeah? I mean, the great Bluebaum, but I think what a impressive performance. Defeated Prague as well, 2-0, man, 2-0 to, win the candidates. 1 round to spare, and November mein hoga World Championship match between Gukesh and Sindarov. एक 20 साल के चैलेंजर और 19 साल के वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. It's gonna be exciting.
Crazy.
Unbelievable. I think, for Sindarov, chat, Talia in the chat, guys. What a performance. It's not about just winning the candidates, the style in which he did it, the performance that he showed, the confidence. It was his debut at the candidates, the first time that he was playing. And he set so many records 6 out of 7. The amount of wins he has, never in trouble, incredible preparation, incredible defensive resources, amazing technique. And now, Agla Manzil for Javokhir Sindarov is the World Championship. And agla naam for him is Gukesh Domaraju. It's going to be a blockbuster match.
Can't agree more, Tanya. Wow, what a performance. Amazing. And I think Sindarov ka jo bhi secret hai, I think pata layega hopefully, because people are going to analyze his play, figure out what he's done so well. But as of now, he is indeed the winner of the FIDE Candidates 2026. Tanya Sahaj, I mean, if you had to summarize his win in one word, what would that be?
Spectacular. I mean, one word is so incredibly less for this guy. He really was Vindarov, Javokhir Vindarov, Javokhir Sigmarov, Jo Bulana hai Bilao. Kya hi khela hai. Isne dil jeet liye hain. Candidates to jeeta hai jeeta hai. Sahaj, for me, spectacular is the word.
I think I fully agree with you. For me, it's more on the fun side. I will just call him the Tiger for now.
Oh, we have an interview with the winner of the candidate, Sindarov himself. So let's have a look. The words he has to say.
Javokhir Sindarov, the 2026 FIDE champion, 20 years old. You're going to play for the World Championship. How do you feel?
I'm fine. Played well game, and yeah, it was such a nice tournament, and now I'm very happy.
As well you should be. Congratulations and молодец.
Javokhir Sindarov chat, he is our challenger of 2026, the winner of the candidates. All the right to be so happy right now. Had a good game, but an even better tournament. Could not have asked for more. And today he's going to be an absolute hero, a new name, a new hero of Uzbekistan chess.
I felt like in the interview, like, everything was just settling in still for Sindarov, because, maybe wo jo hota hai na, you haven't realized what you've done. Like the amount of what you've just achieved, I think that's going to settle in very, very soon. But yeah, no one can actually doubt his performance. Yes, from the beginning, it seemed extremely consistent.
And yes, chat, we did see Amruta there. So she was also recording an interview. Chat is going, Amruta. Ha, she's there, chat, indeed. And chat, I want to give you an update. So Divya did end up losing to Kateryna Lagno. So that's a heartbreak for her. Hoping she wins tomorrow, because she does play, I think, against Bibisara. That's going to be an important match. And Bibisara is still in the hunt. Bibisara, by the way, is completely winning. Just want to take a brief look at this endgame stage by Tanya. What do you feel about this? Is it a simple win for White?
How did this happen? Like the black had a pawn on f7, no, pehle? How did
This
that
was
pawn
the position, right? That we saw, I think.
But this is, yeah. How did this position go into that one?
She played a6. Allowed b6, essentially.
Oh, but that's not easy. A6 looks very logical. What was the problem with... Okay.
Wait, bishop f6 is winning here. Okay, don't ask me why. Okay, simply maneuvering, attacking b6.
Okay. Ek move se kuch tha, basically.
Why, this is...
Yeah, this is lost now.
Yeah.
Oh.
The biggest problem for black is that white forcefully will have two passers on either ends of the board. तो एक b6 का pawn तो है ही, क्या ही pawn है वो, और एक h passer या फिर g passer बनने वाला है. And the black bishop will not be able to control these. I think taking the pawn तो काफी ही खराब है. King g5 आ रहा है. Maybe you have to try to keep this position by bringing your king back. Let's say you make a move like king e6. I'm attacking the bishop and also putting pressure on f3. King g5, great move, seems to be working. And I think I know what the point is. Sahil, I think after bishop takes pawn, you want to take on g6. And this is so instructive. You can't take the g4 pawn with the bishop because b7 wins the game. And pawn takes pawn ke baad, now notice the difference between the two bishops. White can keep pushing the h pawn. Nobody will be able to stop it. Meanwhile, the white bishop will fall back to d4 to stop the g pawn at the right time. Black ka bishop ek check de sakta hai. King g7 ke baad, it will be overloaded in defending both these pawns. So opposite color bishop, the key takeaways, have passers as far away from each other as possible.
Yeah, nice summary there. And of course, one diagonal principle. Bishops usually एक diagonal पे defend कर सकते हैं. दो diagonal का अगर उनको काम मिलता है तो they get distracted, as I say. And this is why Bibisara is going to win this match. Very, very likely. And chat में एक interesting सवाल पूछा गया कि what do you think is harder to win, World Cup या फिर candidates?
For me, I mean, I can answer this
sure,
from my
sure.
perspective. I think winning the candidates is actually the hardest thing to do in the chess world. For me, it's I would say even one step harder almost, or a little bit harder than the world championship, sometimes at least, depending who's waiting on the other end at the world championship match, because you could make an argument when Magnus was there, it almost felt like क्या ही कर लोगे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप पे पहुंच के, बट विनिंग द कैंडिडेट समटाइम्स इज कंसिडर्ड हार्डर देन विनिंग द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप मैच इटसेल्फ. आई थिंक वर्ल्ड कप comes a very close second because बहुत लंबा टूर्नामेंट होता है, काफी ग्रूलिंग होता है, पर मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि वर्ल्ड कप में आपके कौन से अपोनेंट्स लगते हैं उसमें काफी लक फैक्टर इन्वॉल्व भी हो जाता है. एट व्हाट मोमेंट यू प्ले देम, यू नो, यू हैव चांसेस टू कम बैक एज वेल. वी सीन बिग अपसेट्स हैपन. आपकी आधी फील्ड बाकी सब डिस्ट्रॉय कर देते हैं आपके लिए. यू डोंट हैव टू फेस एवरी सिंगल डिफिकल्ट अपोनेंट. इन कैंडिडेट्स यू कैन नॉट हाइड. You have to play the best, not once but twice.
Agreed. I think as I've experienced with both playing candidates as well as World Cup, I can surely say कि candidates is tougher. At least दिखने में तो लगता है. And also,
No,
you know,
agreed,
Chad,
I think candidates is a lot harder. I mean, think about it. Nepo has won it twice, candidates, and वो World Cup में दीप्ता and घोष से हारा था भाई 2-0. Like it just goes to show that World Cup can be very unpredictable, and anyone can be, like can be very dangerous in that in such an environment. So, and so.
And talking about unpredictability, I mean, I think this is the end of the run for Anna Muzychuk, by the way, who was leading the candidates halfway. After this loss, I think her chances basically end. She'll be on 6.5, right? I don't see any chance whatsoever because 7.5 pe to Vaishali hai. So that's the end, and she cannot. So it must be heartbreaking, kind of, right? Opposite color bishop endgame. You're hoping you can at least hold, but this is the end for her chances.
I just wanted to just add on to that point because I was just checking Anna's second half of the event. So let's go through it match by match, yeah. Because when she played against Divya, you guys remember that queen ending जहाँ पे Anna Muzychuk जीतने के लिए खेल रही थी, right? She could have drawn. Divya was giving her checks throughout. Okay, Anna pressed for the win and ended up losing the match. Okay, उसके बाद against Tan Zhongyi, Anna was completely winning. Draw होता है वो match. वैशाली के साथ Anna was pressing. मैच ड्रॉ होता है. अगेंस्ट कटरीना लाग्नो वेरी सेफ स्टेबल ड्रॉ. अगेंस्ट गोरियाचकिना वही खेल रही थी जीतने के लिए अगेंस्ट एंड यू रिमेंबर किंग रुक एंड वो किंग और 3 पॉन वाली पोजीशन. In the end, it happened right before, and she had that crazy rook h5 में. It's like if you look at the second half of the event, Anna has played really well. Like I think she is maybe even has an argument of the best event, of the best player, but that वो conviction missing था. Winning positions draw हुई हैं, drawing positions में loss हुआ है.
I think playing a7 and blundering that pawn against Divya and then losing out yesterday day before yesterday, drawing day before yesterday from a completely winning endgame. Again, to give that analogy सहज कि भाई candidates में मौके, chances station पे train की तरह आते हैं. You cannot afford to miss it. Miss कर दो, फिर क्या ही कर सकते हो उसके बाद.
मिस कर दो तो फिर DDLJ.
अब अगले दिन आना पड़ेगा ना ट्रेन पकड़ने के लिए तान्या, एंड अगले कैंडिडेट्स आना पड़ेगा. सो यू मिस एन अपॉर्चुनिटी, यू आर आउट. Yeah.
No, fully agree. I think you have to make the most of opportunities given in the candidates. You can miss maybe one, if even that. But for Anna, it's been one too many. And I think same can be said also for Anish, right? Wei Yi के साथ वो big chance miss करना really costs you. It costs you in your mind as well. The lead feels unsurpassable. 2 points की lead. Maybe you would have had a different result today had Anish converted his win against Wei Yi, which was very much within his reach as well.
Correct. Also, Anish, I mean, if you think about it, Anish is only behind because Anish पहला round Prag से हारा था. That's also a factor here, at least for Anish there, because he has had a resurgence. Like he played really, I mean, defeating Fabi in the way he did. I mean, it was fantastic, yeah. But yeah,
I
Prag
the
ने
way-
थोड़ा सा spoil तो करा event.
By the way, like I think now the most relevant game in front of us, of course, it's Prag who's defending, but it's also Zhu Jiner, right? Because now Vaishali is in so lead with 7.5 points. Zhu Jiner is the only one I think who can catch up, right? And Bibisara, of course, will catch up.
Bibisara. I think Oh, by the way, Bibisara has gone for that line that we were discussing. King G5 खेला गया है, so I think we'll see that being played out.
So
we
we
were
could have-
earlier हम मजाक में बोल रहे थे कि भाई सिंडरॉव बिबिसारा की काफी हेल्प करने वाला है आज रात को क्योंकि उसका टूर्नामेंट तो he's done it all and maybe it's going to be about Prag being busy with Vaishali and maybe even Divya's preparation considering who she's playing tomorrow. But this one now you can just come back with your bishop. The idea is simple. तुम्हें बस h passer बनाना है. You get that bishop back again, putting pressure on the h5 pawn. Maybe you start with capturing, push that f pawn, and then bring the bishop back.
Nice. So
Yeah.
takes f4, bring the bishop, f5, f6, and it should be winning. I think Anna, just the way that she has played her last two moves just is just a dead giveaway because she thinks she's lost.
Yes.
Chat, if you
I
don't
think
believe me, just go back and just wait. Just look at the way she played King f7. It's almost like someone has just given up on the position.
And playing out of
There it
inertia,
is.
and that's it. You don't even need to go back because Anna Muzychuk just resigned. There's nothing to play for in this position. F pawn aa raha hai, h5 hanging hai, b6 pawn monster hai pura. Bibisara Assaubayeva will go into the final round as potentially one of the leaders, but definitely in the mix, even if Zhu Jiner wins her game.
Can we have the standings एक बार? Just want to see. I think 3 ही लोग हैं अब जो fight कर रहे हैं, right? So we have Bibisara and Vaishali on 7.5.
Zhu
6
Jiner
and a
still
half वाले
playing.
निकल गए, right? वो तो निकल गए. कोई ना कोई तो score करेगा कल, I'm assuming. And Zhu Jiner is the only one playing. So if she wins, she gets so lead. And tomorrow she's actually playing Anna Muzychuk. So Anna Muzychuk has a huge role to play in deciding who the winner is. So let's go back to Zhu Jiner's game and have a look because right now she does seem to be winning, at least objectively, although the position is quite complicated. Yeah, her king is also quite open. So I don't know. What do you make of the position, Sayed Bhai and Tanya?
I think we'll just have the boards in front of us right now. But just to answer your question, I think it also matters कि Vaishali किसके साथ खेल रही है, and Vaishali plays against Lagno with the white pieces. So Vaishali has to win, and she has to pray कि भाई Zhu Jiner का at least draw होता है. And who is Bibisara playing against? That's very
Divya.
important as well.
That's why we were saying, right?
अरे
Prag
भाई,
might even be helping Divya tonight to hold
हाँ.
Bibisara back. कि भाई तेरी or at least call to check in भाई तेरी preparation तो सब ठीक है ना मतलब Bibisara को रोक लेना बस तू.
और
And
लेकिन
maybe we
बिबिसारा
can-
को लेकिन एक बात है, बिबिसारा एक भी मैच ब्लैक से नहीं जीती है पूरे इवेंट में.
Hmm.
तो that's important I think
हाँ,
for the
उसके black
standings.
है. हाँ, that's
हाँ,
important.
उसके ब्लैक
right?
रहेंगे. ऐसे नहीं वो जीती है. Actually no, बिबिसारा defeated Zhu Jiner with black in round 3.
No, but still she has black, right? I mean that's a huge disadvantage in the final round. कि
Yeah.
black से खेल रहे हो तो जीतने के चांस कम हो गए. And Zhu Jiner will also have black, by the way. So Vaishali will be the only one having white. That's a plus at least.
Can
भाई अभी
we
winning तो नहीं है
have
position कहीं से भी है.
can we have a double board view of Fabi and Prag and Jiner and Goryachkina? Two very incredible games and positions that we have. Zhu Jiner, of course, on 7 points. Agar wo jeetti hai, she goes on sole lead, half a point lead ahead of the rest of the field in the last round. Meanwhile, Prag versus Fabi. Sahaj, you have a queen now for a rook and bishop and 1 pawn. A7 attacked hai, black ka king kafi unsafe hai. Do you think that actually the bar, the amount of advantage it implicates, is actually the correct reading here? Or does Prag have some chances counterplay against the white king?
I think it is harder to win for Fabi than it is to make a draw for Prag.
Queen
Because
e8 खेला
Fabi को
तो?
कुछ, sorry?
Queen e8 खेला तो?
Queen e8. You're threatening Queen c8 mate, कुछ King b7.
So, okay, before that, let's just point out that queen takes pawn is hanging with a check.
Yeah, bishop b7 there I have, I think.
Queen b8 and king c6. This is how
Yes.
Prag wants to fight. Can we have arrows on that board? Sahil, is that possible?
I think I can go to that board. Yeah, it's possible. Wait, I'll just go to that board and we can switch the boards. Sayed Bhai. Yeah.
So let's just show that queen takes pawn check. Agar Fabi ne abhi mara, to bishop blocks it because rook on g7 is hanging. And now queen b8 check. It's not dead loss for Prag because king comes to c6 and g3 काफी ज़्यादा tender है.
Yeah, once you get rook b takes g3, then it's gonna be simple.
But
Because I
if you
mean,
don't take,
I'm envisioning a scenario where even if it's queen versus rook, मेरे पास एक pawn रहेगा, तो pawn d6 and e6 पे it should be a draw, I think. So Pragg should hold this, is
by
my
the way,
take.
queen a7 is the best move. But after bishop b7, there's some other move apart from queen b8, which is stronger.
Queen b8 ही तो है भाई.
He's taken the pawn, by the way. On the board, we have this live position, and now Fabi needs to find another move here. Queen b8 is a good one, but not the best.
Rook b8 is also possible, yeah?
But rook b8
Yes.
anyways, king c6.
I think rook c8 check, and then I take on g7. That, I
Oh,
think I have
wow.
chances.
That's a beautiful spot.
Also, there's a beautiful move here. Chat, any guesses? Up. By the way, rook b8 is the second best move. There's another one, which is slightly stronger, which is quite cute, actually.
g4.
Yes.
What?
Yes, because आपने rook को distract कर दिया, and now there is no rook takes and rook takes with check, and if you take with this rook, then suddenly rook f7 check आ रहा है. So g4 and rook b8 are two strong moves for Fabi.
30th May की है ना deadline? Just checking. Just checking. Yeah. Reminders
मुझे
डाल रहा हूँ अपने
कमेंट्री
अपने
पे बहुत
कैलेंडर
मजे
में.
आते हैं तुम दोनों के साथ, तो मेरे को वो भी देखना है जरा. Can we just talk about the World Championship match जो होने वाला है? Let that sink in, chat. Gukesh Domaraju versus Javokhir Sindarov will be the battle for the ultimate crown.
Indeed, and I think current form suggests कि Sindarov might be even a slight favorite, and कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि 8-2 हार जाएगा गुकेश. I don't think so. A single match is quite different. आपको बार बार उस opponent को face करना होता है. Look at how every world championship has gone. If you exclude Magnus, like Nepo Ding, for example, like it kept going. They were trading blows every couple of games. By the way, Queen B8 check played. That's a slight mistake, I think.
Okay. But that very logical one though.
And now G4 again. Oh.
Why? I just took a look at the head-to-head score of Sindarov and Gukesh. Everyone ready? By the way, 4 games खेले गए हैं इन दोनों के बीच में. Does anyone want to make a prediction of what the result was? I'll give you a clue, guys. First game was played 8 years ago.
I think Sindarov has a good record against Gukesh and a bad record against Pragg before the candidates. Like that was the case at least earlier. So maybe it's like 3.5 or something like that. Yeah.
Very close, yeah. Very, very close. Tan, any guesses?
I would guess that Gukesh is leading their head-to-head. I don't know by how much. And I'm guessing their most recent classical game was, I want to say,
Tata
White?
Steel, I think.
Yes,
Yeah.
White.
Tata Steel, yeah.
Yes.
So the score is 3-1 in favor of Sindarov.
Oh,
In
wow.
fact, Sindarov won 2 games. His last classical win happened 3 years ago though, so it's still quite a bit of time. And उससे पहले जो पहला मैच हुआ था इनका 8 साल पहले, they played in some Moscow Open in 2018, which Sindarov won as well. So 2 classical games and 2 draws overall. So 3-1 is the current score between these two players.
Sometimes I think about the World Championship match, especially post Magnus era in the World Championship, as once you get to it, once you win the title, you have to go on to prove that you belong there. And there's nothing that proves that stronger than winning it for the second time. For Gukesh, if after everything that has happened, he's able to flip the switch somehow and do that, I think पूरी दुनिया में जो भी detractors हैं उससे, they will get that'll be the biggest answer to them. But the question is that, like, it's not going to be easy. It's Javokhir Sindarov. It's going to be a big fight. Gukesh, will he find his form? क्या वो पहुंच पाएंगे उस मुकाम पर जहाँ पे उन्हें लग रहा है, जहाँ पे वो बड़ी fight दे पा रहे हैं? Lots of big questions, Sahil, ahead of Gukesh in the next 6 months. And after seeing Sindarov's run in the candidates and how he's won it, थोड़ा सा तो डर लग रहा होगा.
But there's a question, right? Because when we were going into the Ding Gukesh World Championship, Gukesh was in like phenomenal form.
Yeah.
But World Championship mein, he lost the first game. He was trailing at least 2 times, if not more. And he had to win. Like I think kuch last 3 games mein ek win he needed something to equalize, and he did. But what I'm saying is like basically we could see Gukesh nervous for the first time. We did not see the same nervousness at the Olympiad or the candidates. He just won it very comfortably. Of course, not as comfortably as Sindarov, but it was pretty smooth. But World Championship में even an out of form Ding proved to be a strong competitor. Now coming to Sindarov, will we see him show some nerves? Because अगर nerves दिखेंगे then I wouldn't even say like Gukesh is like Sindarov is a favorite, because then Gukesh has done this before, so he has a huge edge over Sindarov in that regard. So कितना factor nerves play करेंगे, for me like that's a big question जो हमें वहां जाके ही पता लगेगा for Sindarov.
But I think if we are talking about out of form, Ding was a tough opponent for Gukesh. I mean, right now Gukesh is out of form. That is not. I mean, I think that's public. Yeah, I mean, everyone knows this. Everyone thinks this. But that also means that even if Gukesh is a bit out of form, he can still give a very very big fight to Sindarov. It's not going to be
Exactly.
one-sided. जो मैं chat में देख रहा हूँ, like I think I completely disagree with that. It's going to be, I think, a very very close match, regardless. And I think experience, Anubhav, is the most important thing than form for me. So I will still give it to Gukesh in that sense. Tanya, your thoughts?
I think it just comes down to if Gukesh is able to switch around what has been happening and find his confidence to go into this match. I think that will be absolutely key. I want to
By
just
the
say
way-
one thing. What you mentioned about, sorry, anything, Sal, you were going to say?
नहीं, please continue. I think urgent नहीं है, हाँ.
No, I was just going to mention that, the first time you play a world championship match, especially the first games, the nerves are so incredibly high. I remember Vichy versus Magnus. पहले round की बात है. Magnus, I think it was the first move. He wants to, or first or the second move, because I can't remember.
Yes, second
And
move.
he drops a knight. It's he literally is making a move which he's made maybe 5 million times on the chessboard. And that moment was overlooked by many people. But the point is, that was such a big sign of nerves and of tension, picking up the knight and trying to make that move, and the piece just slips from his hand. I've only seen that happen to Magnus once in that game and never again. The first time you play a world championship match, the nerves that are there, it is like something you have never experienced before. As the match progresses, it calms down. You get more into the rhythm of the things. You find yourself locked into the zone. And for Sindarov, I wonder how much at play that will be. I think he'll definitely feel it more than Gukesh, because Gukesh has been there, done that. But to me, the bigger question than the nerves is genuinely the form. For me, I do really feel that form का मतलब is not only कि तुम कितना tournaments में कैसे perform कर रहे हो, but the effect it has on your confidence. That is the key part of going into the World Championship match. Because for the World Championship match, the level of confidence you need is extremely high. The level of self-belief you need. It's only 2 people inside that fish tank. It's only you and your opponent every single day. You are your only person there. And if you don't believe in yourself, very easily things can fall apart there. So I think for Gukesh, it's going to require so much of self-work in the next 6 months. If he's able to do that, we will have one of the most fantastic matches of modern chess. I think with their fighting chess, their styles of play, how young they are, how hungry they are, Sindarov for his first title, Gukesh to prove everyone wrong, it is going to be a match of a lifetime.
That's for sure. That I agree with. It's going to be a very
Al-
interesting match regardless.
Also Olympiad है, so I'm pretty sure Gukesh तब तो 8 में 8 करने वाले हैं, so he'll gain his form back for sure. That's one good news. And another good news is Tanya and Sahaj ki Fabi has blundered actually all his advantage, and now it's
Arre.
dead equal. And this was the moment जहाँ पे he had to play a move like G4, but he plays Queen takes C6. Prag simply captures, and now G2 is crumbling with the 2 rooks and the bishop. And Sahaj bhai, Tanya, what do you think? Like, do you think Fabi still has chances? But he doesn't look like he believes he has chances. Body language is kind of crumbled, yeah?
ये तो draw है भाई. ये तो, I mean, you can also understand from Fabi's body language. Like, I think he missed something. It's very, very likely. But yeah, also, coming back to the point that we were having just now, that कि Gukesh का confidence, right? And I think he's been the most confident in an event like Olympiad. Would that be fair to say? That Gukesh is the most confident in an Olympiad?
Yeah,
Yes.
from the
I
signal
So,
box,
I
think he
mean,
was.
in that
Hmm.
sense, does it mean that maybe having Arjun, having Prag, in the team can make a difference to Gukesh's confidence?
You mean to have
So
them in the
what you
team for the
you know where I'm
match?
getting at here. अगर full force से लड़ना है तो full force से आओ ना भाई.
You know what's going to be very exciting is to see what board order India and Uzbekistan have, and whether we will have a preview and a sneak peek into the World Championship. Will we get a Gukesh versus Sindarov head-to-head, board-to-board battle in the Olympiad? भाई इंटरनेट फट जाएगा उस मैच के ऊपर
Correct,
अगर
correct.
वो
But I
हुआ.
also mean, I also mean in the World Championship. Imagine Gukesh ki like complications with mixed with Arjun's prep. Like, come on, that's a very dangerous player.
but Sehaj,
Confidence also.
From Arjun's perspective, would you love to reveal those secrets to the world? Because right now we kind of talked about this, how if anybody can match Sindarov's prep right now, it is Arjun. So he knows these secrets, and
Yeah.
Only Arjun,
ideally
yeah.
he wouldn't love to reveal it to anybody, even Gukesh, right? Because he would love to challenge him someday. So it's
No, and they
as we
are going
discussed,
to.
दो टाइगर्स सब देश
But
में
अभी
है
देश की
सहज
बात
भाई.
है,
but दो
अभी
टाइगर्स
अभी
सब देश में है सहज भाई. Every
हाँ, but
country
if
has
we're
two
assuming
tigers.
कि Nadirбек Sindarov की help करेगा, which okay, from what we are seeing online, it looks like it might be possible.
I'm not
Then
sure.
you don't think so?
I don't think that. See, I'll tell you what. All these players are so young and so ambitious right now that they know they will fight in the 2028 cycle. They all want to make it to the candidates. They all want to be world champion. So while they might be rooting for their country mates and supporting them, I don't know how much will they be part of the core team for the match, because Sahaj, that requires to give away so much of yourself to the match. And when you have the ambition, like for example, one can argue Vincent helped Gukesh. Vincent and Gukesh are also in some ways direct competitors. And to me, that was very interesting. And Vincent went on to say that that prep really helped him. It helped him because he skyrocketed after all of that. I mean, where did he reach? I will be very surprised if Norderberg is part of Sindarov's team. I would say very unlikely. And while Prag, Arjun, Nihal, Vidit, everyone will be rooting for Gukesh, I don't see them as being part of the core match team. I would be very surprised with that.
I don't know. I would like to see at least one of them just, but एकदम full force से आओ फिर. I mean, okay, I do agree with you कि Nadirбek probably is not helping Sindarov, not for candidates at least, but I still have a feeling, एक just a hunch that there is someone, I think a top 5 player who's helping
Top
Sindarov
five
with his
from
prep.
India.
No. Top 5. The guy was top 5 in the
Oh,
world at
from
some point,
Sindarov.
or
Is helping Sindarov.
yeah, in the candidates.
वो
That's my
पता है हमें
feeling.
सहज भाई. That's Nepo, yeah. I mean, he's the one. I mean, we saw at the venue itself, cheering for
We'll
Sindarov.
find out soon, yeah. We'll find out soon if it's true or
Most
not.
likely.
But yeah,
By the way,
most
Yeah.
likely.
Satish bhai asking the real questions in the chat. Any astrologers in the chat who can predict the world championship results? So we already gone to the world championship. Now prediction chal rahi hai.
हाँ
Tanya, so
भाई
who wins the world championship?
अगले 6 मैं तो वैसल हूँ भाई, जो चैट को लग पाए मैं बोलूंगी इसमें. पर मैं एक बात बताऊँ, अगले 6 महीने में this will be the biggest topic of discussion will be this matchup of Sindarov versus Gukesh and all the chapters before that. Olympiad, India versus Uzbekistan rivalry में क्या होता है? Will they play against each other in any other event? I'm not sure,
They are
because I
playing,
know,
Tanya.
yeah, I
In
think
the
in one of
first
the
week of May, they are playing each other, Gukesh Sindarov, at
in the
GCT
Tepe
Poland.
Sajman. Yes. No,
GCT
where?
Poland, actually. GCT
Oh, in
Poland.
GCT,
Rapid
in
and
the
Blitz.
wild card, right, in the
Yes.
Rapid and Blitz, that's right. So in that one, chalo, usme one can say Rapid or Blitz hai,
Rapid
but
Blitz
even then, right, it feels like, bhai, goosebumps moments hone wale hain.
हाँ.
And I know in our hearts, of course, chat, we're all rooting that Gukesh is able to prove that he belongs and he is there as a world champion. But we're also not blind to the fact that it has been a year of challenges for him. It is incredibly important for him to feel himself. The Gukesh, if the Gukesh from 2024 shows up from this match, भाई मजा ही आ जाएगा.
Bhai, if he shows up, then he will dominate. Like, I don't think that player has any weaknesses. Like,
You know, Sahaj, I want to ask you that question actually. It's interesting you say that. Tell me, Gukesh of 2024 versus Sindarov of the run that he's had in 25, picking up 50 rating points, winning World Cup, coming into candidates. This is what I was trying to say earlier. If we get these two players, these two tigers, lions, whatever you want to call them, fighting a match, is when you will see, you know, two of really the world's best pushing each other to the edge. And I think in my mind, that match would maybe be 55-45 to Gukesh, simply given his experience of the World Championship.
By the way,
we used to say the same thing about the Ding versus Gukesh match as well.
No,
कि वो
Ding versus
वो
Gukesh.
Ding
Gukesh
अगर
was a big
वापस आता
favorite.
तो
Haan.
and
By
वो
the
Ding
way,
अगर
by the way.
वापस आता, the one who won the World
Correct.
Championship, then it will be
Correct.
very
big mistake by Zhu Jiner. Bishop f5 के बाद apparently the game is dead even. Let's not forget अगर draw हुई तो Vaishali will be in lead, by the way. She will not be half a point behind Zhu Jiner. What is this queen c2 check move?
And alongside Bibisara. So if Zhu Jiner draws, then Bibisara, Zhu Jiner and Vaishali all will be on 7.5 points. क्या ही दिन होने वाला है कल का candidates में कुछ भी हो सकता है.
But सिर्फ वैशाली के white हैं.
सिर्फ वैशाली के white हैं.
Just wanna put that out there. Only Vaishali has white. तो अभी भी momentum हमारे साथ है. Let's go.
Bishop f5 खेला गया है भाई. g6 check in on the board. King will have to move back. King g8 या king h8. And black is fully back into the game despite being down a pawn.
Tough choice. Where do you put the king? Apparently both are equal and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pawn versus 1, 2, 3, 4. But this a pawn is still active. I mean, is it a 3 result position, Sahaj bhai? That's the question. Or is white playing for 2 results? Like, could black win this potentially?
Yes, black can win this. Black can definitely. I mean, you can win anything as long as your opponent is ambitious. अगर white के पास वो sense of danger एक right moment पे नहीं आया, जैसे Tan Zhongyi को आ गया था वो. Like she realized कि okay, I cannot push anymore because if I continue playing this game, very good chance कि I could lose this. There's a chance I could win this as well, but she didn't want to take that risk. क्योंकि वो sense of danger already game के बीच में आ गया, which is a great thing. But for Zhu Jiner, like if she thinks she's still winning, she feels the pressure कि she has to, she was winning before, and considering her history, कितने winning games आए उनके मतलब candidates में, so many times she wasn't able to convert them, and if those thoughts kind of pop in her head, then she could lose this as well.
And Goryachkina is tricky. Tanya वो endgame दिव्या के साथ जहां पर उन्होंने वो a4 pawn move खेल दी थी in that dead drawn endgame, and she won that game against Divya. उसके बाद ही Divya lost those games. So she's very tricky. By the way, queen a2 played, preparing a check on this diagonal potentially. Maybe bishop e6 back, just blocking that diagonal.
c5 looks very scary because it's not one check, right? Knight on f7 will also land with a deadly check if it's allowed to. So you have to stop this idea one way or the other. I think bishop e6 Sahil makes a lot of sense in this position. The only thing to perhaps keep a little bit in mind, well, d5, you have queen c5 check. So I think it makes, I like bishop e6. I believe she'll go for this.
The more I look at this position, the more I like Goryachkina, to be honest.
आप कह रहे हो अब Zhu Jiner हार भी सकती है ये पोजीशन.
Bishop pieces यार आप चाल क्या खेल रहे हो white से? Like I don't even know. King f2 maybe, yeah.
Good question.
Because let's not forget, endgame में अगर हम घुसते हैं तो वो h pawn भी खाली है. Not just the a pawn. I have both of those pawns now. You can never liquidate.
Sahaj bhai, today your commentary is like, अगर endgame में हम घुसते हैं, अगर ये उंगली बहुत उठ रही है for some reason.
Bhai, I hope.
बहुत मस्त लग रहा है भाई.
I really hope भाई एक अच्छा रिजल्ट हो यहाँ पे भाई, ताकि लास्ट राउंड में बड़ा मजा आएगा फिर. Vaishali trying to
last round
play
में
for
तो
a win.
मजा आने. It will be fantastic regardless of what happens in this game. Sahaj, even whether Zhu Jiner wins, draws or loses, we have a full battle in the women's where anything can happen because सब बहुत difficult opponents के साथ खेल रहे हैं. Like you said, Vaishali only player with the white pieces. I think chat, अगर तुम्हारा कल जो भी plan है सब कुछ cancel कर दो. We have a huge shot of making it to the Women's World Championship tomorrow.
Absolutely. And to be honest, I might still prefer दो ही लोगों though, because अगर 3 players, the odds of course decrease. So if Zhu Jiner loses, I think Vaishali's odds increase drastically because she will have white. So yeah, maybe things could still go our way today. Like something we can gain from this game. Let's see.
Why bishop b1 to nahi aa raha? Okay, never mind.
Bishop b1. Wow.
There's queen b2 always. So a3 karke bishop b1 maybe, but a3 pe I'm guessing you have c5 check and some smothered mate ideas, yeah?
Oh wow, it's mate in 9. Wow. Okay,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that
yeah.
was that was easy.
Smothered
going
mate hai,
back.
bhai, it's forced hai.
Let's have a look by the way. c5 check, king h8, knight f7 check, rook takes, and I guess we're taking with the pawn, yeah?
भाई smothered mate ही दिखा देते हैं.
Okay.
इतने टाइम से
दिखा दो भाई.
बोल रहा हूँ.
दिखा दो भाई.
हाँ?
Double
आप
check.
दिखाओ ना भाई बढ़िया से.
Queen g8 check. And ये हो गई भाई mate. खत्म.
Yo, beautiful. Huge if true. So one mistake and smothered mate हो सकती है. Now we know what Zhu is planning in this position. So bishop e6 makes a lot of sense, considering that c5 check is the plan.
It's a very, very human choice as well. The only thing that could maybe, black can feel is कि भाई c5 के बाद मेरे पास queen b3 होगा. So I wonder if keeping that in mind, there are more other active options that you feel कि queen b3 है, तो शायद bishop e6 is not the only move, because अगर it was the only move, I think Goryachkina would have played it by now. So she definitely has other options that she's thinking about.
Yeah, correct.
I mean, this maybe queen the king, is that an option or no?
तो knight f7 check वैसे आ जाएगा ना?
ऐसे आ जाएगा. So that doesn't help.
No, bishop e6 I think makes the most sense out of everything. But okay, she has enough time. She can think.
Okay.
Fabi Prag अभी भी चल रहा है ना?
I
I'm
think
just
it's
checking.
about to end though, because Fabi has been thinking since then. After that rook takes g3, he's basically, I think he's given up. We saw him kind of broken in his seat. Yes, it was better. He basically crumbled in his seat. He realized I think he missed something there. And now the game is a draw, and a heartbreaking tournament for Fabi, by the way. I think if there was somebody who, in quotes, deserved to win the candidates and deserved a shot at the world championship title, it was Fabi. But he didn't even come close, Sahaj bhai, at the end. Yeah, I mean, Sindarov was miles ahead.
I just want to say that I think Fabi deserved it on paper at the start, and everyone is a Fabi fan, right? He is just a fantastic guy, a beast on the board, off the board, a really nice guy. And I just think that the way the candidates went, there was only one player who deserved it, and he went on to win it. He didn't only go on to win it, he won it, a one round to spare. For Fabi, it was a fantastic start, but it's a long tournament, Sahaj, and after 2.5 out of 3, one loss to Sindarov, and it just felt like from there, the whole dream started shattering round by round.
Yeah, correct. Sindarov, I mean, breaking so many hearts in this event. I mean, पहले half के अंदर ही, I mean, Prag and Fabi and Hikaru, I mean, it was just one after another. No chances given. Chat में someone saying, Tikku bhai, Sahaj FIDE commentator saying Divya's opening was main reason for her, for what happened. I don't know, bhai. I think there's many different factors, not just openings. I think also your maybe one bad game can kind of affect how you play in your future events. So sorry, your future games. तो एक वो flow टूट गया, I think, for Divya. Now I can't pinpoint exactly where it was.
I think that game, Sahaj bhai, जहाँ पे she was playing Lagno, she was a pawn up in the end game. याद है? Completely winning position. Rook घुस गया अंदर Lagno का, and suddenly like she couldn't convert a pawn up simple end game. And of course, like she would convert it 9 out of 10 times. But वो was very similar to what like Muzychuk felt. Maybe not to the same level, but similar.
I would agree with you, but like उस game के बाद she played against Anna Muzychuk. So she basically she drew a game she shouldn't have drawn, but then she also won a game she shouldn't have won. In that sense, I felt like वो थोड़ा even out हो गया था, but I feel like in the second half itself, like when she started off with her match against Vaishali, उसके बाद I think it was just by loss against Vaishali, Goryachkina, and then Tan Zhongyi, and then Lagno. It's like 4 losses out of 5 games is brutal, I feel. So maybe she was tired, maybe it was a long event. I mean, बहुत सारे different reasons हो सकते हैं इसके, what happened.
By the way, Bishop p6 played a huge move by Aleksandra Goryachkina, and now the onus is on white, to be honest. सहज भाई की how are you moving forward? I agree, कहीं ना कहीं पे कोई clear move nahi dikh rahi, which is improving white's position. Let's not forget the white king is quite open. You move the rook, queen e1 check ghus jayega andar. That looks scary. If you push the pawn, queen c5, queen d6 becomes very strong. If you move the queen, of course, the a pawn can move. So, of course, I have rook a8, always as an option at the end to support the pawn. So, what is white really doing? What is Zhu Jiner doing? 15 minutes for her, 17 and a half for Goryachkina.
Tough choice for Zhu Jiner, because right now I think she would be happy to take a draw. I would
Agreed.
be so happy here to take a draw just to keep my chances alive. अभी वो जीतने के लिए नहीं खेल रहे, I feel. This is looking scary for Zhu.
If Sindarov won today, then there'll be matches tomorrow. Sindarov, by the way, has won, chat. He is the winner of the candidates and will challenge Mukesh during the World Championship. Let's see where that happens. Chat में लोग पूछ रहे थे कहाँ पे होगा. Sahaj bhai, so okay, Singapore is one destination, which I think would be pretty neutral and pretty fair and a good one. We saw it last time, and also a lucky one for us. But any other location you see जहाँ पे, okay, you mentioned Budapest, but Budapest maybe is unlikely, yeah, because दोनों players अब Asia से हैं. So very likely the World Championship will be held somewhere in Asia is my guess. तो क्या लग रहा है एशिया में कहाँ हो सकती है? और
मतलब काफ़ी जगह ऐसे जहाँ शायद नहीं हो सकती because of the current political climate. So I think there's a lot of like places you can kind of say कि यहाँ नहीं हो सकता. Like it's not maybe as likely as it was earlier. Singapore comes to mind. I think India Uzbekistan 50-50 चांस दूंगा मैं दोनों का, because if India का चांस है तो फिर उज़्बेकिस्तान का भी उतना ही चांस है. And I'm guessing some maybe like Maldives or something. Yeah, what do you think about that?
Maldives
That could
is
be
nice.
possible.
What about Lyari, Sahaj bhai? What do you think about Lyari?
लियारी तो भाई वो तो ओपी हो जाएगा, वो तो बेस्ट है भाई. Hey Saj, can you explain what happened with? But I have no idea what happened with the title Tuesday. Not sure. ऐसे सवाल टिक्कू भाई. Maybe Rakesh bhai will know. Tikku bhai will know. Tikku bhai, any insight there?
भाई मेरे को तो अब पता लगा आज ट्यूसडे है. टाइटल ट्यूसडे आज. I'm
There you
sorry,
have it,
chat.
chat.
The thing is, पिछले हमारे 15 दिन have basically been the same. कौन सा
Yeah.
Monday, कौन सा Tuesday, कुछ पता नहीं है. Like you could have the weekend, you could have the weekday, कुछ difference ही नहीं है. It's only a player's day every 3 days, 4 days, and there's a one rest day in the middle. So, yeah, कुछ हुआ होगा. I don't know exactly. Rakesh bhai might know and might let us know in the chat if something has happened. Let's see, chat. I think I agree with you, Saj. I think, but maybe I'm not sure they'll host on island. I don't know. I've never heard a world championship being hosted on an island. Have you heard that before? I'm not sure वहाँ पे होगा. अब ये बोला सिंगापुर भी island ही है.
I mean,
That will be
it's about
hilarious.
perspective, yeah. It's about your perspective, but yeah. But I think it's still pretty nice. It's gonna be a fun World Championship for sure. But yeah, एक दिन पहले हो गया, वो last minute का thrill नहीं रहा. So a bit sad about that. But I think Sindarov इतना clean खेलेगा, I think nobody expected, yeah.
Agreed. By the way, King F2, your move on the board. And now the question is, can I keep pushing my passed pawn or not? That is a crucial move. And A3 ke baad, what is white really doing, Sahaj bhai? Like, can I just attack the pawn somehow? Or is it like just sitting on A3 now?
I don't know. I mean, if I play A3, if it's working, then it's great. But I'm not really coming up with moves for Zhu here after A3. So A3 के बाद आप करोगे क्या भाई? D5 is always bad, yeah?
Yeah, it feels like it because dark squares बहुत weak हो जाएंगे. Knight अपना stable है ना. This is somehow holding everything together for white, like the F3 pawn, the C4
but
pawn.
the bishop on E6 is so annoying in this position.
Yeah.
Actually, after A3, do I have Rook D3?
That's what I was thinking. कि यहाँ पे pawn मिल जाए, but apparently Rook A8 is already better for black. And if you
So
just play past some,
if we make normal moves, then it looks like Zhu ends up in trouble, yeah? So it's very similar to Vashali's game yesterday.
Agreed.
Against Zhu, actually. Ironically.
And the fact is, Zhu Jiner, Vaishali, even after losing that game, was still in tied lead. Zhu Jiner will not have that luxury. By the way, a3 played on the board, I think. And if she loses, she will be on 7 points and then is really dependent on other players. And I don't think first of all, unka jeetna will be easy. So tomorrow she's playing Anna Muzychuk to defeat her with the black pieces and then hope ki Vaishali bhi na jeete and, वो क्या नाम है उसका भाई बिबिसारा भी ना जीते it's going to be very unlikely so I think she has to draw this if she really wants to maintain her chances.
But Bibisara ke black against Divya, I think that's probably the hardest round amongst all the players, especially facing Divya with black in a must-win situation is, I think, horrible.
Also, Divya is not in
And
form now. Like, वो भी खींच because she lost 4 out of 5 games.
नहीं. By white से ऐसे solid खेलना, I mean, I think Divya will show up. I mean, it's same argument could be made for Tan Zhongyi today against Vaishali. She was also in a bad form,
True.
but she held her own, yeah. And she knew exactly because I think ये थोड़ा different है because she knows she's playing a tournament leader. It's like जो भी player Sindarov के साथ खेल रहा था, they were okay, kind of waking up, yeah, in a sense. So I
By
think
the way,
Divya is
White
going to be a
has
very tough match for her tomorrow.
only 2 moves for White. One is Rook C2 and one is Rook D1. Sorry, Rook E2 and Rook D1. Only 2 moves for White that are equal. By the way, Prag and Fabi have drawn. So that's the missed win. Another missed win for Fabiano. Rook F2 was played. Simply King C7 and he exchanged rooks and he didn't even play on. He just offered a draw. Sahaj Bhai, usually I would imagine him playing on for a bit longer, just a bit longer, but this is a draw. So a decent hold by Prag at the end.
Yeah, but okay, here you can't really play because takes, king goes to b8, rook takes on g2, and there is no way that white can improve.
Agreed. So
Yeah.
3 games over in both the sections. Wei Yi versus Esipenko. Wei Yi seems to be winning right now. So not a crucial game from our perspective. So let's stick to Zhu Jiner versus Goryachkina. जहाँ पे crucial moment in the Zhu Jiner game. 10 minutes for Zhu Jiner सहज भाई. Pressure build up हो रहा है. Time पे, clock पे. She has to find Rook D1 or Rook E2.
Very, very tough. Very tough, I think. Rook E2 is slightly more logical than Rook D1. And anything else is worse.
Yes.
Tikuvai, the plan is Queen E7, Queen H4 check.
Yes. Complete turnaround chat. Ulta and Queen E7 is defending the A3 pawn. So it gives you a lot of flexibility to experiment and dance around. And ulta se marenge bhai, matlab se ghuma ke bhai, matlab it's like crazy. Transfer to the king side.
Wow, this Queen E7, Queen H4 check looks very, very scary. और अब टाइम भी Zhu Jiner का कम है भाई ये Zhu हार सकती है मैच
100%. I feel
very
like
good chance I
Goryachkina
think. Oh, Rook E2 played, let's go.
finds the best
Queen
move.
E7 पे Rook E4 है आपके पास, that's the point.
You prevent this check, okay. But maybe you can maneuver around, yeah? Like thoda wait karo. Like maybe after Rook A8, she just plays Rook D2 again, for example. Maybe she blunders. Maybe she has not seen Queen E7, Queen H4. Because if I was
अगर
white,
wait
I
ही
might
करना है तो
just...
King H8 चले जाओ.
वो check भी वो थोड़ा सा ना मेरे को से
Takes. I still have an extra pawn.
True.
I mean, you have a pawn on A3. That's quite good, I think. Is that bad, kya?
Oh, that's very bad. Rook E3
No?
actually is winning.
And Queen is because Queen A3 and F8 hangs or something, yeah?
Yeah, and if Rook A8, there is Knight F7 check winning.
Arey, crazy.
I don't know how that wins, but okay, going back. This is the current position chat. Rook E2 के बाद Queen E7 still possible, but not better for black. Okay, just playing Norway chess, another banger incoming. Indeed. And in fact, chat, just want to point out, abhi chess.com open chalu hoga from 23rd to 27th. And me and Saja will be there commentating because उसमें EWC के spots होंगे. So that will be amazing. देखते हैं कौन qualify करता है. Then of course we'll have Tepe Sigmund. And वहाँ पे we'll have Arjun, Magnus, Noderbek, as well as I think a Dogmas, the youngster. So वो 4 player होंगे and it will be interesting to see how Noderbek plays now, Sahaj bhai, after Sindarov winning the candidates.
बहुत मजा आएगा. स्पाइसी हो रहा है भाई थोड़ा.
I feel like Tiger 2 is rising.
एक सेकंड, टाइगर 2 कौन है?
That's the mystery, Sahaj bhai. That's the mystery.
भाई ऐसे मत बोला करो भाई, वो सुनेगा ना. That's the problem. पहला टाइगर कौन था? Queen c3 खेला तो भाई क्या हो रहा है? By the way, in this position, I'm just
C3,
attacking your
okay.
d4 pawn.
Apparently d5 now is strong because I kind of defended my
Yeah,
knight.
impossible, yeah, d5.
Also queen d2 is possible.
But I don't know, queen d2 also feels very impossible to me. Takes queen a1 पे रुकी 1 आपके पास, queen b3 okay is possible. She goes queen e7 on the board.
Oh.
Could a repetition can happen now also, right? Queen h4, king g2, queen g5, something like this. No, queen h4, king e3, queen g5, something like that. I mean,
So what will white play though? Like what is white playing here?
it's a very good question.
Can I try to stop your idea of queen h4 with bringing my rook to e4?
Maybe then back, yeah? I'm guessing the queen b4 back. I don't know, kuch drama to nahi
It
hai
just
lagta here.
feels like white is very difficult to make progress being up a pawn because that a pawn is just restricting so much activity, and really the worst piece to use to stop that pawn is the queen. You know, you don't want your most powerful piece to be put in a job of defense here.
Agreed.
And queen
And wo
b2 is a
bishop
big
mein-
threat actually. I mean, queen b2, you trade rook e1, bishop f5. For example, let's say white goes d5 here.
Hmm.
I think you can just go queen b2 check. I'm surprised that this isn't winning. Queen takes queen.
Rook e2 hai shayad.
Rook
Oh,
e2,
rook
yeah.
e2 has to be the move because queen takes queen, pawn takes queen was lost, yes. And rook
Yep.
e1, bishop f5.
Crucial to control that square. Meanwhile, 9 minutes now for Zhu Jiner is getting a bit.
It feels like she's lost the thread, no? Ki itna advantage tha position mein and was sort of dominating it, but Vishy called it. He said the light squares are going to play a big role. White ki king safety will be a problem, and it's maybe not that easy. And Goryachkina putting all that pressure, but Zhu Jiner over the last few moves, it's turned around. The momentum has shifted. Suddenly, black has this play on the f file. The bishop's attacking c4. Queen is defending a3, but also eyeing h4. Lot of threats to take care of. And now under 9 minutes on the clock for Jinnah.
I really would be very impressed if she saves this somehow. I know it's equal, but it feels so difficult to play this for white. Like you're
It's the
one
king
bad move away
safety.
from GG.
You know, in
Golden
chess,
pawn.
it's the golden pawn, and I really think that Sahaj, to take your point forward, White's king safety is such a big question, and the more she goes low on the clock, the more you can fall into these tricks of the check coming. By the way, rook e4 to stop queen h4 khela gaya hai. Now, if Alexandra wants a draw, she'll go queen b4, but I have a feeling she wants more than a draw.
And how can she play for more than a draw though? Like that's the main question. Like queen b4 is one, of course. Is there any other move that comes to mind?
So another question, like, okay, I think we are saying she will play for a win, largely because of the standings, because Goryachkina is right now 1.5 points behind Zhu Jiner.
But
I
don't
mean,
think she
अगर
has
वो
the
थोड़ा
chance,
equal
no?
होता score यहाँ पे तो I'm okay. Queen b4 is not the most unbelievable move, yeah.
But Goryachkina, like, will she play on because of the standings? I don't think so, right? Like, she'll be okay with the draw because she has no chances to win.
Really?
Yeah,
Zero है क्या chances?
7.5 already ho gaya. Like, both would have to lose, and she would have to win. I mean, maybe yes, but looks very unlikely. She does play Tan Zhongyi tomorrow with white, so maybe there could be some truth to what you're saying, Sahaj bhai. Yeah?
So
Like both.
Goryachkina is on 5.5 points right now. If she wins this game, she goes on 6.5.
Yes.
And then she'll have to win the next game to go on 7.5. And everyone who's on 7.5 will have to lose to her. Will have to lose their games. So I think it depends on the pairings, but
Mathematically तो possible है, by the way.
mathematically possible hai because before this round started, only Tan Zhongyi and Divya Deshmukh were out of the race mathematically.
But this might turn out to be bad for Vaishali because here she could take a draw. So in normal circumstances, maybe Goryachkina sees a draw, she takes it. But now she thinks, okay, I have a mathematical chance. So I don't care who wins if it's not me. So I have to go for the win. And she overreaches somehow and loses. So that's the problem I see here potentially.
Can we bring up our bird's eye view and do a quick roundup of the day that we've had and the results that we've had? Let's get everyone on point with that. One game remaining in our top row in the Open, one game remaining in the women's section. 3 draws in the Open ho chuke hain. Javokhir Sindarov sealing the deal today, punching his ticket into the World Championship match against Gukesh with the draw against Giri. Praggnanandhaa surviving a big scare against Fabiano Caruana. Hikaru Nakamura, Bluebaum, भाई कोई नहीं रोक सकता है Bluebaum streak को. दुनिया में कोई नहीं है ऐसा जो रोक सकता है. Obviously ended in a draw. Wei Yi, Esipenko, still a big fight. White has an extra piece, but black, lots of pawns in the center. It looks like white has a winning advantage because very difficult now to defend that e3 pawn currently. Zhu Jiner versus Goryachkina, the only remaining game, and we're going to go straight into that. 2 decisive games so far. Divya Deshmukh lost to Lagno, and Anna Muzychuk lost to Bibisara Assaubayeva. Vaishali holding a very difficult draw against Tan Zhongyi. And we go straight back to Zhu Jiner, who, if she wins this game, will be in a half-point lead. But वो काफी unlikely लग रहा है at this moment. Queen b4, is that a draw offer? Is that an offer for repetition by Goryachkina?
I think so. I think she is offering a draw because if you go rook e2 now, then queen e7 would have repeated the moves twice.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe after queen e7, you only had one move, right? Rook e4, nothing else.
It was the most human move, at least. You never want to allow queen h4 check, even if objectively there are other moves.
Yeah, I fully agree. And let's not forget this queen b2 check as well, which is a very big threat in this position. So you have to go rook e2.
Could white play rook e3 here? So my goal is, this is the only resource you have. If I win this, then somehow I am already winning, close to winning.
Rook 8?
Rook 8, and now maybe I just play rook e2. Now I play rook e2 and just hold it.
Okay, but why would you do this here?
I don't know why.
Why would you give me an extra move and then play the same thing? Okay,
No,
okay,
just-
I'll play your game. Okay, rook e2, rook 8, right?
Huh. So my hope
Okay, I'll
essentially
go.
is, huh.
I'm just wondering if I say pass here.
Wait,
Oh,
wait,
by the
wait.
way, she
I
goes
love
knight
what
c6.
she's done. I love this move, knight c6, because queen b2 check, there will be rook e2, and you're super happy with that position. d4 defend ho chuka hai, knight c6 se, so queen takes pawn will not be possible in that case. Queen b2 is not a problem. Agar aap queen takes pawn marte ho, if the a3 pawn falls, white will simply capture on a3, and there is everything to play for in this position. e6 hanging hai, queen takes pawn possible nahi hai. Rook on f8, also tender knight e7 check aa raha hai. I think this is Zhu Jiner back in the game with knight c6, guys.
And there's only one move for Goryachkina here, or she is busted. She needs to find the only move in the position. A beautiful try by Zhu Jiner with knight c6. Looks deadly right now. Any guesses, chat, what that move is? The only move for black.
Let's ask chat and let's wait for that response. But Zhu Jiner, full marks, bhai, to play knight c6. The fight is on in this one. This is a position for all 3 results. And I think knight c6 a very practical move here by her. Also, Goryachkina, right? Usne queen b4 khela. She's ready to draw. She's ready for a repetition. Now suddenly she has to work for it all over again.
Agreed. And chat career queen b2. Nope, that's wrong. Bishop c4 is also wrong. Because if bishop c4, I can just take the queen, and you take the queen, I pick up the bishop.
Exactly. And queen b2, unfortunately, there's rook to e2, and that knight on
Yes.
c6 defends that d4 pawn.
Exactly. And chat, couple of you are correct. That is Parik and Ravikant. Queen d6 is the only move for black. Basically preparing this check on h2 and some counterplay. But okay, it's not so difficult. But whenever it's an only move, there is no scope to be wrong. So Goryachkina has to be on point on this move.
So queen to h2 would be a winning idea after queen d6. But can white simply sidestep with the king? Let's bring the king closer. King g2. I stopped that idea of queen h2. And again, the fight is on. We are back. It's not clear what is black's next move, at least to me. Bishop f5, there's knight e7 check.
Tanya, I think
Also
white
c5.
I think white might win this. I think if Goryachkina is not sharp right now and not, on her toes, ready to
Wait,
really,
is that bishop h3? Is that bishop
that's
h3?
the best move, by the way. Bishop
Oh my
s3 check.
goodness.
And look at this. Now white's only move is king to h1.
Oof.
So this is very sharp. A sharp battle emerging out of what seemed like a much calmer position with rook e4 and queen h4 repetition. But that's not going to happen anymore. क्या चल रहा है भाई? कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है. Sahaj, your thoughts?
Bhai, I was looking at the variation a bit deeper. Like after this King H1 business, the best move for Goryachkina here is to bring the bishop back, which I think is impossible to play over the board. No way you go bishop e6 back. So instead of bishop e6, I was looking at queen g3, which is actually lost for Goryachkina. Ek chal pehle. After
Oh,
queen
wow.
g3, just to attack, it looks like white is losing. Yeah, so many pieces. Queen ekdam bishop, pawn on f3 under attack. वो भी check से मर रहा है. But you have c5 check, only move, king h8 and knight e5. And somehow white is winning this. Like winning, not just even better. It's winning, completely winning.
Because knight f7 is a devastating threat. Knight f7, rook f7, you will not pick up the rook, you will give a checkmate on e8 with your own rook swooping over.
Oof. Oof. By the way,
She
play
goes queen
fancies.
d6. She goes queen d6. She finds the only move in the position. And now is Jiner ready to bring her king, or will she find another defense? Sai, let's point out that king g to bishop h3 ke baad, white cannot capture that bishop which is on pre because rook takes pawn. And I believe that has to be checkmate. If that's not checkmate, nothing is checkmate. Queen and rook versus king.
By the way, she's played something. She played rook e5, I think, right?
She blocks a diagonal. Yes, she's gone for rook to e5.
I think that's
Also
a
makes
mistake.
a lot of sense.
I think that's a mistake, maybe, yeah?
I like it. Why is it a mistake?
That's a blunder!
What?
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 And
Why?
look at the move. Look at the arrow there.
Whoa, what? I didn't even notice. It took me 2 minutes to find that arrow. And she plays
What?
it. She plays it. She's gone
How
for
does she
king
play
h8.
king h8? Like
How
how?
did she play
What?
king h8 in less than 30 seconds? Is the big question. Okay, this is crazy.
What?
This is insane. You know, the explanation for a move like king h8 is that black just... I
Sorry,
think it's
Bas
almost...
bas.
काफी I think हो गया.
Okay, done.
No, I feel like she just king h8 made sense. Like it's a logical move.
It does. I'll tell
Maybe
you
she
why.
doesn't know it's a winning move. Maybe she doesn't know
No,
that yet.
exactly. She doesn't know it's a winning move. She's sidestepping the check on e7. She wants to go bishop f5 next and win that g6 pawn. Her idea is clear. And in many lines, knight e7 check is problematic. I think on
Yes.
intuition and instinct, she just moved the king to h8. She had no idea it's the best move. She had no idea it's the only move in the position.
I think it's going south for her. I think
भाई और
Goryachkina is
कितना
gonna win.
साउथ बाहर चला गया भाई साउथ
I know,
gone.
and I feel like Goryachkina is gonna win this one, and it's gonna be two-way. You know, oh, another mistake, king e3.
अरे यार oh.
What?
Okay, but now it makes
Just
sense. Tanya. Bishop
collapsing,
d7,
yeah, literally just
Bishop
collapsing
d7.
here.
Just take
Why
that
from
knight,
knight
no?
e5 वापस क्यों नहीं आई उधर? That's what I don't understand. Like in that position, this is what I was talking about कि एक moment के बाद वो sense of danger zero हो जाता है आपका. Like in the previous move where the blunder happened, Tikku bhai, she could go knight e5, no?
I think she got that sense of security.
Repetition
कि
था
I
ये
cannot
तो.
lose this. I cannot lose this because queen b4 was an
Exactly.
instant draw, right? I think she wanted to push for
She's
the win.
playing for the
basically.
win. She's just playing for the
Yeah.
win. Jijina thinks that she's winning this position. That's why she's making the moves that she's making. The players don't have the bar telling us कि भाई ये blunder है, इसके बाद ये lost है, right? So king e3 actually is a very tension-keeping move if you think about it. And
It
these
does
kind of
defend.
positions, you have to ignore the bar, right? You don't look at it. As a player, you're just looking at ways to keep the game going. And I'm trying to understand, why is king e3 so bad?
To me it looks completely lost for white because queen f6, queen f3 is just over. And
She sets
it
it up,
feels like
bishop d7.
unnecessary risk, bhai.
Basically, I think you can't defend this, square complex because you have this a3 pawn. So you can't really handle both. I will just pick up the knight, play queen f6, and I think it's just resigns, yeah?
She set that up. Queen f6 is a massive threat in the position. And the white queen overloaded. And I think Zhu Jiner realizes it now. That this has just slipped. She went for the win. और दो move में lost position आ गई है white की.
Wow. Vaishali's chances went up drastically to win the candidates chat because they could have been a three-way tie for first place. In fact, you could have won this and gotten sole lead, but that's likely not going to happen now.
But Goryachkina, if she actually defeats Zhu, this is great news for Vaishali.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah, because it's just two people and Goryachkina के 6.5 point होंगे फिर भी. Like she doesn't change the standings a lot. Only there is that 1% outside chance that Goryachkina can win and both of them lose. Okay, that's a very, very unlikely scenario, but this really helps Vaishali. She would be smiling right now for sure.
But even then, Zhu wins, Sahaj bhai. Like Zhu might win and she might win with 8 points. So Goryachkina chances to tab bhi nahi hai, even after winning, I think.
भाई also
Very
let's not
unlucky.
forget कि वैशाली का जो खराब रिजल्ट था वो जू के साथ ही था. She lost 2-0 against Zhu. So if she's out, then that really increases Vaishali's chances to win the tournament outright.
Huge implications if Zhu Jiner goes down. Now the first question that you have to answer as white is ki, how am I fighting the threat of queen to f6? How am I defending against it to even keep the game going? And Jiner is now under 5 minutes on the clock.
Chat is
One
letting
way
us
that
know
I-
that Javokhir he said in an interview that he is going to help Bibisara in the final round. He said so.
full
That's what chat is
statement
telling
maar
me.
diya hai.
Come
I
on,
won't be
Prag.
surprised if he is.
Come on,
Prag,
Prag,
सुन
let's
रहे हो
go.
भाई, सुन रहे हो भाई क्या कह
Let's
रहे
go,
हैं?
Prag.
भाई ये तो पर्सनल हो गया भाई. Let's go. Bring it out. Let's go.
Bibisara on 7.5. Vaishali on 7.5. Zhu Jiner potentially not reaching 7.5. Potentially ending the day on 7. I mean, this is huge for these two players, for Vaishali and Bibisara. I am not surprised Sindarov ka candidates to khatam ho gaya hai, that he's done what he had to do. It's time to now switch party, bhai. Go full out help. Spend the entire time coming up with ideas. And for Vaishali, it'll be the same story with the white pieces.
But, it's like for Sindarov and Bibisara, it's also a huge day, right? I mean, they could both win. Imagine dating and both of them becoming challengers. That's
क्या ही love
insane
story
also.
है क्या ही love
हाँ,
story है
बताओ.
full shipping हो जाएगा. But there is one more game to be played. Bishop to d7 खेला गया है यहाँ पे, and Zhu Jiner in big pressure. I think she realizes it. Let's go full screen and see the players, what emotions they are feeling right now. क्या हो गया भाई?
सहज
Has
भाई के
the-
व्हाट्सएप जोक्स फन होते हैं भाई. यार सहज भाई आप रिवील नहीं करते रियल जोक्स, लाइक
भाई ये तो
sometimes
भाई
you should.
मैं मेरे मतलब यू आर जोकिंग मी राइट.
क्या बोला भाई आपने?
आपको भेज दूं भाई?
तुमने नहीं भेजा?
आपको बस पढ़ना मत, ठीक है? भेज रहा हूँ आपको.
मतलब
भेज
स्ट्रीम पे
दो
मत
तो
पढ़ना.
सही. हाँ स्ट्रीम पे नहीं. अच्छा ठीक है. पता है आज मैंने क्या किया? मैं एक व्हाट्सएप लिख रही थी और फिर यूट्यूब की चैट खुली थी. मैंने यूट्यूब की चैट पे वो व्हाट्सएप
I
डाल
saw
दिया.
that. I saw that.
I
I
wanted to
also saw
see.
that actually. It was very funny.
Oh my god. I wanted to get Vaishali's evaluation bar on our screen, and instead of sending it to our producer, I sent it on our YouTube chat.
By the way, this is
देख
over,
लिया
yeah?
टैन क्वेश्चन? देख लिया मैंने जो भेजा आपको मैंने भी.
Chat. Bishop takes knight, pawn takes knight, queen g3 is just his nines, I think. It's over basically.
नहीं, please don't answer that, man. Please don't answer.
I have a follow-up question on your joke, but
Oh.
okay, right now rook e4 खेला गया है. So the idea is that if given the option, now she wants to put her knight on e5, जैसे queen f6 के बाद knight e5 and say, I have everything under control. But I believe that you could probably pick up that knight on c6 before you go queen f6. Is that the path? Is that a direction that black can take here? Bishop takes knight, pawn takes bishop, and then go queen f6.
Absolutely. I think मारना
Oh, she's
going
बहुत
for it.
जरूरी है उस knight को. She
She's
takes
going
it.
for it. Not
And now-
allowing knight e5.
Queen f6
Even
is
queen
strong.
g3.
Queen g3 is even stronger. In fact, everything is winning. Queen f6, queen g3, queen b4. Like queen को बस यहाँ मत रखो d5 पे, and you're basically winning the game.
And you
Very
know,
simple.
if you look at
Words
the
of
last,
wisdom.
very important, भाई queen d5 नहीं खेलना यहाँ पे. Just the last few moves by Zhu Jiner, the way she shuffled her knight, फिर rook e5 रखना, rook e4 रखना, वो knight भी मर गया है. It's clear that somewhere things completely turned around and Jiner just lost the plot in the position. And rook e4 was an admittance of that.
By
The
the way,
only resource, but not good enough.
I have a question. So Sindarov saying, ki, okay, I'm going to help Bibisara. Is it also like a thing to put pressure on the opponent? Because he's in such great shape right now. Like if you knew Sindarov is preparing against you, you might feel some extra pressure. Would you agree with that? Or you think कि नहीं ऐसा कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा?
No भाई, I have Prag. Let's go. Like कोई दुनिया का कोई भी प्लेयर मुझे नहीं डरा सकता. After
ट्रक
that,
को टूने लगाया ना भाई उसने.
it's okay
इसलिए.
भाई.
For this
It's okay.
tournament at least, like he looks
नहीं
better
नहीं,
with
but
Prag.
that's okay. I understand, but Prag is a world class player, like
Hmm.
top 5 player in the world right now. So for me, that's more than enough.
Hmm. by the way,
Yeah,
PGT
at the
played.
end of it, it is not going to be about Pragg and Sindarov. It is going to be about these two players playing their game on the board on their own and what form they come in today. For Vaishali, I think the biggest advantage over Bibisara is that she will have the white pieces against Kateryna Lagno. Kateryna Lagno has, you know, she did beat Divya, but she hasn't had the best tournament. She's on 6.5. She knows she needs to be desperate with black tomorrow. So that will also play to Vaishali's advantage. For Bibisara with the black pieces to win much harder. I don't think it's going to be by kiski preparation, Pragg stronger hai ki Sindarov stronger hai. It will be about who plays better, Vaishali or Bibisara tomorrow.
Basically, who can handle the pressure?
Yes, the
Is
nerves.
essentially what it dials down to. So it will be crazy.
बहुत मजा आने वाला है कल तो यार. And you're absolutely right that for Jiner, this loss is going to hurt. She will still have an outside chance कि भाई मैं जीत जाऊं और बाकी boards पे draw हो जाए. So she will also go all out. Basically कल women's candidates में चारों के चारों decisive games होने वाले हैं.
और सिंडरोव भी वो यही देख रहा होगा आई थिंक. उसका खत्म हो
Out-
जाएगा 5 मिनट के बाद, वो भी यही देख रहा
Counter
होगा.
question.
100% श्योर.
कल ओपन सेक्शन के चारों गेम्स आधे घंटे में खत्म होंगे कि 3?
डिपेंड.
Very
इट्स अ
possible.
वेरी गुड
Very
क्वेश्चन भाई.
possible.
रुको एक बार चेक करने दो. आई एम जेन्युइनली इन्वेस्टेड इन दिस नाउ. वेट, कि दोनों का मैच कितना चलेगा.
So it's Esipenko Caruana, Pragg Hikaru, Bluebaum Anish, Sindarov Wei. Sindarov Wei तो मुझे पता है बर्लिन ड्रॉ होने वाला है. बाकी तीनों में क्या लग रहा है?
हाँ बाय ड्रॉ आई थिंक 1 घंटे के अंदर. मे बी फाबी प्लेस.
possible.
फाबी के कलर क्या है?
ब्लैक.
नहीं, फाबी भी ड्रॉ ही करेगा भाई.
चारों ड्रॉ है
1
भाई.
घंटा.
Very strong
Can-
feeling that the open candidates, I think I would give it maybe 2 hours and it's done. Done and dusted if you win that. And then it's going to be all eyes on the women's tournament. And very likely we'll get a tiebreak in that. By the way, D5 khela gaya hai, so still trying to hold on, hang on to the king side with the queen and the rook boxing up, white's king protecting. But can the black queen find some infiltration squares to come into the game? It's all about giving one check or pushing that a pawn. Queen f6, I love that idea. You're going queen c3 next. You're bringing the rook behind the pawn. Queen f6, agar rook d4 to rook e8 se check dega.
Also, rook a8 straight. Actually, no. Queen f6 looks way more logical.
I love
A
that move.
pawn is such an annoying distraction for Zhu Jiner because she's always looking at on the left side of the board.
Queen f6 is the kind of move that reinforces that every pawn move has its own set of consequences. By d5 chala gaya hai, diagonal khul gaya hai, let's take advantage of that, place the queen there.
I think this is where you could even resign. I think ऐसी position है. So
No, she won't resign. She will not resign for sure. Jiner will
जब
fight this out.
से Zhu Jiner ने वो कैरोकान खेले तब से वो कोट मेरे दिमाग में था कि all pawns and no hope, and looks like it is a full circle now.
Queen f6 on the board.
Played.
Goryachkina on beast mode right now. Queen c3 बहुत ही बड़ा threat है इस position में. Also, rook 8 की बात हम कर रहे हैं. I want to point out rook b8 with ideas of giving a check on the third rank as well. Very strong. Queen to e2. Trying to
Oh,
fight
A2
and
is
get
winning.
the king to f2.
just A2 directly is now the best move, by the way. Just sack
Wait,
the pawn.
takes king d4.
Takes king d4 ना 3 बार क्यों?
अरे हाँ गलती हो गई.
सहज भाई
अच्छा
ये
क्वीन c3 चेक है
चलेगा
भाई.
नहीं.
टेक्स क्वीन c3 चेक. मेरे को एक ही बार बोलना था एक्चुअली, 2 बार भी नहीं बोलना था. बैड. क्वीन c3 चेक इज GG.
On
You
the
mean
spot.
this? Takes,
Yeah,
check,
takes and queen c3.
and king moves here. You give this check and you pick up the
then
rook.
you take on f3 and you win the rook on e4.
Yeah. So I think this is about to be over, chat, and this is of course the last relevant game for the candidates today. Tanya Sahaj, do you think, by the way,
Finds
A2
it,
played?
she goes for a2. It is played on the board, Sahil,
Wow.
and it's resigns. The world number 2 Zhu Jiner loses to Goryachkina, will end the day with 7 points, half a point behind the leaders, and the leaders include our very own Vaishali alongside Bibisara Assaubayeva.
Wow. And that was a shocker, I think. At one point, it was in complete control for Zhu Jiner. It felt like, okay, is she going to push in that position? But complete turnaround, as Goryachkina has done multiple times in this event. And she makes the field much tighter now. Only 2 players in the lead. Tanya Sahaj, ओपन सेक्शन डिसाइड हो गया, वुमेन्स में तो भाई कोई आइडिया ही नहीं है क्या होने वाला है कल. लाइक स्टिल आई वुड से 2-3 टेक्निकली ऑन पेपर 4 people in contention, maybe more.
No, bhai, 6 players out of 8 are in contention,
Wow,
technically
wow,
speaking.
wow.
Kyunki if we look at the standings, like even Lagno is 6.5. That's 1 point, only 1 point difference. Only Tan and Divya are out still, I feel, because it's only a 1 point race. That's it.
I think basically पेयरिंग्स पे बहुत डिपेंड करेगा, बट आई एग्री विद यू. ऑन पेपर आई थिंक 6 के 6 प्लेयर्स 8 में से अभी भी आर इन द रनिंग, एंड ऑफ कोर्स वैशाली एंड बिबिसारा are the leaders right now, so they have the best chances, have their fate in their own hands. Tanya, that is the most crucial part. If they win tomorrow and Vaishali has white, Bibisara black, they will at least get a tie break, if not the direct win.
And look at that final column. They have the exact same path to where they are right now at the tournament with 4 wins, 7 draws, and 2 losses apiece. It's like both of them have been mirroring each other in the candidates. Vaishali and Bibisara find themselves here today. Vaishali with a difficult hold, but held her own by the end of it, and Bibisara with a fantastic win. Kal काफी ज़्यादा blockbuster होने वाला है. Nothing is a given for me. I think if I had to make a prediction, I would say it's going to be between these three. It's a 3-horse race for me. Mathematically, others possible. Depends on the pairings, the matchup, but it's going to be one of these three. It's either going to be Bibisara, Vaishali, or Zhu Jiner in this one. For Vaishali, the big advantage कि कल वो white pieces से खेलने वाली है. भाई आज रात को जो preparation होएगी, जो level of preparation होएगी for both these players, I just hope they also find time to get some rest.
भाई सेम, बट रेस्ट तो नहीं होने वाला भाई आज कहीं पे भी. आई फील लाइक इट्स गोना गेट वेरी वेरी क्रेजी बिकॉज anyone has a chance. Yeah, anyone has a chance. Like top 6 players out of 8 have an outside chance, and we are saying that top 2 ke hi chances hai, but Lagno is playing against Vaishali, for example, tomorrow. Does she play for a win? Because if she
Of
does,
course.
then it helps Vaishali, right? अगर आप ब्लैक से जीतने के लिए खेल रहे हो, आप ज्यादा एम्बिशियसली खेलोगे, ज्यादा रिस्क लोगे, एंड अगर वैशाली कल जीत गई तो सब कुछ भी मैटर नहीं करता उसके बाद.
So
Because that's it.
you know what, chat, एक बंदा है यहाँ पे पूरे टूर्नामेंट में who's just ready to celebrate. वो भी नहीं कर पाएंगे because he has to help Bibisara for tomorrow. So कोई आज पार्टी नहीं करने वाला. आज सब लोग प्रिपरेशन करेंगे. Sindarov is the champion of the open section, will play Gukesh, confirmed for the world championship. एक बार दोनों standings, let's have the open section standings as a final deal. Of course, Wei Yi, by the way, likely is gonna win, so he will gain 1 point, but Sindarov is the winner. Tanya Sahaj, what a performance by the youngster.
I think जितनी तारीफ करो सिंडरॉफ के लिए इस टूर्नामेंट में कम ही रहेगी. It is not the score line, it is the quality, the domination, the control performance. He didn't just win the candidates, he absolutely owned the stage from game 1 until game 13, winning it 1 round to spare. That is a massive statement by the 20-year-old for whom Cyprus was his debut.
Correct. I'm being very, very impressed with Sindarov completely running away with it. Not a single loss and double digits incoming tomorrow for Sindarov for the first time in any candidates.
कल फॉर द गिगल्स हार जाए यार. कुछ खेल दे, मतलब क्रेजी जाके वेई के साथ मजे के लिए. बट नहीं, आई थिंक आई एग्री विद यू. आई थिंक 10 points is likely going to be his final score. And if we come to the women's section, I think as we discussed, एक बात देख ले, 6 लोग technically contention में हैं, but Vaishali and Bibisara fighting it out tomorrow. If they win, I think they have a huge chance. So question to you, Tanya and Sahaj, will we see tie breaks in the women's section? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, wow.
I think no, bhai. I think Vaishali is gonna win. Let's go.
So
Bhai,
tie breaks-
classical में खत्म करो, नहीं करना tie break.
So tiebreak तभी होंगे, I think, if 8 is the final score. Like 8.5 पे, I don't expect both to win. That would be very unlikely.
बिबिसारा हार सकती है ना?
हाँ, but साढ़े आठ पे दोनों नहीं जाएंगे. Like I don't think both will.
But Divya is playing Bibisara. I'm telling you, भाई कितना भी आप opening preparation कर लो, भाई Divya is.
नहीं, but I mean is
she has one of the best, if not the best preparation, I think, in the entire event.
Vashali और बिबिसारा दोनों नहीं जीतेंगे. That's what I'm saying. Like दोनों जीतेंगे नहीं. So either one of them goes to 8.5 and wins the event, or they go to 8 and then there's a tie break either between them or like Zhu Jiner catches up. Something like
I
that.
think Bibisara जीतने के लिए खेलेगी.
हाँ.
And that's enough. That's exactly what we want. Black Step जीतने के लिए खेलो, because that leaves a lot of room for errors. Yeah. So I think for Vaishali, it's a great spot to be in because you have to beat the player. Of course, you have to beat your opponent Lagno, which is definitely not going to be an easy task. But I feel if she wins, then she's just an outright champion.
I think we get our women's candidates winner and world championship challenger tomorrow. I don't think it goes into tie breaks. It's going to be a big fight, and I believe it happens tomorrow. I just want to add to a point we mentioned earlier. Madrid candidates has been one of the most historical candidates given Jan Nepomniachtchi's run in it, where like Sindarov, he won one round to spare and he finished it with 9.5 out of 14 with a draw in the last round. 9.5 out of 14 was with a draw in the last round. Already for Sindarov, he's on 9.5 out of 13. He's won it one round to spare. So he has already broken even the domination that Jan had in Madrid.
Wow. And I think I'm gonna
और अब भी प्रिपरेशन करनी है बेचारे को रात को.
सोचो यार, what is the reward of winning the candidates one round to spare, all this domination that you have to still go and prepare and see chess all night. प्यार के लिए कुछ भी करना चाहिए ना.
क्या करना पड़ता है प्यार के लिए भाई, क्या
प्यार के
करना
लिए
पड़ता
कुछ भी
है.
कर सकते हैं और सेलिब्रेशन तो कंफर्म्ड है. द ओनली थिंग इज कि डबल सेलिब्रेशन हुआ कि नहीं. मतलब इट्स लाइक चूजिंग बिटवीन ओरियोज एंड डबल स्टफ्ड ओरियोज. या मतलब इट्स गोना बी अमेजिंग रिगार्डलेस. एंड ऑफ कोर्स टुमारो विल बी अमेजिंग. एंड बाय द वे, Wei Yi is likely going to win. Maybe it's time to call it a day, Tanya and Sahaj.
Yes, I think this one is going Wei Yi's way. Also, this game doesn't I was going to say it doesn't matter for us. Standing up right as we say, Wei Yi, it's a resignation.
Wei Yi ने कहा
भाई पता नहीं Wei Yi को एसिपेंको के साथ क्या हो जाता है. I feel like उसके साथ दोनों games क्या खेला है Wei Yi. I mean, just chat, if you haven't looked at the games of Wei Yi Esipenko, like I would urge you like to go back and like just to see how Wei Yi played, because that looked like the that 14-year-old Wei Yi जिससे सब डरते थे, like because of that the creative explosive style that he used to have. I mean, just go and watch this game. Can anyone predict this match was Petrov? ये Petrov से ये position. Like imagine this. It's crazy.
This is the most non-Petrov ending I have ever seen in my life. For Petrov to have this position at the end, absolutely insane. I was just thinking what a time it is, Sahil Sahaj, in the chess world. We have a world championship match confirmed between a 19-year-old and Sindarov will be 21 by then. We have, Sindarov, one of the youngest, or maybe the youngest World Cup winner as well from 2025.
Youngest, yes.
The youngest world champion at 18 is Gukesh. You have their runs that's happened. Then you have Erdogmas, who's about to be the youngest ever player to cross 2700. Then you have our very own Arit Kapil, who is the youngest ever player, I believe, to score an international master norm yesterday. And he's only 10 years old. It's such a crazy time. I mean, chess has gotten so incredibly young. It's like the new generation, the future is truly here and now as it's unfolding. Everything is being won by the youngest ever, youngest ever, youngest ever.
Agreed, Tanya. And we have 3-year-old rated chess players in the world now. And somebody's informing us, Dogmas, by the way, has defeated Vasyl Topalov 2 games in a row and is now 2700. Is he 27? Is he the youngest?
He's the youngest ever to cross 2700. Only 14 years old.
Has he crossed it? Has he crossed it? I'm checking.
I think 2693 pe the wo.
2698.2 hai wo chat. 2698.2. So 1.8 points chahiye, and he the youngest 2700 in the world at the age of 40.
It's mind-blowing. Traditionally, 2700 was that point where it was a super grandmaster, right? We have grandmasters at 2600, at 2500, and then super grandmasters at 2700. At 14 to break that is unreal. At 10 years of age to make your international master norm, almost just miss your grandmaster norm. It's unreal what is happening. The world championship title being fought by a 19-year-old and a 20-year-old.
Yeah. So makes me, feel very happy about being 33, Tanya. I mean, it's crazy, yeah. Matlab, future is ahead of me. कुछ भी कर सकते हैं अभी life में chess की दुनिया में. Maybe someday I will also become like 1400. Definitely possible. Saif, what do you feel about that?
No. I'm just looking at the clock and I'm just saying 30th May की deadline है. It's all about perspective, chat. It's all about perspective. ठीक है? मैं
Need
just ये
to
बोलना चाहूँगा कि it's only real when you make the decision. That's all I'm gonna say.
need to represent the old guard. I'll say one thing, Sahil, that on this
Old
panel,
guard
you're the youngest ever player to have defeated Praggnanandhaa on this panel.
बेचारा कोई
Bhai,
Tiku is the
कोई
youngest
बेचारा
commentator to beat Prag ever.
on this panel.
नहीं ever. और कौन है? और
भाई
किसने हराया होगा प्रग को?
कोई बेचारा कहीं ना कहीं होगा 5 साल का बच्चा जिसने प्रग को हराया होगा, उसके पहले टूर्नामेंट में स्कॉलर्स मीट किया होगा.
Possible.
are you
Anyway.
also the youngest ever NM, Sahil Tiku?
I guess I'm the only NM. I don't know if there are any other
Oh.
NMs. तो
So
उस
then
हिसाब
by
से मैं
default, you're the youngest ever
oldest,
Exactly.
you know, like सब कुछ हो सकता है.
Hmm.
But yeah, so chess is getting younger, bhai. 10-year-olds are becoming IMs soon, and 12-year-olds are GMs, and 33-year-olds are NMs. दुनिया में ही चलता है उल्टा पलट. So फिलहाल के लिए, I think congrats to Sindarov. I think what a day and what a tournament. I think nobody saw it coming apart from Vichy sir. And of course, tomorrow Vaishali will be fighting it out in a crucial game. If she wins or if she draws and is lucky, she could be challenging Wen Junju for the World Championship match. And that would be huge because we could have world champions in both sections, open as well as women. So, Tanya, Sahaj, really want to thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Sonia, for the amazing broadcast. Thank you, Chad. आपके बिना तो भाई कोई भी इवेंट खाली है, मतलब कोई मजा ही नहीं है, कुछ भी हो जाए. So thank you for joining, and we'll see you tomorrow. Do not miss tomorrow because कल एक challenger India से मिल सकता है. देखते हैं, is it Vaishali or not? See you tomorrow. Good night, chat.